I don't have to be in game. I love that. I like that so much more. Like, it just cuts out an extra layer of complication in team fights. The only annoying thing is I can't hover a spell, so I can't, if I'm ever like, oh shit, what's his spell called? I can't like cheat it.
No, I think you should still be in game, but like tabbed away.
Yeah.
In the middle.
But like as I'm talking, yeah, exactly. Like sometimes in a team fight, I'll literally check it. I know I'm about to mention a spell, and I'll just hover it.
I see.
Remind myself. I might do my the most tedious warm up I have. You just click on a random hero and then start naming spells, and then just click like next and just try and name every single spell. I went through the entire hero list once and it took me 26 minutes, I think. Yeah, surprisingly long time.
Wait, was actually long? Wait, hold on, no. For every hero? Actually, no, that's it.
Ah, cool, thank you.
Welcome. Welcome. Overview, bracket, what happened. Layout. The layout has toolkit, right?
Which part?
Video? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so the orange is video with sound, which we won't be talking over. And then the, I'll say casters. Okay, cool.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Go.
I just realized. No, man. Correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, hold on a second. Don't worry. There's no need for correction.
I'll not correct you, even if you're wrong.
We are doing interviews with players on third stream, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, damn.
sneaking through the back door of my heart. What you close it for? I can't tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right. I know, right? And it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. 'Cause you got my heart skipping a beat as well as skipping the feels. 'Cause you make me surrender to your love. And now I wanna say, got me wanting to say, make me wanna say, damn, I gotta catch myself. I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like God, turn me on the most. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. What you want,
not enough where
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوم ترى نوم.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
We started with 20 teams. Now we are down to 16. Eventually, we will end up with just one. Hello and welcome to the Riyadh Masters 2024 Esports World Cup. There's no man. I'm joined by T, and we've got some banger games coming up for you as we enter the group stage in earnest for this event. T-Gov, how are you doing, and are you looking forward to today?
Oh, man, of course. You know, I love the group stages that have, such depth to it. Such, how many teams we got, right? It's like two's going to be eliminated. We're going to have four going upper bracket, two, doing their other thing. I can't remember exactly what they have to do. I'm guessing there's going to go lower bracket, but still, it's like we have just an absolute, overwhelming amount of Dota, and yeah, you're going to have to invest in like 3-4 monitors once again to get through it. But Dota fans have been aware of this type of style for many years now. Like, you should already have 3 monitors to keep up with the Dota scene. Like, it's just an entry requirement to be a fan.
Absolutely, yeah, guys. If you don't have 4 monitors, then what are you doing? What are you doing? You need to watch it all, or just be really good at alt tabbing. But yeah, here on this stream, we've got some great games coming up. Of course, we are here for the Esports World Cup. It's a whole host of different games being played. Dota 2 is just one of them. A huge amount of money being invested here. Prize pools available for every single game. Just a ridiculous amount. For Dota, we've got $5 million up for grabs. Plus, the clubs can get a little bit more for taking part cross title as well. So there's so much up for grabs here, so much to play for and so much to kind of show what you've got. It's a huge stage and a great opportunity for these players to really show what they've got. And I'm super excited to see what we've got coming up today. I mean, this whole tournament is kind of interesting. Everybody loved the last chance qualifiers for TI, and for this event we kind of had the play-ins, which was sort of similar in a way. Obviously we didn't have a bracket, we just had the group stages, and then we had 2 teams playing it out in 2 separate matches for deciders, whilst the other 3 teams from all of the groups went through. And I think that was really, really fun. So we can take a look at the schedule and see exactly what we've got coming up today across all the different streams, and of course on this stream as well. So starting off, we are going to be having Blacklist International versus OG Esports. That's what we've got just around the corner. Then we're going to move on to Tundra Esports versus Mouse T.
Yeah, and I think we got, Mouse, the up-and-comer team. They got through the play-in stage, beating VP in the decider match. So it wasn't the strongest group stage from Mouse, but also they did just enough to get through. And I think that's a lot of the kind of story for these teams that aren't meant to be the top 8 teams. It's the just get yourself through to the next stage, recover, learn, and see where you can kind of break ground in the next phase. And yeah, Mouse are that team. And I think overall, series-wise, of course, you have the SEA showdown later, which will always be a treat to watch. But no, I think OG Blacklist is the key series, because I think Blacklist, high expectations, middling low results, and then OG, they same thing to some degree. It's like they didn't qualify to TI. They have been performing pretty well. They did get to Riyadh though, so it's like they've there's a lot of ups, there's a lot of downs. And now they're here, so we'll see how well they're performing. Because when they first kind of got created, I expected them to be a team that kind of slowly drifted towards being a consistently strong European team, but they've still yet to find that kind of motion that enables it. And yeah, we'll see if the Riyadh Masters is the one for them to perfectly click. Be a pretty good time to do it.
Yeah, they do have that pop-off potential, not just the team magic, but also, of course, this team as well. They seem to be following the footsteps. At ESL Birmingham, they were able to get a deep run. They got to 4th place, so, don't count these guys out. We'll see what they're made of and see what they're going to put forward for this event. I don't think we're going to know until we see them play, honestly. And this, of course, is all of the teams we've got coming up here. Obviously, it's all the big ones. It's all the teams you know and love. I think everybody's going to be looking away of Falcons. They're going to be looking away of Team Spirit. I think those are kind of like the 2 big ones for a lot of people. A lot of other contenders as well, and a lot of other teams which could potentially threaten that top spot for the overall winners here. I mean, who are you saying? Who are you saying for number 1? What team are you looking at the closest?
I mean, come on, that's such an easy answer, right? It's going to have to be Falcons, but I think Spirit easily, based on previous tournament results, have kind of shifted their way into being a obviously strong contender after quite a quiet year. And then XG wbg, that's a really long name and also just a lot of letters. They've
extreme.
I think they showcased the strengths of China, but then they also went a little bit dormant as well. But no, I think you'd be silly not to even entertain Falcons, and that is just the reality of Dota, I think, compared to maybe other esports titles. when we have good teams, they don't just become good teams, they're like great teams. Like they dominate everything, right? Like we had Gaming last year, sure they didn't win TI, but like they did everything to get to that position of winning nearly everything. This year, Falcons are doing the same thing. They've had stand-ins for like a couple series, a game, maybe a tournament. They still get themselves into a winning position. And yeah, like we just don't have 2 or 3, 4 teams at that level to consistently rival and take each other. And I think maybe, of course, Spirit recently has got to that form to rival Falcons. And someone just has to beat Falcons. That's the simple answer. Someone has to beat Falcons.
Yeah. I mean, who is that going to be? And are we going to see a dark horse? You know, that's also a huge question for me at the moment. You know, we've got so many different teams which I feel like could come through and make a surprising run here. Like, there's so much talent going so deep into Dota right now because everybody's kind of just split out. We don't have any top-heavy teams, it feels like. So it's really cool in the way that I can literally see almost any team in this tournament being able to make a deep run. But let's look into the series we've got right in front of us now. It is, of course, OG versus Blacklist. These two teams, we haven't seen them playing just yet. They weren't in the play-in stage, so it is going to be kind of like a fresh look at these teams. You know, what do you have to say about them? As we've got some highlights, I believe, to look at firsty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that was, of course, some of the highlights from the play-in stage, the first stage of this tournament. And fun to see everybody kind of duking it out, playing it out. We got to see a little bit of Blacklist there. Of course, they did come second in their Group A. As OG, we haven't seen play yet, but we have seen a little bit from Blacklist so far. And they did all right in the play-ins, 3-1-1, not a bad score. So, they'll probably be feeling pretty good. And as we saw from the last chance qualifiers at that TI 2 years ago, that bit of experience can be really beneficial carrying you through to these group stages.
Oh yeah, I think the play-in stage is an incredible resource for these teams, especially when you think like how many teams came from play-ins, right? Like it's not like a format in which you have 2 teams come from play-ins and suddenly they join the rest, the best of the rest and whatnot. No, it's like you've got 8 group stage teams, and then you have like another whole 8 teams joining, or 10 teams, sorry, joining from the play-ins. Wait, no, 8. Maths was really bad, guys. I'm so sorry. Maths was really bad. 8 plus 8.
Yeah,
16.
it's confusing. It looks like 8, but it looks like 10.
I
But it's
forgot the
actually
other
8.
side of it.
2
Anyway,
teams
so
get
it's like-
eliminated, but yeah.
Like the history of play-ins has always been like 1 or 2 teams goes to join everyone else who qualified, right? Like you are like the underdog of all underdogs. The fact that this play-in stage is 8 teams joining the other 8 teams, you now basically have like 8 hot teams who have been in the country, been playing it out, been preparing, understanding the facilities, getting themselves into kind of that daily routine, compared to 8 teams that probably flew in later, joined the tournament system, getting into the kind of the admin understanding and stuff like way later. And I think, of course, it's like a lot of whimsical stuff, but these are the small things that allow a team that are on the fringe of success to have that little bit of advantage, right? Just because they aren't having to spend additional time. So I am excited to see if the play-in additional time really helps.
To follow up from that as well, like a lot of teams, they need to warm up into a tournament. And typically throughout the year, the tournaments just aren't that long. Nothing's really going to be going for like the full 2 weeks, such as Riyadh or TI. These are long events. These are big events where teams really get to kind of warm up and play into it and keep on playing. And that can suit a lot of these smaller teams really, really well. Teams which, just looking to, they have the form, they just aren't able to show it because they don't get time to get comfortable, to get some games under their belt, to really experience the main stage Dota. So this is going to be a big thing for a lot of these teams. We've got Heroic, we've got, all of these guys who we've seen around but just haven't really been making it through to.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. It's difficult, but, have some reactions, I believe. And yeah, we'll see see some better cool stuff than what we're talking about.
Yep, let's hear the reactions. And then we see the teams, the coaches, all the players, they're playing the game, fighting out, and yeah, exactly. Some big reactions, some subtler reactions, but that'll obviously get more and more intense as time goes on. Has to be said, the hardest losses for sure so far. I think the hardest loss, full stop, has probably been Nouns versus LGD, where Nouns did take the loss in that playoff game for the play-ins, and it was 90 minutes. It looked like they were going to make it. It looked like they were going to draw the series even, at the very least get one win versus LGD, but LGD just so tenacious, did not give up, and eventually in 90 minutes they took the win. There was I think 4 rapiers in that game or something absolutely ridiculous, but in the end LGD did take that win, and it's a heartbreaking way to go out of a tournament.
Yeah, and especially because Nouns, they had the 20k gold lead. It was I think, if I remember that one correctly, they had every Aegis, it felt like, for 3 or 4 times, and then it just slipped away. And yeah, it's just how the cookie crumbles. I think LGD have overperformed based on their previous showings, and we'll see how they're going to be doing. But match of the day. Oh, I did say this. No, I said this should be the big match, and coincidentally, it is the match of the day because I think for both of these teams, they are kind of at a kind of crossroads in regards to the performances that they provide and the expectations from their regions. So starting instantly against kind of a team in the same position, getting a potential 2-0 win to then push themselves deeper, it's going to help a lot. So yeah, I think this is quite a nice little starter series for these two teams that want to do so much at Riyadh.
Yeah, I think it's going to tell us a lot. If OG smash or if Blacklist smash, then I'm going to be expecting big things from either of these teams. If it's a really close series, then we're going to have to watch them more and find out, if they're both pretty good, if they're both pretty bad, if one team had a rough start, if the other did, so it's going to be interesting. But of course, we'll do our best to break it down and, kind of analyze the style of Dota and the quality of Dota we're going to be getting coming out from these guys because, as you say, this is a very interesting matchup, very evenly matched, and both have the potential to go deep if they can pull it together, if they can make it work. If we see that kind of Gabby offlane kicking off, doing work, if we see the Ari position 4 controlling up the fights and getting on one of his signatures, those are the things I'm going to be looking out for this series.
Yeah, but also these teams, it's only going to get harder. Let's not try and hide from reality here. They're also in the same group as Gaming Gladiators, Team Falcons, and Team Spirit, who easily in some capacity could be the top 3 teams at the end of this tournament, right? It's the match of the day because it's also maybe not the scariest match of the future, right? But again, that's those series will be happening on other days and stuff. But yeah, Group A is very, very scary. But when you look at the general rankings, looking at some kind of Knoxville stats and stuff, like the overall rankings of the two groups are relatively even. So even though when I look at Group A, I see Group A as like Group A of death. Like that is the one you do not want to be in.
Tense up.
I tense up. But then when you actually look at the stats behind it, they're actually relatively close. It's not as, A is better than B, but still, when I just look at the sheer face value, I am scared of A. I'm scared of Group A.
I think it comes down to like a lot of the teams in Group B kind of being teams which people are still sleeping on a little bit. Teams like Extreme who won a whole damn event. They won the whole of Wallachia and they put in a hell of a performance. But then they always had that kind of subtext to them where it's like, well, Falcons were playing with a stand-in, so does it really count? But like, yes, it does. They played some awesome Dota. Nobody else was playing with a stand-in, and they were still better out of all the teams there. So Extreme definitely a team to put some respect onto the name. Bet Boom obviously been having some deep finishes, unable to get themselves a win, but still able to get themselves some second and third places here and there. So some very scary teams in Group B as well, and just a lot of consistency coming out from the top 4 teams in the side of that group as well. So yeah, you don't have the dominators, the Falcons, who just completely took control of the first side of the season and haven't really let it go since. And that is interesting. Yeah, that is very interesting audience predictions. The SEA fans, they're out in force, I suppose, but yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll see about that. No, I think OG, they are often the fan favorites no matter what series they go into, and I have high expectations of OG to be loud. But again, you said it there, right? SEA very, very vocal, and it's actually quite again, maybe that's the reason why it's match of the day as well. You got loud Western European fans for OG, loud SEA fans. It's just the battle of the loud kind of regions, not regions, fan bases. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. No, that's true. I mean, there's a lot to be excited about for Blacklist as well, right? Like, you've got Arbed returning to the region for this team. Obviously, he's been playing for the year, and he's been looking good. He's had some really standout performances as well. Gabby as well has also been pretty fantastic in the off lane. People had his doubts, but over the years, he's been able to prove himself as a more than capable off laner. Natsumi, very exciting young player, and of course, Mullet God himself, Januel on the Pos 5. Like, this is a team of all stars. Oh, no, I just love Januel. He used my TI voice line. He was a good lad. I actually I went into his Twitch chat one day last year, and his chat was like, "Oh, it's T guy," and I was like, "Yeah, yo, if I give you some subs, will you use my voice line as a joke?" And he was like, "Yeah, of course." And then he unironically started using it. It was great lad, beautiful guy. And of course, then we have OG Esports. Look at them. They are so chipper, so wholesome looking, and they've.
Wait, Seb already has a
got a lot to
trophy.
prove, right?
That's cheating.
Yeah, a little bit. But have you the logic of these trophies? By the way, I gotta commend. It is very cool. Like the fact that every team has their own individual trophy, and then the winner of the tournament gets to pick other people's trophies to then melt to be like the base of their trophy is incredible. Because like in Warzone when Falcons won, they got to choose they basically chose some of like their rivals. So then it's like they're melting down their 3 rivals' trophies that they could have maybe won it, but they didn't because they lost to Falcons. And I don't know, the logic of it is very cool. Like this whole storyline of it is so for OG Esports, of course, if they are to win, then they're gonna have to choose whose trophy they're gonna melt down. And of course, Seb's gonna try his best to protect it as he holds it very, very poorly. I'll say very poor form from Seb. That is not a very good way to hold a trophy. I think normally you have a bit more finger grip. Yeah, he just got a 2-thumb hold. But anyways, again, massive props to the trophy logic for this tournament. It is very, very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So what matchups are we looking at here? I mean, where does it get interesting for these two teams? I feel like there's a lot of similarities and a lot of differences as well. I think for me, I'm sort of leaning to the offlane, but you're honest. I'll let you talk about any matchup you want.
Yes. Any matchup I want. Well, I think if I refresh my notes real quick because I have closed them. Let me get to Blacklist. I think Natsumi is the young guy on the block, right? He's the new lad, the stronger, the carrier. I say younger. He's been around for some time, but it's more like when I look at Blacklist, Abed, Gabby, Tim, Januel, it's like his name is the one which kind of falls down on the pecking order a little bit in regards to the big value. Or at least the prestige, or at least in Western audience. So I think all eyes on him to see what he can do. And then if you want to compare that to OG, of course, Tomato, they wanted a vocal carry player. He stepped into the mix, very vocal carry player. He's done a lot of work. So keeping it simple, just going to look at the 2 carries. Tamado, who's done a lot of good for OG, and then Natsumi, who is, a tournament or 2 away from being able to make his name has equal weighting to the teammates he plays with. So, yeah, all about the carries.
Yeah, and whilst Tamado, he does feel like this kind of really experienced carry player because he absolutely is. But also, he's also the same age as Natsumi as well, pretty much. I mean, Natsumi's 22, Tamado is 23, so it's pretty similar between the 2 of them. And yeah, it's just a little bit more international experience for Tamado versus Natsumi, who's had good experience online, but in terms of like LAN experience, maybe just not quite as much. So yeah, we'll see how the 2 of them play up. I'm excited to see some specialities coming out from them as well. Obviously, it's Tamado. Shadow Fiend as a carry is super viable at the moment, so that's always a possibility. Natsumi, meanwhile, I want to see if he brings out the PL, because this has been my kind of all-time favorite hero pick for him, but that hero is just not really popular right now. We just don't really see it. So yeah, we'll see if he busts it out, if he thinks it's good enough at the moment in its current iteration, maybe with some facet or something. I don't know, but I do know that we're going to get a very exciting series here as we are very almost ready to get the draft underway. Any predictions for first pick for these 2 teams?
I'm not going to try and predict that. That is just, I could pick one of 124 heroes. But I will say, going back to Dubu real quick, I actually like the fact that Blacklist, before they started their draft, they were in a bit of a team huddle. They're grouped around together, they're having that chat. You don't see it too often with teams where it's like, they kind of sit down, you get like kind of a couple people. So it's nice to see there's already a little bit more kind of levels going into their pre-series preparation that maybe something to keep note of. It might work, it might not, but I don't know, it's very cool to see.
And here we go. We got the draft underway, and we're going to start things off with the Weaver and the Storm Spirit banned out by the OG. Blacklist, they're going to get rid of the Enigma and the Monkey King. A little bit harder here for Blacklist to kind of get into this draft. Obviously, they've played scrims, I'm sure, but you don't have the same history as playing through the play-ins such as Blacklist did. So OG, they get to go look at some history. Blacklist don't have that luxury.
Yeah, and this is where Blacklist... Again, I think I'm trying to think of pacing-wise in the play. And I think they probably do emulate each other roughly the same. I'd argue OG is probably a little bit more willing to break the map and group up. No, because every time I see them in qualifiers, like minute 7 to minute 9, it's like their window to overlap cores where other teams aren't overlapping them. So I'm going to really keep an eye out to see A, if OG are still doing that since entering Riyadh, or B, will Blacklist try and mirror that movement and bring the fight to them, or just enable OG, you know what, you want to come fight us, sure, but we'll make sure we have that pocket of farm happening elsewhere so that we eventually punish you down the line. And that's kind of the big things for me. And of course, the draft will dictate if they can do that or not at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Do you pick that kind of steady, stable lineup? Do you pick a bit more aggression? How do you want to play into each other? And again, I said it before, I'll say it one more time. OG, they do have the luxury of looking at Blacklist's history. They can see what they've played, they can see how they've played. Blacklist, they have the luxury of having played a bit more games, being a little bit more familiar with this kind of main stage, and yeah, maybe they can use that to get an advantage here. We shall see. To start things off, we're going to get rid of the Spirit Breaker and the Elder Titan. So yeah, it does seem to me that OG are getting rid of these really aggressive heroes which Blacklist like to play, getting rid of those kind of tempo controlling heroes which can really kind of get down your throat. So to me, at least, these opening 4 bans from OG suggests that they are looking to play a slightly slower, or at very least, get to the mid game without the game devolving into an absolute brawl.
Now, this is a cool first pick from Blacklist. Beastmaster did not get banned in the first phase. It's a hero that has been extremely strong at the moment. And I think Ench is one of those 5s that, of course, can lane well into Beastmaster. You can take over the boar, you just naturally have good laning presence. Sure, in the game it changes a bit because of Beastmaster being an Aghanims buyer, using Drums of Slom and becoming a AoE ball of damage that kind of walks throughout the fight. And I think Beastmaster, it's of course, so far in the playing stage was a very important hero. Blacklist utilized it multiple times to get some key wins against the likes of LGD or VP. Yeah, Blacklist didn't want to pick it up themselves straight away, so cover themselves with the Ench first. And of course, Pangolier, even through different types of nerfs and attempts to ruin the hero, the facets kind of brought him back to life incredibly well. Having the double jump, shield crash, facet, having the it's like 300 plus damage on your shield crash, paired with the Echo Saber, the harpoon to drag them back in. It's the hero is very much alive, and strong openings from both teams.
Yeah, double jump is a really, really strong spell. I do think this hero is kind of just locked into the mid lane these days. I could be wrong. Maybe they're willing to change it up, but I've seen most success come from him in the mid lane. So now the question becomes for Blacklist, how do you answer this Pango? They've revealed a core. Can you take advantage of that? Typical answers to the Pangolier is ranged carry, Wind Ranger, something like this. Monkey King kind of is a decent answer, but of course they banned it out themselves in the first phase, along with the Enigma, which may have been part of the reason they were able to first phase this Pangolier on the side of OG.
Of course, with Pangolier, I think the nice thing to deal with him is always counter him in laning phase, right? Don't allow him to kind of auto, cruise control himself to the Diffusal Blade or that first item, maybe the Echo Saber. Even Orchid, we've seen some pub players go for Orchid, which I think is incredibly good for this Pango. And then here's that can punish him in laning phase would have been, of course, the Storm that OG have already banned out. There's like a Shadow Fiend that you mentioned already, but that before we got into the draft could be an option as well. OG though not really breaking from any logic, right? Like you look at these heroes, it's like yep, these are the heroes that they've been playing for many months now. And the Beastmaster that we mentioned, Blacklist kind of covering themselves with the Ench pick, they now get it themselves with a super annoying Snapfire. Like Snapfire is disgusting. Like this little shredder, you get a couple points in it, you put a hero to half HP with a ball to apply some slow. It is so hard to deal with, and the draft is happening so quickly.
Jesus, there's so many heroes coming at us right now. Well, I get one of the things we wanted. We will get the Shadow Fiend coming out for Tomato and the Marcy as well for Ari. So some very exciting picks coming out. Of course, could flex the Hoodwink to 4 if they really want, but I have a feeling this will be the Hoodwink on the 5 and the Ari Marcy on the 4 is what he tends to prefer. And yeah, Beastmaster,
I just
want to
see. I just want to see Marcy with Shadow Fiend. Like, ideally. The thing is, though, these are two specialty Ari heroes, so of course Seb will have to pick up one of them, that's fine, but as long as the Marcy is laning with Shadow Fiend, then that is the premium setup that you have. Because you have Shadow Fiend with his the facet, that applies additional move slow on his raises, or Shadow Maya is the name of it. You pair that with any additional jump or grab, it is so hard to play into. And Marcy as a support, you have the rebound to jump in, you can then throw them back to also kind of set up for new raises, right? You can start with like a long raise, get thrown back into the short raise, and as they're running away, then you have medium raise, right? It basically is an easy solution to making sure Shadow Fiend can hit any raise he wants to in the laning phase. We'll see if they respect that combination. But OG's weakness with their lineup at the moment is good laning combos, but not perfect hard lockdown, and that's why the puck will look very nice in this pick position.
Yeah, you have options. You can land yourself a sneaky bushwhack. Like maybe you can get yourself a nice little jump from the Marcy, but of course they're pretty telegraphed stuns. The only thing you've really got is going to be the Pangolier coming in with the Rolling Thunder with a Blink Dagger, and even then, it takes such a long setup that you kind of have to be in a pretty advantageous situation to catch the puck out with that. So I do expect OG to go for one more sort of stun from the darkness ability here to try to answer this puck.
So we are going to align with the idea that Shadow Fiend is the carry, which then opens up for, I think, if Blacklist are able to get themselves maybe like a CK or, I mean, they ban out Monkey themselves, but when I think of Shadow Fiend carry, it's like any hero that gets on top of you, but can brush off your ability to try and kill me off instantly, right? So it's like CK can burst the Shadow Fiend nicely. Like a Troll Warlord can lock onto a Shadow Fiend really well, but again, Blacklist banned it themselves. Monkey King, Blacklist banned it themselves. You could maybe argue Lifesteal is pretty good because you never care about the fear aspect. You just rage on top of him. You have Aghanim's to jump inside the Shadow Fiend as well. I think there's some really cool options for Blacklist in the carry role, but again, at least 3 of those options are now. Cropter, of course, also very good.
What a beautiful hat.
don't think it's very
for the
cold
occasion.
in that room, so
Well, that's a fashion statement, baby.
yeah, fair play, fair play.
Isha came to wear the swag. Final bans now for both of these teams. CK and Jared taken out of the pool from OG. Blacklist, they're going to get rid of the Spirits. Both Ember and Void taken out of the mix. Two things which mightn't have been bad against the Puck. So we'll see what OG want to take up as their mid laner. But final pick now for Blacklist. You got to get your carry hero here. What does Natsumi want to play?
There's so many options. Like the troll that I mentioned, you've got Morphling still. If you really want to and you have a bit of time to play with your draft, you could go Ursa. The key thing here is for Blacklist is to respect the fact that your Beastmaster wants to go Aghanims, maybe BKB or Blink. Your Puck needs Witchblade +1 heroes to play on. So if your carries are farming carry and your Beastmaster wants to farm as well in the off lane, yes, they have very aggressive supports to bring that kind of greediness to life. It's just they need to be careful that their carry pick kind of sits on that perfect line of we aren't having to farm forever, but also my carry doesn't want to fight whilst everyone else wants to kind of secure their own game. So I think it's a very delicate pick. It's not as simple as just pick hero. There is a little bit of nuance to it, but we will get to see into the minds of Blacklist where they'll go. And yeah, they do go for the Ursa. So again, I
Nice.
kind of listed some big carries, and yeah, they eventually went for the Ursa pick. But yeah, can play. It puts just a nice timing on OG. It's like if you don't execute well, we will eventually, overwhelm you. Like if you like this Shadow Fiend. You step up into a 30-minute fight with a Beast blinking, with an Ursa blinking, Bashers and Roars and Puck catching the backlines. Like, you are not playing this game, right? And OG, they go for the Brewmaster to give themselves early tempo. They want their lanes to go well. Like, Brewmaster can lane into an Ursa. Shadow Fiend Marcy should win pretty much most lanes it plays into. And then Pangolier will just be able to make moves. So OG's entire game plan is pacing, momentum, and outplaying their opponents.
All right, we'll see if they can pull that one off. I mean, I'm a little bit worried. How does this Brewmaster lane into the Ursa, though? Because I feel like traditionally Ursa does kind of do very well against the slower melee heroes. But I guess you've got Drunken Brawler. Maybe that's enough to help Whisper survive?
Yeah, pretty much. You've got Drunken Brawler. You have, Cinderbrew as well for some slow. Hoodwink with the Acorn shot to keep the support at low HP, preventing them wanting to step up. You then have the Bushwhack. Like, there are multiple ways of defensive and disengage from the supports, and that's why I think Ursa by himself will not be able to threaten this lane. And Januel on the Enchantress, if you get the right creep, if you can kind of zone in the correct way, then you have a lane to pressure. But I don't see this top lane for OG being a difficult lane. They should both be able to farm relatively well. It's more on, can Ench bring more to the lane than she just needs to bring a lot more. Like, I think in an okay game, might be able to get an Enchantress, Hoodwink kill, but yeah, all eyes on Januel to give this lane some life.
Absolutely, yeah. You gotta play it well. You gotta play it smart, and you gotta win the trades. That's what it's gonna come down to. Some very interesting facets being picked right now. I wanted to get into here. We've got Shadow Fiend going for Lasting Presence, which I just haven't seen a lot of. We've got Snapfire, especially going for the Ricochet too. Again, interesting. Rather than going for the Sniper Shot, which does seem to be pretty damn good. The full bore, going instead for the Ricochet 2 for the extra bouncing on the right clicks. So maybe that's... I don't know what the idea behind that one is, I'll be honest.
For Snapfire, the Ricochet facet pretty much is, if you go to mid to late game and you're getting your talents, not having that facet feels terrible. So it's kind of also like a late game security aspect where you don't really want to play for the first 20-30 minutes, and we are in the game. What a treat. This is the first series of the group stage.
Good to be here, T. It's good to be here. Well, in my room, but casting some awesome games here at the Riyadh Masters. I'm very excited for this one indeed as well. OG versus Blacklist. And OG starting off very aggressively here. They bet their eyes on Gabby, but Gabby's going to see them under the Watcher. Sees the smoke gets popped and will know not to approach for now. Already starting off with a bit of tension here as Seb goes super, super deep. And by the way, it is a Seb on the Marcy and Ari on the Hoodwink. As you did mention, that is a possibility for them if they wanted to lane the Marcy with the Shadow Fiend. And wow, Gabby just immediately just grabbing the Wild Boar and Wild Hawk and just bullying at Mr. Seb here. Seb's gonna have to back himself away, but the rest of the team, they're coming over. Razors are gonna land, but they're gonna need a little bit more damage than that to bring down Gabby under his tier 2 nonetheless. And now Tim's comes in from behind. They're looking for the first blood onto Seb. Verify is out, but it's not going to be enough. Seb is going to go down, and Tim's will get the first blood. And now Tomato also in some trouble here up on the high ground. Januel and Abed have come in for this one as well. They want to take down the SF, and they're going to be able to do exactly that. BZM trying to get a bit of revenge here as he moves on to Januel. The rest of the team coming across, and a pause comes out. A little bit of lag. Apologies have been made, but Januel, he is definitely dead here. We can say that much for free, but what's going to happen after that, T?
I think OG's going to review their first blood attempt and maybe not do that again in the upcoming games and series. Like, that was wild. Behind the tier 1 tower, in between, like close to the tier 2, going onto a Beastmaster to then drag your team into it. Like, wow, it was, oof. I think the fact that most teams nowadays always sit as 4 or 5 heroes, right? Like, we don't see bounty rune engagements where it's like, okay, 2 people top, 2 people bottom, 1 person is sitting mid. Like, everyone hugs each other as 5. So if you're starting the first blood, you need to have 5 heroes there, get the kill, command the area, then disengage, or go for more. For OG, they took the fight as like 1 hero versus 1, then they brought in a second, then a third, 2 other heroes are not even in the engagement, whilst Blacklist instantly go, wait a second, let's go help our Beastmaster bring the numbers.
Yeah.
That was a crazy start to the game. That is not what OG needed to get this game going.
And ultimately, OG had 5 heroes here. Blacklist only had 4, but they just focused so much better. And Gabby with the clutch, taking the Wild Boar and Wild Hawk in the first level. And let's not forget, he's one of these heroes which has an innate facet with the Beast Mode. And he's able to just trigger Beast Mode, Hawk, Boar, and all of a sudden, like, so much damage coming out from this guy. And yeah, not surprising to see him up as one of the highest damages off that fight. But immediately coming back in, getting triple raised up. Oh, they don't have the raise there. They went in with the mid-range raise, but still, it's going to bully Gabby out for the time being. He's got plenty of regen in his pocket and a lot of 1 charges to work with as well. Man, turning up to lane with 12 1 charges.
There's a lot of 1 charges. Ooh, and Tim's already, I believe, has sported the collector's cash there. He's been able to obtain the new Snapfire cosmetics.
Yep, as has Seb with the Marcy set as well. So everybody's sporting this season's freshest fits.
Another pause. Ooh, exciting times. All right, so let's really focus on let's focus on bot lane, because this is the resource hungry lane right now, right? Like Tomato, he's only got a mango left, so he's got 3 raises maximum to bring himself into this lane. And the issue here is Shadow Fiend Marcy is a really strong lane when you start laning phase, like pushing out the offlaner when the creep waves meet. So you're my half HP offlaner, you can never get to this lane. The fact that the first blood happened, the shenanigans played into everything, Tomato's used multiple raises, the entire strength of this lane has faded away a little bit. Especially because, like you mentioned, there is a 14 wand on Beastmaster. Going on him isn't simple anymore. So everything that I was excited to watch with the Marcy Shadow Fiend lane kind of has fallen apart. Especially when level 2 comes into play. Like, if Tim's gets a little shredder, and then you have wild axes, like, yeah, I expect this bot lane to be carnage in the next upcoming minutes, after the pause, of course.
I like hearing those words from your mouth. And yeah, we know it's going to be broken down. I mean, good vibes from both teams, honestly. Like, I've been watching the player cams, and yeah, OG kind of smiling, doing some hand gestures and whatnot. Blacklist looking very happy as well. So yeah, despite having some technical issues, everybody's feeling pretty good.
How useful do you think that wall is? I don't think it's blocking any sound.
It's just to stop them making eyes at each other. But it's only like exactly.
I don't think I'd be tall enough, actually. If I stood up at the PC there, I don't think I'd be tall enough to even see over that small wall. That's what we just don't have enough in
heightist,
Dota,
isn't it?
A little bit, but in Dota, we just don't have that same level of like raw energy when people are winning stuff, like in CS and stuff. You have like the whoa, you have that hype. In Dota, we're relatively a little bit more quiet, just like this game, as we're stuck
That
in
is
pauses
true,
at the
but I
moment.
think part of that comes down to the fact that you can't really like after a round of CSNs, like you then have like 10 seconds to chill and do whatever as it goes through like the stats and whatnot, and you defuse a bomb or whatever. Like Dota, once you win a fight, you got shit to do. You got stuff to do. You got to come down the lanes. You got to take some
for sure, for
towers.
sure.
You got to push. Like it's
I mean, even
there's stuff
after
to
a
do.
game,
You don't get a chance. Yeah.
And in the game, I can respect 100% what you're saying about the complexities. Dota is so complicated, but after a game, like, well, I think Dota players are kind of shifting into that realm of like just another day in the office, just another win, and that's why I'm really hoping like tournaments like Riyadh, we have these teams like Blacklist or Aurora or I'm trying to think of other upcoming teams like a Mouse or someone like where they haven't really tasted crazy success. Because when they do win, they will win with all the emotion of I've tried my hardest for years to get here, But like a team like Falcons or someone like that who's already kind of shown we've done it. I think even OG would actually be a good example of having that energy. Sure, Seb, he's done it all, but the players around him, like they want to, like again, they've also won big majors and stuff before, but like winning like the events, like the big events, is I just want to see energy and of course, they have the passion. They all do, but showing it is, something that Dota players aren't as good as doing. But again, hopefully, this tech pause will be sorted soon. Players are looking still pretty happy, so hopefully it's going to be sorted soon.
Yeah, another thing about this Tomato SF and his choice of facet as well, it does affect your laning quite a lot. The other facet is so much more useful in lane. This one, the lasting presence, it's more about kind of snowballing team fights. You open up a team fight with a big kill, then you follow it up with your -2 armor, you turn that into -4 armor with another kill, and all of a sudden you're just tearing through everybody. And then your push afterwards absolutely ridiculous if you get the talent as well. So there's a lot of opportunities to utilize this in the mid game, but in terms of laning, lasting presence is just not really something we're really looking at here. So you have taken a trade-off there. That would have been fine had the lane gone normally, but the fact that Gabby was able to turn around and have such a successful early fight and then get himself this 14 wand, yeah, it's going to be really tricky for these guys to own the lane like they want, and that's going to force them to reevaluate their plans coming into the early mid game.
I'm intrigued to know as well, like the pick rate. So when you look at Pro Tracker, the carries 9 times out of 10, they always go for the slow. Like there is only a couple players. So Tomato tries in his pubs. Crystalus attempted it, lost, went back to picking the other facet.
I love seeing that through stats.
Tomato's done it. Like so, the only pro carry player that has consistently picked it is Tomato in pubs. Another player as well, Pack, has tried doing it, but yeah, it does seem like it's like a Tomato only thing. Like when I look at it, tier 2000. He goes for the slow. Shiro goes for the slow. Yuragi goes for the slow. Crystallize goes for the slow. Yeah, like very much everyone goes for slow, but only Tomato goes for it. We will see. Again,
Well, I was hoping that the patch that didn't come was going to kind of balance a lot of these facets, but apparently we don't need to. Apparently we just got players that are going to do it anyway, so I'm happy.
Yeah, the thing with the facet, right? It's because you said it's 2 armor reduction on Shadow Fiend, and you kind of need 3 kills for it to feel good, right? It's like a Blightstone is -2 armor, a Deso is 6. So you're saying after 3 kills, you have a Deso equivalent worth of like armor reduction.
AoE.
Which is kind of cool. But it's about like, you just need to get yourself in those positions.
I wonder if you could play it
take the
support
tower
like a
talent,
gyro
right?
or something.
No. I think it's, logically it's fine, because it just, as soon as you take this facet, you are 100% becoming the Daedalus Satanic Shadow Fiend carry that stands his ground, right? You reduce armor. If you take the talent that also affects buildings, right? Like you win a team fight, and now you're taking an additional turn armor into a fight, right? To taking even more. It's like the logic is there. Yeah. It's very snowbally, but it's compared to everything you said, which is like your entire laning aspect. And yeah.
I saw it played very much in the early days of the patch, and it's a little bit about the team fight. It's a lot about the push after. If you win a fight with this facet, and you have that 15 talent, presence or affects buildings, then all of a sudden you're attacking buildings with like minus 15 armor or whatever. You know, it's absolutely insane. So yeah, that is a very ridiculous aspect of this talent, which this facet, sorry, which we might see. We have
So
some
tier
raids
one
coming out, so
A tier 1 tower would have minus, what is it, -5 armor. A tier 1 would have -1 armor. A tier 3 would have -1 armor. Yeah, that's actually mental. Yeah, okay.
Yes,
this facet
it's
is
crazy.
so hype if you actually get to win fight next to a tower.
If you win.
Yeah. If you're losing fights, it's miserable. But we'll
Yes,
keep
it
an
will
eye.
be.
We'll see how quickly the towers melt.
We shall indeed. I'm sure they'll win one team fight in this game, right?
Yeah, and again, apologies for
Maybe.
the delays, guys. A couple tech problems, but no, we are back underway. This is game 1 of the series that we have, and we shall see what they can do in the group stage. But to repeat, Gabby has too many 1 charges for OG ever to go on him.
Yeah, it makes the aggression potential from these two very, very hard to pull off. We haven't really talked about any other lane, so let's have a little chat about mid. It's amazing. We had a long pause, yet there's just so much to talk about in this bottom lane that we just didn't need to actually talk about any of the other lanes, which is sort of insane. But yeah, we got BZM versus Arbor in the mid lane. We've got the Puck versus the Pangolier. You know, Pango's just a very, very stable mid. That's what this facet's given for him, is the ability to just basically always get shield crash off, always get himself a little bit of extra health and never really be threatened too badly in lane. Obviously, Puck has phase shift, so might be able to answer that better than some other mid heroes. We'll see how this one goes down.
Yeah, I just hope BZM goes for the Orchid build. I know Noob from PSG Quest has done it quite a lot. And it just really, just a thorn in the side of your opponent, especially when heroes like Puck. Like, you know, if you're a Puck player or played with people who love playing Puck, you want to go Witchblade, Kaya Sanj, Januar's dying top, like maybe healing, not dying. Like, you want to be greedy as you can, right? And if your mid laner is able to go into that, force the Yule's purchase, it really disrupts everything. So I'm looking to see the item build from BZM here. And as I was talking about this, we are seeing the pressure top, and this is my expectation from top lane. I don't think this is a good Ursa lane at all. Like, Januar needs to overperform on Enchantress. He's never able to get the right clicks off against an Hoodwink or a Brew.
He has gone for this overprotective Wisps facet as well, which does seem to be the choice when you're looking to be a little bit more defensive in lane and not be super aggressive with Enchant and Impetus build. And this talent is also just really good. Like, the amount of healing elves is insane. You also have a lovely talent at 15, which makes it even better. Obviously, that's going to be much later on in the game. But yeah, this I really enjoy this facet. I think Ench is one of the few heroes which has like a 50-50 choice on facets, in my opinion.
No? It's good. I mean, that's kind of the future of what facets will be, right? Like, imagine the day where we can entertain 50-50s on like every hero. It is going to be, you know, just an absolute treat. But, you know, it's early days. We're not there yet.
I mean, I'm okay with some heroes not being a 50-50 where you get like the general option and the niche options. So we'll see if we see that. Oh, Abad actually goes for that. That's brave. But yeah. The one thing about is now it's pretty damn predictable. You're always going to be able to phase shift this one off because you got a little bit more reaction time from the double jump. Oof. That hurts.
Every time oh, he got hit by the shield as well.
Failed the dodge as well, I bet. Again, getting cooked up a little bit here by BZM.
He has spells up. He's using it. 30 CS, 11 donates for the Pangolier compared to the 18 and 2. Yeah, this is a Puck that got picked into the Pango, and yeah, BZM is doing crazy well here. Of course, don't forget that this matchup often is dictated by what hero comes into the matchup. Right, a melee hero can farm quite
running
nicely.
into the aggression here. He might be paying the price. He's set on fire. He's being beaten down. Whisper looking for the chase, but Ari gets the damage, gets the kill. Januel healing up with all of these wisps upon him. It's going to be difficult to take him down, but they do have the Bloodstone, and now with Nature's Attendance comes to an end, Ari will be able to secure himself a double kill. OG tearing it up in the top lane.
Yeah, collapsing the mat. That's what you expect to see from OG, and this only works because Tomado was able to then, you know, farm up the medium camp below, right? Like, he doesn't go, sorry, the hard camp. He doesn't opt to farm the lane, doesn't put himself in a vulnerable position, and that gives OG the life to bring heroes top. Like, that one move, top towers up half HP. They've used the first catapult of the game to progress as much as they can. Now Tim's going to be using the twin gate, TPing up himself. And in.
Yeah, Blacklist
TP
looking
back
to
away,
respond, but they've got nothing to respond to, really. OG are kind of
too late,
just
yeah.
leaving. Whisper
And this
maybe could be an option here. He goes for this
Radiant
Lotus.
scan though, so he runs away. Yeah.
Dyer's middle tower.
And the reason why this is uncomfortable is like you want your puck to hit 6, bring supports mid, get a kill on Pangolier, who's been doing well. But now the supports have been dragged to top, dragged around the map, like they're kind of a little bit lost in where they really want to be. So now when Arbed hits his 6 timing, if they were smoked mid already, this is a kill. But OG are the ones dictating the game. OG, last minute or two, they have prevented Blacklist from doing anything that they really want to do.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good start for OG, though, in general. Tomato, yeah, they didn't get the kill lane they wanted, but he's still able to have a really stable lane. Net worth looking pretty damn good at this point as well. Gabby just going to do his best to recover, go for that Arcane Boots, then into the Aghanim Scepter. Incredibly obnoxious Beastmaster build. This used to be a counter to, hold on, BZM. He's going to see all these creeps here and actually take quite a lot of damage from them as well. These Ancients ain't no joke. They're trying to interrupt, but it's getting a little bit awkward here. And that's the thing, like Beastmaster, he's not a risky Ancient taker because he doesn't really need to get involved too much. With OG bringing everybody across here, they're going to find Tims.
Denied.
Tims needs to get away, going to get denied by the Ancients, but now this stack is up for grabs. OG looking to invade at this point. Gabby throwing in some axes, trying to secure what he can, but Tomato, he's got the razors, he's got the right click, Acorn shot bouncing around as well. BZM just playing bodyguard for this stack here as OG looking to steal everything from Gabby. And that was his insurance policy just taken away.
Really nice moves there from OG, just fully understanding the map, and it's kind of been what I've been talking about, right, the last couple of minutes, right? They're like setting the pace top, dragging the supports around, not allowing them to do what they want. Then they're contesting the stacks, and Blacklist, their draft, it is all about farm efficiency, and they just haven't been able to get there yet, and they're trying to go into BZM a little bit. And don't have the levels on Tims to
if they really want to throw it down, and they will. He's going to immediately snap it. Cookie comes through to offer another stun here onto the Pango with the orb. They will bring him down. Nicely done from Tims, but
nice
a beautiful bushwhack coming in from the side from Ari. Arbed in some trouble. He's moving away on the sidelines. Ari trying to fit the job. Blood Grenade comes out as well.
Children?
The puck likely looting his life. He's not going to get to the shield rune in time. Ari picks it up anyway, and they won't get the kill onto Tims, but the kill onto the puck is absolutely massive.
I imagine if he was able to get to that shield rune. He actually, yeah, he did die with int treads and wand available, so maybe if he was able to pop the wand with a tread switch from Arbed, he maybe could have got to that shield rune. But OG, they have, look at the pace, right? It's like 9 minutes into the game, but they are just overlapping the course so early, and top tower got pressured, bot tower got taken, stacks got taken. Shadowfiend doing so much building damage already. And this before he has the talents, before he's even getting kills to kick his facet into play. And yeah, fair play. Props to OG and what they're doing. It's now all on Blacklist to see how they can react. In these types of games, the pressure is inevitable, and your main job is to see through that. If someone hits your mid tower, you bring as few heroes as possible to delay, but then you farm up. Like again, we said this during the draft. OG's entire concept is outplay, outpace your opponent. If you ever fall out of that pacing, if you ever blunder a siege or a fight, Ursa, Beastmaster Puck will just open up this game and obliterate with 2-3 items each. So that is why you see OG playing with such a high pacing, because they can see into the future and it not looking too good down there. And Gabby dies at the bottom.
Holy, another kill onto Gabby here. That is not the hero you want going down. They're very much relying on Gabby to become the controlling hero of the game. That Aghanims is so crucial to pull this team together and give them something to play around. So the fact that he's just died again here is looking really, really tough.
In a mere second he dies, yeah.
Oof. Yeah, that is ridiculous.
Just
it's the anti-armor with the Marcy though. Like, this combo is so broken.
And what's also broken, but not in a good way, is Natsumi. His farm, it's nothing. He's got a cornucopia. He's a couple hundred gold away from a broadsword, but yeah, he's still 2,000 gold away from his Battle Fury.
Attempt here onto Januel with the DD on BZM. Well, thankfully the DD might be enough. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, okay. There's a lot of wisps, but not enough wisps. Needed a few, kind of 10 or so more.
Yeah, this
Maybe
is
with the
such a
25
scary
pound, you
portion
might
of
have
the game.
survived that one. Yeah, they can kill
I mean,
anybody. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's kind of the whole concept of the farming heroes, right? Like Beastmaster wants Axe, Ursa wants Battle Fury, Puck wants Winchblade. If none of these heroes get it by their normal timings, your map just disappears. And yeah, OG are reading that very nicely. 6,000 gold on the Shadow Fiend. That is so much fun. And it looks like he is going to go for the
doing it all for
SMY,
OG at the moment. Okay, well, I mean, a kill onto Seb would be something. It's not exactly what they want here. They want the Shadow Fiend. They want the big boy. But they might not get a choice. And Seb's not even scared. He's actually moving forward onto them. He's welcoming the advances. Another pause comes out from the Puck. Awkward timing for a pause. And unfortunately, it does seem to be just a few network issues we're having here in Riyadh. So hopefully be able to get back on track.
Right, so
all right, both teams get to kind of sit back and discuss this one now.
Yeah, for sportsmanship, Ari is not in, not in fog. Like, he's clearly seen. So if he was maybe behind a tree, then Arbed instantly spamming phase shift and orb to get out of the pause. Awkward. But he is in vision, therefore him phase plus orbing is perfectly fine. Because he already was going to do it anyways. Just thought I'd give the ethics to the pause meta, to the what Arbed can do and what can't do,
Mm-hmm.
And more disconnects.
Sportsmanlike, but yeah.
Yeah, it's very sportsmanlike, yes.
Well, a couple of DCs, a couple of RCs. Hopefully we'll be back underway pretty shortly. But yeah, as you say, Natsumi, absolutely nothing. This is a very poor bear. He's got no honey, he's got no cubs. Not even got a den to his name at this point. Just a cornucopia.
No. I guess the silver lining is like Whisper is itemizing as well for this tempo out of the Brewmaster. Like, he's going for a vessel. Like, all of OG, they've looked at this game and gone, we will break it after like first Roshan. Like, if we get ourselves to like 18 minutes of good farm, good fighting, get that first Aegis, we do that one group up play, utilize the facet from the Shadow Fiend, utilize the talent, get ourselves into a commanding position. We'll take a Rax or two for free, right? So I think OG, they are so confident in this like timing based strategy that it is kind of a line of hope for Blacklist. It's never comfortable playing this because if a good team doesn't make mistakes and can control, of course they're going to win out the game, right? How often do you see a good team 100 to win a game the entire time and never make a mistake? Sure, that's not as common, right? But
yeah,
it is going to be. I think the path to winning for Blacklist at least is unfortunately very difficult, but it's relatively obvious, right? It's allow OG to be aggressive, soak up the fight where possible, farm as much as you can, wait until that high ground, utilize Raw, Ursa, Puck, make that jump, get the kill, Shadow Fiend one time, do it a second time, and then the game's back in play, right? But the fact that you have to play like this to win a game is always going to be terrible, and there's not really any pick-off plays to make either, right? Like, an Enchantress doesn't move to the map and get a kill, right? That's not a thing, right? Especially not a burst kill. Snapfire, you could argue, with a Beast or a Puck can do it, but with the repositioning of the Marcy and the Brewmaster going into split form and stuff, again, not comfortable. So
yeah,
I am very,
There's a time in the game where they can do it, and
yeah.
that timing, unfortunately, is Blink Dagger BKB on the Beastmaster, who does now throw out the Roar, and they've got the kisses coming across from Tim's here, but there comes a Requiem. Shadow Fiend taking a decent amount of damage in this engagement. Marcy as well, very, very low, but they're going to look towards Tim. Beautiful bushwhack again from Ari. He's been so on point this game, and now they just look to finish the job onto Tim's here, making sure not to get too close to get blasted down, playing it carefully, and executing perfectly. And that is just going to be a nice amount of aggression coming out from Blacklist, but answered perfectly from the side of OG.
Yeah, no. Blacklist are trying to create some noise around the map and allow Natsumi to farm up on the top side. OG, they react to bottom and now instantly back to top. It's like, no. If you want to fight us bottom, we're also going to stop your Ursa from farming. Natsumi with the Enrage. Any TPs to help him.
Big pressure. I mean, they don't have split to work with here, but Sebi's just going to pop the ulti and run him down under the tower. Swashbuckle finishes the job. BZM gets the kill. Abed looking for a bit of revenge here, moving forward onto Whisper. Whisper, again, no split, so should just be dead, but he's getting off a ton of damage before he goes down here. Abed's going to fall. Whisper's still fine. Januel's going to be the new target instead, and BZM continues the chase. Januel with his horde of fairies is going to be able to just slowly run away, but that said, BZM, he's not giving up now. Ari comes in from the side as well. Whisper helping out despite having no HP to work with. Januel will just be chased off. This tier 2 tower probably not going to fall in this situation. They don't have the push, but either way, ousting Blacklist, just shrinking their map more and more.
Just the speed in which they're moving around the map. It's like, we get the kills bottom, and it's like during the time in which I'm going, okay, well, the natural response to this is Ursa can now farm top. It's like, no, OG is not allowing Ursa to also farm top, right? It's like, if you want to poke us bottom, we're not going to allow you to free farm top. And I mentioned the fact that Orchid is an incredible pickup this game. BZM, he did have the Echo Saber in his inventory, but he now switched up. He has the Orchid.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be devastating in the next fights.
Orchid already grabbed for BZM, and once again, just looking to continually apply the pressure. Gabby, he just wants his Aghanim Scepter. He just wants that point booster, and he's not being allowed to get it. Still 500 gold away. And they are just taking these Ancients in front of him. And that's the thing, OG, they're not really caring about their timings particularly. They've got very, very active supports who have had good farm, good lanes, good kills. And now they're just making Blacklist suffer because of it.
On slide 9 of our PowerPoint of game 1, we are going to be...
We'll get there, folks. It's, you know, it makes our job easy. We get lots of time to sit and reflect. And that's what you guys are really here for, isn't it?
An actual PowerPoint overlay ready, so then we could just, you know, segue from one pause to
Give
the
me
next.
a pie chart.
Ooh, we could do that. Wait, hold on, let me check. Ah, I can't do it. No, I can't draw on the floor.
No,
What a
not
shame.
was Paul,
I tried.
sadly. All right, so it's you click on all 3 of these cores on Blacklist, and none of them are at their timings. There's no Witchblade on the Puck. There's no Battle Fury on the Ursa. There's no Aghanims on the Beastmaster. That is the trap they've fallen into here with these slightly kind of slower starting heroes, and then the lane's just not going their way.
But
What do you do? You can't play.
No. You have to just wait, right? That's basically what we've been talking about. And I think when you look at these heroes, you also have to go, okay, in Dota, if you pick a core, do they come online from the first item pickup or the second item pickup, right? Sure, you can entertain like 3, 4, 5, whatever, but like when you think about it as like are you a 1 item core or a 2 item core? All of Blacklist cores are minimum 2 item cores, right? The Ursa wants a Battle Fury to then get a Blink. The Beastmaster and Aghanims to then go for a Blink. The Puck wants a Witchblade to then go for a Blink, right? Like every core needs the 1+1 to feel good. And then, you know, on the flip side, it's like the Brewmaster needs a Vessel, the Pangolin needs an Orchid or an Echo Saber, right? It's like you basically have an entire lineup built on 1 item and go, compared to the nearly most of Blacklist being 2 item minimum heroes, right? And that is why we are seeing this large disparity in the game. And of course, OG are looking incredibly strong right now. And we'll see how they navigate now this kind of 15 to 25 minute mark of the game, right? Where Blacklist are still in that 1 item phase, which is, you know, poor for their cause. They are jumping onto the Brewmaster top with the silence as well, trying to juke the Mortimer Kisses. And
he gets it off. He gets a split. He lives. Every single play which Blacklist tries to make, it just isn't coming together. Whisper survives, and I mean, at the very least, you can say, all right, well, we forced a split, didn't really get much done from it. That's nice, I guess, but you also use Coil and Kisses for it. It's not a good trade. Still, long cooldown on the split. If they can find something to follow up from this, then maybe next Coil we see some action from Abed. We see some success.
Yeah, and we just saw the stat there. Like, what is it, like, what, 9 seconds or 6 seconds slow? I can't remember the exact number, but Gabby, his Aghanim, from the patch average, it was 6 seconds, thank you. Only 6 seconds slower than average. Like, that isn't that bad. Like, Gabby, under all the threat of the game, he's still been able to farm up, and now OG has gotten to the inevitable, which is Roshan with the SMY complete Mask of Madness. The status resistance on the SMY will give Tomato a little bit more, you know, step up potential against a Coil, against a Raw, enable him to brush it off a little bit easier. And then, yeah, we've already said it, Brewmaster going for the Vessel. He's not opting for the Radiance and to scale. He wants to win the fight now. This is OG's strongest window in the game. Force Blacklist to take a big team fight. And if you fall victim to losing at that fight, yeah, it could be the beginning of the end for Blacklist.
Wondering if Blacklist noticed what happened here. Tims was followed very closely through the portal from OG, but I don't think either team set eyes on each other, so Tims will now be made aware since they show on lane. Gabby going for the TP out here, will just about make it. Oh, thank you, Mr. Hawk, saving his life. But yeah, crucially, despite all the pressure, right? Gabby never actually died. He never went down. He only died once this game, so that's the reason why he's still able to get a good timing on the tag on him. He's able to bring himself back in. But Abed jumping forward here. Nice cookie across. Going to buy the puck a little bit of time, but not nearly enough as he gets sniped down by Ari. And now Tim's also taking so much damage. Oh my goodness, Tomato. Look at just roast and toast Tim's. And he will be brought down here. Oh, we've got a stack of the lasting presence. But no level 15s. This tower's fine.
Yeah,
well, it's not fine.
He doesn't have level 50. It's going to die, but 60-minute diving tier 3s. Everyone just you just look at the mini map and you see Blacklist just on the far extremes, right? Like Nasumi's got the northern section, Beastmaster, he's encroaching a little bit on the north jungle. You got Januel on the bot lane. Like, guys, I'm gonna push it out. Like no one wants to go near them. And OG, they're playing up on the Dire side as if it is their own side of the map. And we're talking about scaling and stuff, right? It's like, you know, Ari, he's playing like the standard Hoodwink, right? Like he wants his Athos for some extra lockdown, switch up for the Gleipnir down the line, right? Like that is a normal build. And then you look at Marcy, right? Like, this has been a Marcy that in position 5, sometimes you go for like BKB. You go for the, I'm going to be the hero. No. He's going for Vlad's. Like, he really goes, no, we're going to win the game right now. He isn't going drums or solo grest. He's going for like the cheapest item. Yeah, I respect the level of, and another split instantly. Yeah. I mean, Blacklist, they've tried to get Coil into the game, right? They tried to get Puck to do something, but you've gone on a Brewmaster twice, not got the kill twice. I just don't think this is the perfect way to at least give your draft some life. Of course, under how much pressure OG is applying, it is not simple to find the hero you want to kill, but Brewmaster is not the one.
He certainly isn't. The splits, yeah, you're forcing them out, but this time you even get a support kill with it as well. And they don't need the split. They're very, very strong without. That's the thing, like, they haven't had terrible timings on the side of Blacklist. Urza got his Battle Fury at a decent time. The Puck eventually got to the Witchblade. He is very poor. But as we saw with the Aghanim Sept, you know, it came out at a reasonable time. The problem is, OG just have so much more. They are so rich on Tomato. 12k net worth at 18 minutes. This is one of the richest Shadow Fiends I've ever seen. It's one of the richest carries I've seen in a long time, to be perfectly honest. Tomato is absolutely destroying this game.
1,300 gold away from a Daedalus. Oh.
Yeah. We're reaching one-shot territory. If he gets a couple of stacks with the lasting presence, these supports aren't going to be able to show themselves.
But also, that does mean he's relatively glass cannon, right? Like, sure, he's got SMY for status resistance, but 1,700, okay, let's say like 1,900 HP with treads. Like, there is a world post-Aegis. The Blink is soon returning, and like, look at the net worth, right? The way that Brewmaster's playing, the 3 Blacklist cores, their net worth is, you know, recovering just a little bit. Like, the difference gained from this Aegis, it's only been 2,000 gold. Like, it's not been like a 6,000, 8,000 gold like the gamers are, and I bet survives here. No, there's a part of me that I believe in Blacklist. I don't know why. There's just there's something that I can just see the Shadow Fiend going high ground and getting 100 to 0, and then Whisper just not having the item build to then step up and become the next core. So
good lord,
maybe Blacklist can do it, but if they lose a single hero, a single anything, then everything just disappears, and they are allowing this Wisdom Rune to marinate.
Mature, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Blacklist are in the area. Maybe they can sneak it out. Januel. 21 minute.
Do you really think
at
at 20.5 minutes you're like, you know what? I'm gonna go check the Wisdom Rune real quick, maybe.
No, I meant 21 minutes. Well, that would be insane.
Yeah, let me go check for the previous one. Ah, okay. for sure. Going for the 21, 100% that makes sense.
But no,
Okay,
Seb's able to
Age
grab the
Silence
Wisdom
fine.
Rune. Januel's going to get popped as well. Seb sees that the smoke breaks and knows that there's probably a team behind him. Going to wait for the boys to turn up, which they
This
absolutely
could be
will.
the smoke of the game for Blacklist.
He's
Beastmaster.
gone, he's gone. TP out.
Yeah.
Wait, blink,
Okay.
blink. You, Gabby. If Gabby had blinked, that was a long TP,
Yeah.
man. If Gabby had gone for that, that would have been, yeah, play of the game, turnaround moment, big carry dead.
With zero information, with no knowledge of where Shadowfiend really was. But if he made that wild ass blink, then yes, that would have been beautiful. That would have been. But I think this is now where OG, even though they've had an incredible game, 10,000 gold up, 9 kills up, they need to protect Tomato. They can't allow him to be out by himself. There are multiple blinks in play now. Ursa has a blink, Beastmaster has a blink. Blacklist, they have done a very commendable job at just stemming the bleeding, not getting not playing OG's game, right?
Yeah, they're tourniqueting well. They're not bleeding out, but they are going to need to find a way to fight into this team at some point. Now just half a level away from 15, where it's going to become very, very easy for OG to go high ground. But now they'll just tickle, they'll poke, they'll prod, they'll try to invite Blacklist to come back home. If they're not willing to do that, then, well, Tomato's going to start to take your towers. Seb, Tomato, Whisper, all on the high ground, threatening Blacklist. Gabby looking for a target. Did blink into the wave to just try and grab BZM, but it's kind of tricky. Oh, he does have the follow-up if he goes here, but now the rest of OG's come back together. Gabby, he's moving himself into a very awkward spot, trying to get knocked down onto the low ground. Okay, I mean, it's
back
cute,
up
but
to the high ground.
he gets knocked back up. Oh, that is not something I've seen before. I've seen people deliberately get knocked down to the low ground, but then to be knocked back up is that's quite comical.
He took the line of like when you get knocked down, you get back up again, way too literally.
That's what they need to be doing this game, but yeah, not quite as literally as that. Beautiful from BZM. Oh yeah, they'll have to be continue waiting for Blacklist to find that entry into the game. We do now have a Yules on puck going for the Blink Dagger. Ursa, he's got the Blink Dagger, he's got the Battle Fury, moving in for a BKB. There's a chance Natsumi gets BKB before. I don't know. Barrack's starting to fall now. Whisper just going to pop the ultimate, protect his team, and look at these buildings just absolutely drop. Seb takes them all with the Unleash. Tomato doing the real damage, though. And all of a sudden, there's no Barracks remaining for Blacklist in the middle lane.
You have to be ready. You have to respect the damage OG brings. And Blacklist, they did it for like 10 or so minutes playing the map, but when they got to defending their base, they did not respect Shadowfiend in any way, shape, or form. Beastmaster, of course, dead. Maybe they just didn't want to try and create a fight whilst Beast wasn't in play. And now he respawns, they smoke up as 2. Yeah, if Blacklist play like this, then sure, OG are there on... They're already destined for a game 1 win. They need to make sure that they are ready as a team the next time OG step up. You cannot give free racks to this lineup at all.
Nope.
And it's uncomfortable for them. Like, they've got to their blinks,
Okay,
but they didn't
Seb
find a
should
pick.
be
And
dead here.
Okay. And pretty much everyone has a streak now. That's like a +5, 470 gold. You take that. I was about to say that they are close to BKBs, but uncomfortably too far away where OG could just walk to another barracks again, right? Like they could just set up for another siege. But a kill like that, it accelerates. That will get themselves slightly closer. Ooh. Ahmed nearly found. I feel like I've spent nearly maybe 8 minutes going Blacklist to farming, waiting for the fight, and then the fight never comes, you know?
Yeah.
But at some point, guys,
They killed him,
Blacklist will
RC.
have- they will have farmed themselves into a confident position to take a fight, and it has to be soon. Like, they're a recipe away from a BKB on Ursa. You got Blink on the puck. You got BKB Blink on both Beast and Ursa in the next couple minutes. Like, if there ever was a time, as we look at all the items from Blacklist, like, they are moments away from showing us what they've been farming for. And if they lose this fight, sure. All right, GG, well played. OG, incredible game 1, awesome strategy. It was kind of like a... You don't see it too often in Dota, but like it's one of those... You've prepped a strategy, and it just perfectly works the entire time, right? Like, you don't really see those 30-minute type strategies win out as much. Teams are very good at kind of navigating them. But OG, they're stepping up to the high ground once again. Tier 3 is already pretty low.
BKB on Tomato with the Sanjin Yasha. Very, very hard to bring down, and look at that tower just absolutely melt. Sims and Januel are in the neighborhood. OG will be happy with this for now.
Roshan's
Sort
going
of
to be
like
spawning
a-
soon, yeah.
Yeah, it's apply as much pressure as possible without risking your lives to give up a Roche. If they give up this next Roche, then we start talking about, you know, Blacklist really in earnest making a comeback. But BKB's up for Natsumi, so damage is really, really possible now.
And another smoke as well. They want to catch OG, who might be a little bit comfortable right now. Like, you've just forced them back to their base. Oh, Yule's up.
Okay, on the high ground. Oh, uh-oh. That's not a place you want to be. Just trapped on the cliff of death. They're going to throw everything here onto the Shadow Fiend. The Ursa, the Roar. It's not going to be enough, though. Tomato, he's allowed to get back and reset and just take chunks out of Natsumi. He is gone. Down goes the Enchantress as well. And that might actually just be it. There's 4 heroes dead on the side of Blacklist. Tim's running away as well. Not going to make it out. Full 5-man team wipe. They try to all in onto Tomato there. It doesn't work. Tomato gets away. And now your barracks are looking very tempting indeed. And Gabby pings in the ult chat. Marcy did 2,000 damage to me. This Marcy with no net worth with a Vlads.
But I look at the replay. I have no idea what Abed was doing. His team's smoking behind him. They're not smoked up together. He jumps onto a high ground where OG have just been positioned. He then dies, and then beautiful spell usage from the Brewmaster, the Marcy, dragging the Shadow Fiend further away to prevent the Ursa lock-on during the Roar. So a little bit of clutch repositioning, preventing the Ursa from actually utilize. Again, it's just like, I just have no idea. For Blacklist to farm for that long, to set up for like the fight, the comeback moment, and they throw it all away because Abed's checking a high ground where OG are situated with 5 heroes of a gem. It's like,
yeah,
huh?
It's a really, really weird fight. I mean, I can see where you're getting echoes to the last engagement where the Beastmaster died on map and then they just couldn't fight as 4. And they just lost barracks because of that. So I felt like Blacklist realized they were heading for the same situation. They don't want to play this game with 2 barracks down, so you just all in on the fight with 4 heroes, even though Abed's basically already dead. See what you can do. They're going to try and interrupt this Roche. This should be the last hurrah from Blacklist, unless they can make something magical happen here. BZM from the high ground goes for the roll-up, goes for the Rolling Thunder, and they're actually just running out the pit to fight them. Januel just gets run down. Squished by the boulder. BZM looking for the next one. Gabby going to be forced out with the BKB. Goes for the Roar. They're going to try and kill the Rolling Thunder. Pangalia. It's bold, but it might just work. Natsumi trying to finish the job here. Doesn't want to use the BKB early here. He's done a good job on forcing out some spells, but unfortunately now that the ulti's over, he can't stand his ground. There's too much right-click damage coming out from Tomato, as we can see, onto Januel, who just gets shot down. My God. Doing a cosplay of Bambi's mother there. Gabby gets brought down after all. They find him, and there it is. GG comes out. Game number 1. It was not close. OG down Blacklist throats from minute 1.
Oh, from minute 1, and yeah, I'm a little bit shocked by, I think, the general teamwork from Blacklist a bit there. Like OG, of course, we start with them. They had a clear strategy. They've clearly come into this game with some scrimmed strat around Shadow Fiend, going, okay, this is what we want to do. This is how we'll break the map. Like Whisper itemized for the team. You have, Seb on his Marcy also going for the auras rather than going for like a slightly greedier +5 Marcy. But like they all worked as a team to bring this draft into the dominating style that we saw. But then when we look at Blacklist, a team that wants to contend to potentially win, the Esports World Cup, to win the Riyadh Masters, you are under threat. You're under pressure for 15, 20 minutes. You should at least show us one good fight with the farm that you got, and they did not do that. So when the pressure got to them, they crumbled, and it's only game 1 of the group stage. Sure, they played a play-in stage, but I did not expect that from Blacklist. So I'm hoping that they can, pick themselves up after this first game.
I mean, at least it's only the first game. You're saying like, oh, even for the first game, but I'd spin that. to what the players are probably saying to themselves right now, and that, you know, it's just like, okay, we had the play-ins, you know, we're a little bit rusty. We know we can play better than that. They did play better than this for the play-ins. You know, they weren't in those precarious positions of being one of those teams which had to play off against another team to make it through to these group stages. They were one of the top 3. And there was a good reason for that. And it's not games like this anyway. We didn't see that form of Blacklist coming out. We know they can play better than this, though. It is a form of free setting. Part of it for me does come down to the puck pick. I didn't like it. I don't like this hero right now. I feel like he's kind of been power crept out of the meta a bit, where his facets just... an innate is just not strong enough to make him really viable compared to other mid laners. I feel like if they'd gone for Ember or something like that, then maybe the game looks a little different, but that's easy to say in retrospect. And so he's absolutely vibing out right now. That's good to see. Hey, you wanted some reactions? You get some reactions, T.
No, they're good reactions, and I think that's kind of the general thing. I guess when I see OG play, like this game is like the perfect example of what I want to see OG do in most of their games, right? Like they're the team where they take a strategy, they find a timing, and they always play for that timing. So be it 40 minutes, be it 20 minutes, like they will find a way to get to that point in the game to show what their preparation was for, to then break it open, right? It's like why they present incredible comebacks. It was also why they dominate games like this. And I would like to see what else they have available, because like I've seen these heroes before from them, and they are incredibly good on them. So of course teams need to respect that in their future bans. Again, not a lot of bans, but they need to respect it. But I am like, surely there's something that OG has cooked up that they haven't shown us yet. Like surely there's some like insane concept that they just haven't really brought to life. But again, it's early days. That game 1 was so one-sided, it was really hard to comment on Blacklist too much. But good stuff from OG, strong draft, strong play, work together as a team. A lot of improvements needed for Blacklist to, you know, enter the group stage, and we'll see if they can do it.
We'll see if they can do it indeed. OG lead the series 1-0. Of course, we're still in the group stages, so only one more game to come for these two teams. Can Blacklist even things out, or is it going to be OG getting the 2-0? We're going to find out after a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm here with the coach of Blacklist Rivalry, Dubu, one of my fellow NA originators. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Yeah, so I took a look at your guys' qualifier run to get here in the first place, and you guys dropped down in the first round and had to win 4 straight series to get here. What was that like as a coach, the stress levels of the team, cutthroat?
It's important to look at yourself in that position rather than like thinking about what your teammate should have done better. Everyone needs to take 20% and then think about what I can do better for the next game. So you actually know what was the real problem. Is it like on the draft or it's just a play? And then we kind of figure out that it was just play, so it was easy to move on.
Okay, so you mentioned everybody taking their 20%, but that's each player. We're talking about you as a coach now. What is your role in that? Are you more of like the strategist here? Are you more like, hey guys, like let's rally the troops? Are you more giving an inspirational speech? What is your role in a series like that?
I think what I remember was I specifically said what matters for the next game. I didn't really talk about the game 1. I just told them what we need to focus on the game 2, and then what's gonna happen in the draft. Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about the huge qualifier run. It's pretty sick, but now you guys are here. What are you thinking as a coach, as a team? What's the vibes like coming into the tournament?
I think we are pretty confident to compete in this Riyadh qualifier. It's just because we are all same page on what we want to do. And then I think their skills are high enough to beat this tournament. Yeah.
Nice, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here. Thanks for joining me for the interview, and we'll send it back to you guys.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. so you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters as we are here in the middle of the first game of this day. And we've got OG versus Blacklist International. And even though we had hoped that it might be a close series with two evenly matched sort of dark horse teams here, OG came out with game number one with a solid game plan to just destroy the lanes and then destroy the game. And they did it all on the backs of a Tomato Shadow Fiend. And honestly, it looked brutal. Blacklist, they got to come up with something better for game number two.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, during the break, we did hear the interview with Dubu saying about how again, very like coachy interview, you know, like, oh, I know what to improve for game two, tell them what they need to do in draft. So no real spice or any kind of like crazy insights in that regard. But at least I hope for Dubu's sake that he is able to kind of see through a little bit of the aggression that OG brings, and that you need to match it either with some heroes or laning phase. The fact that when you look at their draft and they had no real fight back until 35 plus minutes, like that is not an answer to beating OG. Like outscaling OG is rarely an option because they will just break you down so many times that by the time that you're even close to online, there's nothing to fight anymore. And that's exactly what happened in game one. So I really hope that either Blacklist match the energy and bring the fight to OG as well, or just like tone down the greediness on some heroes so that they can kind of be a little bit more, you know free flowing in how they make moves.
Yeah, I like those suggestions a lot. I feel like a lot of this game kind of came down to those that support you on the side of Blacklist. You know, you look at OG and they've got fighters. They've got Hoodwink, who, whilst she is a ranged kind of backlines hero, AoE disable, loads of damage coming out from Acorn shot, you know, Sharpshooter, one of the highest damage spells in the game, so much to offer. Marcy jumping in, also doing a ton of damage in the fights, like, you know, dropping down a Beastmaster 100-0 in a late game fight, despite having no items. You know, absolutely ridiculous hero. And they just made their supports look super broken on the other side. You know, we saw some Kisses kind of almost secure a kill or forcing out a couple of Brewmaster ultis, and that was about it, honestly, from the Snapfire. The Enchantress was kind of just running around with wisps on pretty much the entire game. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, I don't really know what this plan was, but it didn't really look very good. It didn't look convincing. And then combo that up with 3 cores, which just needed to hit their timings without having anybody to really get them there. The whole game plan really fell apart quickly. Against a worse team, Blacklist, you know, they hit that Ags, they'll get it much faster because they'll get those stacks of Ancients, and then all of a sudden, you know, you got Witchblade Puck and Beastmaster with the Aghanims running around doing work. And everything makes sense, but OG, you know, they just completely outpaced them in game number one. And yeah, kind of really, really rough start for Blacklist. I don't want to use the word embarrassing, but certainly like a really, really tough start for Blacklist, and something which, you know, they do need to prove to us why they made it through this group stage. You know, that these play-in teams are here for a reason. So I'm hoping we get to see that here, because we know they have that talent.
Draft-wise, we've got the Beastmaster pushed into first phase bans by OG in this game. We've got the Pangolier from Blacklist, which will mean heroes like Enigma will get through the pool, Nyx Assassin will get through the pool. I mean, Spirit, again, some of these bans from first phase were... Actually, Nyx Assassin, sorry, that was a second phase ban. But still, it's like, some of these bans are a little bit... Maybe different than other teams, but okay. What was it? It was ET, Spiritbreaker, Storm, Weaver, TA, Monkey, Enigma. I just said that so quickly that no one would have been able to gain any information from that, but it helped me, so thank you guys.
Yeah, TA's kind of been answered, weirdly. She went from being the hero of TI qualifiers, 100% pick ban rate, one of the only heroes to actually have that record, to all of a sudden being 75% contested. People just aren't really interested. The times we have seen it, at least in the play-ins, it's been answered really, really well. We've had Phoenixes, we've had Shadow Demons, we've had Mars as well, been especially good against it. So people have really figured out what works against this hero and how to kind of control it, it seems.
Yeah, Blacklist, they've entered game 2, and this is kind of where some teams, after losing a game, they try and not become the enemy, but they oversubscribe a little bit, right? And this is a game 2 where you've obviously banned out a lot of OG heroes, you're picking up the Hoodwink, and OG of course now go for a Tiny. It's I'm intrigued to know how far down the line of will Blacklist go to prevent OG getting their heroes. Is it just a casual Hoodwink where we shouldn't read into it too much? Of course they played it a lot. It's not as if they're really changing up the script or not, but we'll see what they do in the next phase. So of course, Tiny, with the crash landing facet from mid or 4, very, very strong. From mid lane, you can eventually get Kanda as well, just amplifying all the damage that you do. That burst potential is incredibly good. And I think against Hoodwink, having Tiny sounds really good on paper, because as soon as you scurry out of the trees at one time, avalanche toss, boom, you're dead, you're gone, you're not playing the game. Even though you do eventually get a little bit tankier, your early portion of the game will be susceptible to having to respect where Tiny is. So if this is kind of 2 position forwards, it will just be a constant battle between the two of them. Who shows first in the fight, who helps each other. Will Hoodwink bushwhack the Tiny to prevent the combos, or will Tiny then jump the Hoodwink to prevent the sharpshooters in the further team fight? I'm kind of hoping these are the 2 forwards. It'll create a nice little battle within the game.
Damn, they banned the Brewmaster. I was really thinking they could go for some sort of Hoodwink, Brew, SF, Pangolier, and Marcy draft. I reckon that would do really well.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Especially because he's the best of 2, that'd be a good way to draw out the series.
You ever seen a team do that? Just steal someone's draft after the first game? I don't think it's possible because stuff gets banned, but
I think I've easily seen 3 or 4 heroes. I don't know if I've seen the full 5, but I've seen a majority of concept. But also that was probably a time where metas were dictated more around, let's say 10 really good heroes. So it was a little bit easier, because I think nowadays we have a lot more heroes that are contenders for being good. And Seb here helping BZM learn how to put his mic correctly in front of his face. You don't want it too close to the face, but you don't want it too far from the face. Obviously, you don't want it to be annoying, but you want it to be useful. So Seb using his multiple TI wins and experience to help the young gun BZM.
very important. Spreading the wisdom. Proper mic etiquette. Ooh, Warlock. This isn't a hero we've seen a whole lot from, but I'm interested to see it. Blacklist, they'll pull it out. Interesting.
When you go against Enigma, right? Like, this is the counter of all time. Right? This goes back years. Enigma wants the black hole. You hold Golem. Use Golem on the black hole. That is now your entire game plan. Like, the issue with Warlock was always your ultimate. If you don't use it correctly, you feel like a lost hero. Of course, that has been changed over time with the introduction of like imps on dead units and stuff. But in this game, as long as Blacklist draft 4 other heroes that can bring the fight and can utilize fatal bonds and upheaval, then the Golem can always be held for the black hole. So I like the idea of it, but you have to draft for the fact that you will basically be losing an entire ultimate as a response ultimate now, rather than an initiating ultimate.
And then Centaur going to be the follow-up from that as well, so kind of balancing out the kind of back lines which the Warlock has with a bit of front lines, with a bit of pressure come down. And yeah, as you see here, both the Tiny and the Enigma banned out last game. One by OG and one by Blacklist. They didn't want to give away the OG Enigma, but this game they opted to ban out the Pangolier instead. Wow.
Again,
An OG
aggression.
Yeah.
Sure, you've got this Enigma to slow things down a bit, but yeah, these two heroes are very, very scary to play against.
I don't even think Enigma slows things down. I think it's the opposite. It speeds things up, right? If you're an off-lane Enigma, you go for Drum, maybe Boots of Bearing. You could also go for Greaves or whatever. Like, you just push your team forward with your item build. You go for Vlad's as well. You pair that with an Armlet Orchid CK. ET looking for heroes in the backline with the Spirit. Again, Tiny is being flexed right now between the 4 position and the offlane. OG, they do have ultimate last pick in the draft, so they will be able to decide where the Tiny's going. But when you look at these heroes, sure, there isn't as much of a... Like, Enigma does all the tower damage, but I can see these heroes overlapping quite early. You know, the stun from a CK going through Twin Gate, Enigma taking towers of Eidolons, Tiny naturally hunting. Like, Blacklist, they have 2 picks here, but some type of anti-aggressive or, you know, pace-setting hero would be good. You wanted the Ember in the previous game, we're going to get it in this game. This is the type of hero that can do that. From a good laning phase, if you get like an early Mage Slayer, or you just play with confidence, go into the enemy jungle, keep poking them. You keep enemies at half HP, they aren't going to want to sync up and make moves. So I'm really hoping that this Ember Spirit is able to get through laning phase and play really high up on the map. Because if he doesn't, then yeah, another death ball from OG could be coming into the play here.
This is better than the Puck, though, in my opinion. I much prefer this. I feel like, yeah, you have a bit more defensive capabilities. You're not as likely to just kind of get 100 to 0'd. And more importantly than that, you have that poke potential to be annoying, to get around the map, to be a bit more of a threat. So, yeah, good against CK as well. I like this Blacklist international draft so far. You know, I didn't hate their last one, but there were obvious problems when we got into the game. It's a little bit scary with a Warlock, but they've answered it really nicely with the Centaur and Ember Spirit. Like, the one trap you can fall into with like a Warlock Hoodwink support duo is then going for like some ranged calls on like mid or something, and all of a sudden things get really awkward. But Ember, he plays forward these days pretty well, so making sense to me. That said, will it survive the aggression of OG? And yeah, the Naga ban just to stop them controlling out the map.
I was like, you know, look at some heroes. Before I saw the bans, like, okay, out looks real good for Black. I look across, damn it, OG's just banned it. But like, that was, yeah. I think for Blacklist, their carry, if it can create some moment of like a statement, like Naga plays the entire map whilst OG wants to find kills. Alchemist gets the Radiance for the mischance to prevent the CK from always blowing up a hero. Sure, he still will, but it just delays it just a little bit. And of course, Blacklist will have to pick up their carry now. So they need a carry that can either lane really well against Enigma Tiny, or utilize the laning advantages of Warlock to get through the game to kind of accelerate maybe a greedier carry. But do they want to fight? Do they want map play? Okay, they do go for the troll. So the anti-CK hero, if you don't die in the burst, of course you have a mischance of your axes, and you can get the ultimate to not die to turn it around. But
again, I'm pretty happy with this pick from Blacklist International. As you mentioned, the AoE axes against the CK is a very, very nice tool, one which not many other carries can really offer. And you're not super likely to die in that initial burst from the CK. But we are looking at CK Elder Titan Tiny. Like, you can still die before you get off that ultimate. That will always be a threat. I'm expecting like a Sanjin Yasha, BKB coming up him for sure. Just to help him survive and get off that ulti.
Actually, maybe Kotter wasn't too good, but I just want like a BZM hero that is just, you know, set some tempo. Is I'm gonna play my game and I'm gonna follow myself. Like, you get behind me, we go get more kills, right? And
yeah, we've had 7 Coddle games and he's won 6 of them in the play-ins, so successful so far.
Oh, you mean it mid? Teams. I see.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Mouse played it twice, LGD played it twice, and IG played it once.
Like, when I see Ember, it's like, if you push your wave into Ember a lot, he'll farm up, but it just keeps him like underneath his tower, not making as many moves. And then you play behind CK Tiny really nicely. There's also a lot of spirit heroes they could go for, something crazy. Ooh, Snapfire support, tiny mid. I don't know if they're going to be cooking the snap mid. The tiny mid snap support sounds perfectly fine.
Yes, yeah, it's going to be Ari on the Snapfire. I mean, not one of the Ari specials, but something, you know, he plays it.
It's like, if his specials were his top 3, this is like 4th or 5th.
Mm-hmm.
It's
up there.
Okay, so it's up there. And the change up here is OG respect the strengths of Troll and laning phase. So they wanted to bring more magic damage to the lane, push the Tiny to mid lane, so then you have a Tiny versus Ember. You know, trade farm quite nicely. You can potentially toss the Ember back on the tower, annoy him a little bit. So like mid lane is now kind of like a skill lane, and then you bring the scatter blast, the magic damage into that Troll. So if he ever steps up, 1 stun plus the damage, he's half HP, can't really play the lane too well. So yeah, I like the idea that OG make this pivot. I think Blacklist draft this time around is a lot more stable, a lot more reliable to play out this game. You should, in theory, have earlier points of pressure into the inevitable OG aggression. So I'm looking to see if Blacklist can execute the draft that they have. They did struggle, I think, in the last game, and can OG replicate the speed in which they played? They have the Enigma for the early game pacing. They got a Tiny with an early Blink Dagger. Like, they got a lot of the same concepts from the previous game, but toned down just a little bit. Like, it's not as, oh my god, Death Ball, go end the game in 20 minutes, woo! You know, it's a bit more, there's a little bit more kind of, I don't want to say skill, because there was a lot of skill in the previous game, but a lot more things have to go right.
There's a bit more execution required, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we'll see how this game 2 ends up going down. Is it going to be another beatdown for OG, or a Blacklist going to pull it together? We both said that we think that this draft does make a lot more sense. Sure, absolutely, OG can just run over the laning phase and run over Blacklist again, but that can happen in any game. But when it comes down to it, the picks, they're able to get stuff done. I look at these Blacklist heroes, and you're seeing pairs which can go and get kills, or go and put pressure, or go and threaten. Not just like an entire team which kind of needs to be as 5 with some decent item timings to get anything done. So purely from that respect, things looking a bit better. I'm wondering if Seb saw that ward there at mid. Yes, he did. The ping is out. And of course, a quick cosmetic check, which was that BZM's rocking the new Tiny set as well. I'm a big fan of this one. Looks... it's just the right balance of like silly and also kind of cool.
Yeah, the clash, very, very good.
Tota's Tiny.
We have very talented artists in Dota.
We do. We're blessed. Lots of pings taking place here. OG will likely want to fight over this top rune, because if they can force back Blacklist, then they can maybe get the D ward as well.
The battle begins.
Oh yeah, there we go. The side cam with the Tiny. That's what we want to see. They tried to go for the snipe there with the sleight of fist, but didn't quite work out. As whoa, we might actually have Tomato. No, actually gets away. Pretty close to going down there. One more click or one more hero in the neighborhood, and maybe you get yourself a first blood. But Tomato at the very least going to have to go back to base. Maybe miss out a couple of creeps. We shall see.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on what he does miss out. They put him so low that he didn't die, but also he doesn't want to walk to lane and accept that he's low HP. So they also pushed the wave under tower, so he's going to miss 1 melee. Okay, misses pretty much an entire wave.
Yikes.
Yeah,
that's not
rough.
ideal.
No. Alright, you got 1 melee creep of XP. And gold.
Love gold. So we'll see how these lanes break down, but again, Blacklist have done their best to give themselves a successful laning phase. You've got Warlock Troll on the top lane. I don't see them ever being bullied out of this top lane. Winning it, I'm not sure, but at the very least, they'll be doing all right up here. This Troll's going to be constantly healed up and have the axes to work with as well. Maybe use it to try and kill off some Eidolons. We'll see.
I think it depends on who steps up first, right? Like, both teams in this matchup have the potential of maybe trying to go for that, hey, you're out of position type kill, right? Like the Troll can slow you down, get on top of you. Fatal Bonds as well. With the AoE damage of Troll, there's ways in which you can do a lot of damage, but yeah, I think it looks quite quite stable, but at any minute it could just swing either way.
EZM is taking a decent amount of damage here. Came under tower and ends up taking a hit as Abed does pop the Flame Guard and the Sleight of Fist to just try and bully him out. He's being very obnoxious though, like following Abed under the tower to try and get some denies. Now with Bottle delivered, heals himself up, gets a bunch of mana as well. Mid laners will just continue trading farm by the looks of it. No real advantage being gained here by either one of them.
Again,
Tomato continuing to struggle a little bit down here at bottom, just being zoned out by Tims as Gabby takes a wave all to himself.
It's a really hard lane to play bottom. Like, if you're CK or ET trying to step up into the fight, right, you're going to be going into a stomp
going
or a
on to
push.
Januel here with the blood grenade coming down. That'll be a solo first blood for Ari. Is going to pay the price as Natsumi runs him down and will get the kill, but Ari plenty happy with that one to get first blood for himself.
Not too ideal for Blacklist. You have to respect Lil Shredder. It does so much. The armor loss plus the scatter blast slow to further amplify everything. It is such a strong combination for laning phase, and yeah, Januel did not respect it. But yeah, going back to bot lane, Centaur Hoodwink is across multiple patches has been one of the strongest laning combos. With the damage from the double edge plus the damage from the all of Hoodwink's toolkit, it's near impossible for a hero to step up.
Potential as well as Natsumi bullied pretty heavily up on the top side. The damage just from Ari with those lesser Eidolons really bullying back on the troll, but thankfully level 1 Shadow Words here just to give him a little bit of extra healing, being fed tangos as well. Timmy will be alright for the time being. Ooh, bottom side, very low on Seb, able to step himself away from this one as Tomato gets a decent amount of damage coming back towards Gabi. Trading and trading and trading in these lanes at the moment. Only 2 heroes dropping so far, but it feels like we're on the cusp of these lanes sort of breaking down into blood sport.
Yeah, you can already see from... Oh, hold on, bot lane again.
Yeah, they're not stopping, are they? Constant. Centaur does live through it though, and also has the healing Lotus as well, so Gabby not any real trouble here, to be sure. Natsumi running away on low health again. Januel doing his best to heal him up. Wishes he had about 4 or 5 more points in Shadow Word if possible. Unfortunately it's not, as Natsumi continuing to be jumped here. Whisper comes in, drops him in my pulse, and Natsumi's gonna die. Whisper grabs that kill, and that is a pretty surprising kill for me, to be honest. Like, Troll Warlock doesn't feel like a lane which should ever die, but here we are. Down at bottom, beautiful combo out from Tims and Gabby, just stunning up Tomato and Seb.
The damage from Snapfire really brings this lane to life. Like, if the snap wasn't there, then sure, maybe Troll Warlock would survive well, but yeah, this last pick of the Snapfire they're going to close out the laning phase, and this Troll is not having any fun at all. If he even tries to step up to Whirling Axes, he's just going to be bullied down. And
General, oh my god, Ari in the top lane. Holy crap. What the hell was that? It just goes up behind. Natsumi and Warlock approach the lane. Ari just runs out the trees, just lets loose onto the Warlock and basically does it all. 600 damage dealt by Ari in that time. Level 2 Lil Shredder doesn't mess around.
You have to play on the port at this point. You cannot go close to them. Even Natsumi, yeah.
Dead. Down the bottom side on Tomato. Nice trade, but Seb hitting hard and gets a kill onto Gabby. Chasing back Tims as well. Tims will be okay and actually offering a little bit of threat onto Seb himself, but with no combo available from Tims, it's very difficult for the Squirrel to actually fight back. And Seb, with the speed, does he have enough? One more right click will be required. He gets off the bushwhack, turns it around, and Seb will be the one to go down instead. Oh, that was close. Luckily just got the mana in for the bushwhack at the end there. Thanks to that wand.
Incredibly even. Slight level 6 advantage for Abed, but yeah, in regards to CS, everyone going toe for toe. And I think this is now for both teams. They would love a little bit of active mid lane action, right? Like, I think top lane would really, call for an Ember rotation. Maybe Whisper needs to be careful here as he steps up underneath the tower. Goes a bit too deep, then there should be a TP from Arbed, who does have the bottle DD and a wand, but no TP actually, so this is why they're diving. There is no TP on Ember.
Yeah, they see it. They see it. Black Hole even coming down here. Cancelled out by the Bushwhack, though. It's Whisper's in some trouble. Shadow Word and damage comes through, but Seb does get the kill. Ari desperately trying to finish off Natsumi here. Blood Grenade comes out, does catch him. Right click comes through, glances, but they've got the damage regardless. Natsumi will fall. Arbed looking for a bit of revenge. He's run all the way over here to try and help his team fight up, and he has got the double damage rune, but is it going to matter? The damage coming out from Seb and Ari is absolutely no joke. And they will send the Ember back to where he came from. Back to the middle lane he goes for the bottle refill from Januel, a little heal as well. But Tim's going to be the next target here. OG, they are just not chilling on the top lane. These supports, game 1 and game 2, just completely bloodthirsty. Ouch. Okay. That's toss. That's crash landing. That's stomp. Not even required. Ari gets him down with a little shredder. They need to respect Ari. They need to understand this Snapfire is just so far ahead. First blood gained and now just kind of walking over the game with it.
And a relative repeat of the last game. Like this 6 to 8 minute mark, OG, they don't really care about the lanes. They just want to get the kills. Arbed does get the regen runes, so both active runes go the way of Arbed, but we're yet to see it enter the game. Nice toss back to kill off his Snapfire.
May have just sealed Ari's face. Yeah,
that's a BZM tip if you have one.
My goodness. Well, Ari was having a really good game until BZM decided. You're not the star of this show.
He should have +1 on the assist though.
Yeah, he should. Tiny Airlines offering 2-for-1 discounts at this point. And this tower's getting very low here as well. Blacklist, they recognize the strengths of their draft, and taking towers and poking and prodding, certainly it. Sustain coming out from Januel as well, being absolutely critical here. And BZM starting to get pretty low. TP's coming across, Bushwhack comes down, but the Tiny will be okay for the time being. Arbed going to get himself back. Whisper chasing.
CK's coming as well.
Though, and no black hole available. If Tomato gets caught out here, it could be a little bit awkward. The team's close, but are they close enough? Gets pinged out. Sleight of Fist bouncing around. Looks like the double impact came off onto the illusion instead of the heroes, so didn't get the extra damage on that.
Not an ideal. I can't remember. So OG left the 14-minute wisdom to go to 21. I didn't catch if they left the 7 for the 14, but this could be a way in which OG, they play so aggressive that you kind of just hope that they always can double stack wisdom runes. I'll need to pay attention if they did it. I'll go back and check if they did it in game 1 for 7 to 14, but they really just, they go so far in that they just don't care. Interesting.
They're just not willing to take their feet off the gas long enough to be able to go and, you know, shift into neutral and grab a wisdom like that. Tomato being chased right now by 4 heroes. There's no one, well, there's one hero coming to help him. That's BZM. Stun is out onto Tim's, but BZM's got to be a little bit careful. Crash landing available. He's going to use it here to try and deal a decent amount of damage to the Hoodwink, but with the sharpshooter coming through, there is Whisper nearby with a black hole, but it's pretty awkward for him to actually get into the fight. Stampede being used, allowing them to reposition. Tim's going to be the target. They do finish him off, but BZM's dead in the meantime. Blacklist, what is the play here? Ari jumping in, stun out, Stomp coming down as well. Januel is dead, and Arbed is sleeping. Jumps across over towards Seb here, but Seb's got so much damage to offer. Arbed, you gotta respect the supports. When will you learn? Jumps back into the black hole from Whisper, but he's so low he is gonna die immediately to Natsumi's axes. Natsumi just keeping his distance from this fight, just looking to snipe a kill and back himself away by the looks of it. Gabi trying to play up with the Golem, with the Golem's life being taken. Might see his opportunity to get himself up, but Ari, he's looking and he finds him. Guesses correctly with the cookie, cancels the TP of Gabi, and now BZM comes across as well. Gabi's time is limited. Crash landing damage, huge. Kisses coming through as well with the avalanche. They'll need a little bit more to cook up the Centaur, but he's got no way out of this. It's going to be a slow death, although Arbed coming across. Tim's is back from the dead as well. Oh, it's not quite enough from the toss back. Gabi lives for the time being, and now they'll turn their attention to BZM once again. He just died before, and he's going to die again. Arbed, Natsumi, Tim's all on top of them, and they'll take down the Tiny. Okay, Blacklist they stay alive. Well, more importantly, Gabi stays alive for his teammates to respawn, and they make the fight happen.
And Gabi could have died, but Ari, he didn't use a scatter blast. He wasn't ready for BZM to do the toss tree throw. Maybe he didn't expect the damage to be that much, and because he didn't use scatter blast, then the Centaur lived. And I think, yeah, great stuff though from Blacklist to try and set a bit of pace in the game, right? We are going to see the replay here. A bit of a slow start. They're chasing Tomato, then they go for BZM. Whisper spent a long time trying to reposition, and of course, I think the Golem from Warlock did a really good job just pushing OG back momentarily to just give a little bit more time for the fight to open up, to really understand what's happening. And yeah, Blacklist though, that is the type of fight they need to. I think we didn't see it so far, right, in this series. OG losing an early game fight to stall out the script in which they follow, right? Like they have just played, you know, perfect script Dota of 5 minutes do this, 10 minutes do that, 50 minutes do this, go win the game, you know? So that is the type of slip up that is required to give Blacklist some better understanding of what they need to be doing here.
Yeah, mostly importantly, the double death onto BZM delayed the blink dagger, and yeah, gives a lot more space to Blacklist to hit these timings. I'm interested to see the build from Ari this game. Does look like she's going to go for the Greaves for now, but will you move into some sort of Gleipnir or more aggressive items after that, or continue being a true support? Of course, it will be a while until these Guardian Greaves are finished up. A very expensive item.
With the change to Snapfire, all these talents moving around, it did prevent support players kind of becoming cores, right? Like your little shot attack damage is 25, the multi-shots are 20, a lot of scaling required. And that's why probably I would expect
the
him
fight.
Greaves, yeah.
And this is 2 Wisdom Runes here as well. OG can't afford to let this go. Whisper, though, he's lost his life already. And hello,
Get him both.
singular Wisdom Rune. Tomatoes coming in. They're going to grab the one. Number 2's coming up in a minute, but they can't stay for this one. The kisses are coming on over. Tomato scoops up the Wisdom Rune as Tims moves to the side, trying to survive. Throws down the Observer, throws down the Bushwhack. Not enough to help him live. But Seb did come in an interesting direction and found himself caught by Blacklist heroes. Now it's 2 dead on the side of OG. I mean, not what they were expecting to find the 7-minute Wisdom Rune there. They were going for the 14, but instead they give up the 14 and get the 7, so...
That is the issue with this strategy. When teams want to invade on the rune, they're no Black Hole.
Oh, Black Hole! Cancelled by the Golem. That's why they picked the Warlock. That's why they've got the damage. And now, they've got themselves the Remnants out, but he's actually gone all the way back over towards their Wisdom Rune area as Whisper's already lost his life. Gabi, happy to just keep on fighting here. Tomato getting run down. He's going to have to pull off some toggles here if he wants to be able to survive through this. Phantasm's out. One toggle there, but it won't be enough to save his life. Not with that Flame Guard from Abed, so they will take him down. And now a Bushwhack comes in. Another death for Ari here. It's a Blacklist show all of a sudden. BZM in some trouble. Oh, Seb coming across. He's got the damage. He brings down Abed. And now he's looking for more. The raid boss has arrived, and it is not your core. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Gabi, he's got to be careful here. If he takes a hit, he will die. Tim's also threatening quite a lot. Stomp comes down. BZM comes across. The damage, will it be enough with the right clicks? Yes, it will. And Seb getting very, very low to the imps, to the fatal bonds, but will survive through it all and even throws out a tip on the runaway as well.
He nearly died to
mess.
the camp fatal bonds as well. That was very smooth at the start of the fight. You know, we got 4 heroes clumped up, beautiful, got him to disengage out, but then able to, you know, also jump out with the remnant. It looked like that should have been the fight there, but of course took a little bit of time to follow up, and you gotta go for, you know, props to OG at least returning to the fight to get some cleanup kills, because this should have been, you know, if a team just backs out in the fight after losing, you know, that's just Blacklist. Congratulations, you got a good skirmish, but yeah, not able to cleanly get that kill. But still, 3,000 lead now for Blacklist. Troll Warlord after a really, really tough laning phase. Top net worth, 8k. Centaur as well. Gabi, he scaled beautifully in the last game. Should he probably dying here? Hold.
I would imagine so.
Yeah. Oh, hold. Hold.
Yeah. Hold.
Yeah, he's dying here. There we go. But still, even though he just died, like being up there in the top 2-3 net worth for Centaur players. A hero that you very easily can fall behind on if you you go blink too quick and you try and help your team out too much. But again, very happy to see that Blacklist have kind of stepped up to the occasion, and this game 2 is a completely different shape compared to the first one.
And what a difference from game 1 for Gabby especially. He loves playing these obnoxious heroes which just sits in their faces, and that's what he can do. He doesn't need to wait for no Aghanim Scepter, doesn't need to go farm some Ancients, just constantly playing up, getting into their faces, creating opportunities, and allowing the supports and the mid to get in, find the ideal entry to the fights, and even sometimes a troll to come across. And it just makes their game so much easier to play with this active, tanky, and yeah, great performance from Gabi so far, really enabling his team.
They're smoked up, they see the troll.
Oh, he does get off the ulti, but is it going to make a difference? He's not really going to be able to heal up a whole lot, especially with those kisses raining down upon him. BZM has spells available. Ari will snipe him with the Scatter Blast. And that's just going to be a sad death for Natsumi. Nice hunt from OG.
He's so close to BKB, that's a recipe away. Don't forget, we were entertaining recipe. Oh, Tomato though, top lane.
Uh-oh, the return kill. Yeah, you kill our carry, we'll kill yours.
Just look at the difference in net worth this game right now. Natsumi, he's the one about to get a BKB right 20 minutes. And look at Tomato's net worth, 7,000 gold. Like CK, he really breaks open the game once he gets to his Orchid timing. Like when you have Armlet Orchid, you utilize your Phantasm, you run around the map, you get kills. But that's not been the case. He's dragged himself into so many early fights. And like, he got chased at bot lane, he's been chased at top lane. Like there's been so many times in which he can't just hit creeps that, yeah, I think Blacklist, they are going to be the stronger team as we enter the mid game. And it's going to be OG who are going to have to try and recover in some capacity.
Well, they have a few ways of doing so. Black Hole always going to be a big threat. Tossbacks, also a big problem if you go for a risky push, but it looks like Whisper might be in some trouble. Nice blink away. But how far did he really get? The Ember is chasing. Abed wants to go again. Chains available. Will hold still on Whisper, but in comes the Earth Splitter. Is it going to make a difference? No, it is not. They've got more than enough damage to take him down. BZM trying to help out here with the crash landing. Sharpshooter goes wild, doesn't connect, but in comes a Golem down onto BZM, allowing them to close the gap onto this Tiny. Tiny going for the toss back, TP away, and nothing's going to be there to save the day. Nice play there from BZM to get himself out of danger. Lovely stuff.
That's always rough. When you play the Warlock, it's like, Enigma's dead. Okay, I can Golem for this fight, it's fine. Guys, any other stuns? Anyone? Help? Help? I've used my big one. And yeah. Great read there from BZM. Timing the roots, timing everything perfectly to understand when he can actually TP. And out he goes. Net worth, though, still slowly builds up for Blacklist.
This is a dodgy position for Gabia, though. Is it? Is it? He's got so much damage coming through onto Ari. Mech saves the day. Whisper, though, he wants to drop a black hole here. He knows the cancel is not available, and in they go onto the Spirit. They'll take him down with ease. Seb chomps through him. Tim's with a nice bushwhack to hold back the Tiny, and with this Fatal Bonds, they might actually think of committing onto this one. BZM's just gone. Seb's still trying to play on the front lines. The kisses are coming down onto Gabby, but Gabby's got so much health to work with. He's not really threatened. Natsumi looking for a target as he approaches the high ground. BKB available, immediate BKB ult onto the CK. CK, where is your Phantasm? Where is your survivability? Nothing there for Tomato. He just gets chopped down, soloed by Natsumi as Gabby finds Ari on the sidelines. And Blacklist International, 3 kills in a row for them. They are putting it together. And now into Roche.
What an uncomfortable fight, though, for OG. Like, Tomato, he just gets the Orchid at the tier 2 bottom. He walks to the fight. He's going, guys, I've got Orchid. Let's do it. Troll steps up. And then you can see for a brief millisecond, Tomato goes, wait a second. My Orchid's not that strong here, boys. But it's too late. And you know, OG, they're chasing. But just look at the minimap, right? Look at the orange icon. That's the CK completing his Orchid. And then he joins the fight at the very end. And at this point, the Mortimer Kisses hasn't really done anything. You, of course, you have Black Hole on cooldown. Tiny, who is a key component of your team fight, is dead instantly. And then, yeah, this is the Orchid versus BKB reveals that we're mentioning. I'd argue that OG should have been aware of the BKB during that fight, but the positioning of Tomato, it led to believe that he wasn't really too aware of it and traded his life for it as a result. But Blacklist, though, getting the Aegis. This is what I want to see them in the group stage. I want to see, like, I don't want to see the clean toys. I want to see back and forth the entire way. I've been checking the results of other series as well, and some of the teams that maybe you would expect to potentially struggle a bit have been taking some wins, so
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
potentially an exciting start to the group stage.
It is indeed. Splitter coming on through. They just want to bring down Januel. I mean, they know that if they get rid of him, then the safety net is off for Whisper, but Whisper's in trouble. Natsumi with the BKB cuts him down. Don't forget, he's got an Aegis as well, but his team are dying. They've found 2 on the backlines, and, well, Gabby and Natsumi will just have to start their very, very long escape from this. I'm not sure that's going to work out for them. No BKB available, don't forget, for Natsumi. Aegis, though, is still there, so it's going to be a while. Ulti comes out. Gabby jumps in. They need to find a way to turn this one around, and look at the CK once again, just getting jumped by the Troll Warlord, but no BKB means he can be put to sleep and put down. But Tomato still very low. He needs to fight his way through this somehow. They'll kill off Arbed, but Natsumi fighting up with Tomato. They kill each other, and now it's Gabby in the middle of 3 heroes trying to go for a very ambitious TP out. Not going to happen, and it will be 3 dead now on the side of Blacklist International. It comes swinging back the other way.
Whew. What a game. And yeah, Blacklist, they didn't really have the numbers. They had the Aegis, but they just weren't really ready for the fight. Very uncomfortable. Of course, we're going to be joining the highlights at the tail end of the fight. Natsumi, of course, Gabby constantly jumping in, setting up these little moments to create turnaround opportunities. But Arbed, he steps up into 4 heroes, instantly gets comboed down. That pre-BKB, you have to respect the stuns. You got Enigma stun, Snapfire stun, Tiny stun, ET's got a sleep. So you get like there's 4 stuns and a sleep, right? Like you have to think about your positioning at any minute of this game. It's why it's so close. 21 kills for both teams, 42 total, 23 minutes in. It's just an absolute brawl that we want to see between these 2 teams. And Aghanims is complete on Seb. That is for position 5.
Excuse me?
He's 8, 2, and 8. He has the most kills on his teams. And that is insanely good. There's 3 melee heroes on the enemy side, so you're always going to get at least, you could argue, minimum 2 heroes from the buff up. Give yourself debuff immunity. Walk into the fight. That is a very, very scary item pickup.
Yeah, Shard already grabbed as well, so the capabilities for Seb to just go in super deep to these fights and just cut off the resource backlines, isolating the Troll. I mean, it's the only way that they can win these fights, Natsumi with the position he's in and how farmed he is. It's the only option they have. They found Arbed, yeah, but Arbed trying to get away, should be able to do so. Whisper jumping in, considering the black hole here, but won't commit it. Januel will just be punched down by Seb instead, and there it is. The businessman goes to work. Interesting they get the Sentry Ward, but they don't get the Observer.
Yeah, the Sentry Vision had faded, so they don't see on the high ground anymore.
Well, a pretty minor kill, all things considered, but still a deep kill. And deep kills always mean more. Shrinking the map of Blacklist, forcing them to play up here, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. BZM's going to be a very tempting target in the middle lane. No BKB available. He does a lot of damage if he finds his target, but if he doesn't, then BZM could be in trouble. Sharpshooter, Boomerang, Tim's just regurgitating spells onto Ari. Ari's just going to peacefully back himself away. If those Greaves not really too threatened by Burst. No drum charges left on Enigma, by the way, but he is looking to just go for the Shard, and Aghanim's not really too committed to the drum life, forcing out the bearing.
You know, it's been an intense 25 minutes, by the way, because you have 2 drums, one on Seb, one on Enigma, and they've used all their charges. So in 25 minutes, of course they haven't started, like, within, let's say, 10 minutes of play, they've used 16 drum charges on OG.
They bang the drum. Playing under an Observer right now. I mean, the wards from Januel have been pretty much unscouted for the most part. And BZM has no idea he's just sat under a ward here. The ping comes out from Seb, and yeah, he's like, guys, I think we may be playing in Vision. Yule's out from the Ember Spirit to hold back Tiny, try and set up onto him. Ari is here with the cookie, with the Greaves, but it probably won't be enough to save the day. That said, beautiful toss back. Does a lot of damage to Natsumi. He's had to pop the BKB just to finish off the kill onto BZM. Is there now follow-up coming from OG? Don't think so. They're a little slow to retaliate to this one. The sentry does come down, the D-ward's successful, but no punishment is to be had. It's just a death for BZM here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get too carried away. This is now the portion of the game where for OG to take a fight, they have to get information. They need to find the Warlock. If you stop the Warlock from playing Dota, then that gives Wisp a purpose. A little bit more information required for OG to engage. Again, they like a little bit of chaos, but this time we do need to kind of just tone that down just a little bit. I think in the future that will get easier, right? We've already mentioned how Seb has the shard to find the backline. You've got maybe like a 4-star on Ari, so he can step up just a little bit more to then get out. And CK likes to buy Blink Dagger. So the future of the game is fine for OG, but the mid game when you don't have those items available, it's kind of on Blacklist to control the fights. Like they have all the cards available to win out the big 5-on-5. Especially with Shiva's now complete on Gabby. The Aurora just hurts any illusion hero, reduces attack speed. If you're about physical damage, then Shiva's is not your friend.
Yeah, CK is going to be pretty miserable in these fights. I mean, Tomato has just had a really miserable game. He's 1-5 on this CK, which kind of shows how he's just kind of struggling to make this Orchid pay off for him. Just constantly jumped by the CK and, sorry, by the Centaur. As they get the kill onto Seb in the middle lane here as well. Quick jump in, quick kill. Not much committed for it either. I'm still impressed at how much farm Tomato has despite having 5 deaths. Like, that's pretty incredible.
Farms pretty well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Manta
so
Phantasm gives you lots of ways.
So yeah, like, sorry, I would say like, Manta Phantasm is super easy. I was just wondering more about the build. Like, he's currently looking at Bloodthorn, but is this a game where he needs that BKB, or he needs that Blink, like he needs that one kind of let me enter the teamfight tool? Or if he goes for Bloodthorn, it's about patience. Allowing your team to start the fight, wait to see your opportunity. We'll see which option he goes for. He does have gold to really kind of pivot, but we are going to see a full-on clash. They are running up into the high ground. Into OG. What a
Gabby,
stomp!
no hesitation there, unleashing through, sniping out Wisp with a sharpshooter as well. Absolutely perfect. And now they move over towards Tomato. Tomato's just dead. Abed, Natsumi, Gabby, they're just immediately onto the front lines and taking them down without hesitation. Wisp even buying back, looking for the black hole opportunity in that fight, but it's not getting there in time. It was over so fast. He didn't get a chance to react.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it, but the Dire Ward in the Radiant jungle above that Radiant tier 2, that was the MVP. That ward gave Centaur the ability to blink with confidence to the high ground. He saw OG's positioning. That wasn't a blind jump. They had the Observer in play. So Blacklist using the vision from Januel to then give Gabby purpose. That was the perfect jump from the perfect 2 heroes, the CK and the Enigma. Yeah, that ward, you can see it on the minimap in the Radiant jungle, was just exceptional usage and utilization from Blacklist. Place the ward, disengage from the area, smoke up as 5, back to the ward, and get the kills. So, yeah, again, 4K lead. Blacklist, they are in such a strong position. Roshan will be respawning in 15 seconds. And they didn't really have to use much to get the kills either.
Gabby, I mean, they need to get
CK
past the
isn't
Centaur.
here.
They need to climb over the wall somehow. Look at him. He's got no hesitation just to blink onto the front lines. There is no threat on board to really take Gabby's life. So he knows it. They know it. And he's just this big awkward horse in the middle of every fight. Did Tomato commit for Bloodthorn, or is he just cleared his quick buy for BKB? Okay.
Yeah. I was very, don't think Bloodthorn was the item. Like, these fights are too explosive with defensive tools in play that Bloodthorn, you kind of like the fight where someone in front of you soaks up 5 seconds of fight, so then it's like, haha, my Bloodthorn's in play, right? But these fights aren't that case. They are too demanding on CK being present, yeah, too intensive.
Agent Tim's in deep.
If only he had a ward. Oh.
Apparently doesn't need one. Just goes in with the root, with the damage through onto BZM, and there goes your Tiny. All of a sudden, Seb looking in some trouble as well. Can't do a thing against Natsumi. every time this troll gets on a target, he's able to just sink him down to 100-0. Exactly what you want to be seeing from your troll warlord. Escape is successful for Whisper, but not for Tomato though. Big target found, big target lockdown, and big kill gain for Blacklist. These fights, man, they are just so one-sided.
Very
They
impressed
didn't get
with
off like a
the
single
shape.
spell. Like Seb was the only one casting spells on the side of OG.
I mean, they played
Because of
it
Tims.
beautifully, right? Tim's had the vision on the right side to get the Tiny jump. If Tiny is down, he's your initiator. CK doesn't have BKB, so doesn't want to step up. Of course, if two heroes die at the start of the fight, any team in the world is going to run at you and chase you down. And yeah, Tomato did get picked off. Ember with great catch potential. I gotta say, for Blacklist, I am very, very happy with the showing of they lost game 1, and the way in which they're winning game 2 is by reading OG in game 1, adapting their draft very slightly, and then bringing it to kind of light. Like having that ability to understand and kind of show it instantly. Some teams require like a day or two to go, really understand, practice it. But Blacklist, from game 1 to 2, I think they've really identified OG's strength and found ways to just tone them down a bit in the game. And yeah, that is really cool to see. So, props to Blacklist. Good bounce back. We'll see if they can close it out though.
Link Dagger now from Januel as well, so he's got the possibility of just being able to cancel these black holes from a screen away. Another very, very scary possibility. Enigma Whisper did go for the BKB after all, so was looking to try and have some sort of impact with these black holes, but you need to find a way to control the Warlock first, which isn't easy with these big bodyguards in his way. God, they need a way to just... The problem is they need a way to take Gabby out of the fight, so they need a way to just kind of disable and ignore the Centaur, and then they also need a way to kind of just do the exact same thing to Natsumi, and they can't do either yet, so...
I mean, just look at all the items of Blacklist, right? Like, you've got Satanic Control with BKB, Centaur has Shroud Shivas, what is it? Warlock has, like you said, the Blink, the Ogre Seal Totem. Hoodwink has a Blink. Like, every hero has either innate tankiness or incredible kiting tools, and they are going to be catching Ari in the top lane.
Seems that way.
He was trying his best
that'll take himself the kill.
He just wanted to skip some waves and try and get a little bit of that we can't do anything farm.
Yeah, but this is just the Hoodwink's time right now of finding people. Ember Spirit as well. Gleipnir is such a good item for messing with these heroes who are trying to split up the map. And now second Gleipnir comes out. BZM forces out the TP with the BKB. And it's a sad escape for him as another hero gets away there. Seb also almost getting caught out and TPing out just in the nick of time. And Whisper will just be able to walk down the bottom lane. So far, I mean, okay for OG playing into Aegis. Like, they're not losing too much, but it does look like it's going to be another tier 2 Natsumi wants to take, and the rest of the team are able to make their way across. Sure, Tiny will clear the wave, but I've got another one coming in right behind him. It's so obnoxious from BZM. Just clearing out every wave, but it doesn't matter. The back door is down, that's all they need. You can make him sleep all you like, he's still taking your tower. Natsumi gets the second, and the final tier 2 tower of the game for Blacklist International. And uh-oh, BZM, this time he has no BKB to work with. Gabby, though, does use the stomp, but that's because Natsumi's coming in from the side as well. And now there's no escape possibility for BZM. No TP anyway, and he will just get dropped. Trying to cut waves, and Whisper. Uh-oh, TP out. Nighttime vision means they can't spot him, so he does escape with his life. But again, it's these OG heroes trying to get out onto the map, trying to push waves, trying to just release the pressure on themselves a bit. But the catch from Blacklist is really, really good.
And if there's any way to alleviate this pressure without just fighting, OG, they need to win a fight somehow. They need to make a statement to prevent Blacklist from running around the map with ease, and that just hasn't been the case. We haven't seen a black hole. We just haven't seen a Tiny find that jump, and or CK at all, right? 1-7-7, just has the BKB, but he's bought BKB, not used it, and now a component deep into Heart, right? Like, it's just a lot of farm for nothing right now for OG, which is the complete opposite of how we've been seeing them play most of this series so far.
This is such a repeat of game one, but in an opposite way, and maybe not quite as convincing for Blacklist, but still looking very, very good. Top lane's gone. Roshan's banner made sure of that. It's down on the bottom side. They can commit to the kill. Whisper's just gone. Holy, he's just out of here. No chance of fighting into this one. Tomato as well, just getting beaten down. I mean, if you use a BKB, it doesn't matter. Natsumi is just doing way too much. Buyback out now from Ari as he looks to join in the engagement. BZM being chased as well. Seb trying to back up his mid laner. BZM forced out by Gabby with the 3-man stomp. Whisper comes in. Black Hole available. Does get it down, but the Ember escapes, so it's only going to be onto Gabby. They will kill him, and Natsumi's not particularly healthy either, but never mind. There comes the Satanic. The right click's coming through, healing him up to full pretty much. The side axe is also doing a hell of a lot of work as the Ember jumps through them all, forcing them back. They don't have the resources to fight Hero G. They really don't. Sure, you get the Centaur, but once again, BZM's just dropped and he can't stay alive.
Using 4 buybacks is... you can't be too happy with that. Not at all. Does feel inevitable. Blacklist. Rally themselves again. Wait for their cooldowns. Get themselves into another lane and try and close out this second game. Tie up the series and buy some time to reset and understand how you approach the upcoming series, because yeah, this is incredible stuff from Blacklist.
And the Hoodwink now overtakes Whisper. Yep. Tim's overtakes Whisper in farm. He's looking at BZM as well at this point. Take him off the list. Can't farm whilst you're dead, so Hoodwink likely going to pull ahead of the enemy mid laner as well. Tim's just farming up an absolute boatload.
He also went Manta as well.
Yeah.
A cheeky Manta on the Hoodwink.
Why not?
I kind of like the logic is always cool. I think Manta is always a fun item because using it just to create an illusion to bait your opponent to jump it, even if they don't use it every time, if they do it once in a game, it could be like the moment, right? Like, guys, we found the Hoodwink. Two's like, oh, it's an illusion. So now it's like you always have to think about it. And supports are probably going to use Mantas more in a vision slash like bait
they
capacity,
found Natsumi, probably not the target they were hoping to come across here, and Seb just trying to run himself away. Okay, they get the BKB out of Natsumi at the very least, but I bet he's looking to follow up onto Seb. He doesn't want to give away his BKB for free, and it looks like Seb doesn't really have a response to this one. He does just get cut down by the Ember Spirit.
Oh, and Whisper gets solo killed by Tim's.
Yep, Tim's.
Yep. Oh, and look, also the tears of Whisper were left in the jungle.
Littering the floor, yes. And that's going to very firmly put Tim's above BZM in terms of net worth, so that's the situation we're in. Here we go, toss back, no BKB available for the Troll Warlock, but what they do have is a Blink Golem coming out from the Centaur, coming through as well, jumping through them all with a Stampede. They thought they found an opportunity, they did not. OG, with nothing left in the tank, are likely to tap out of this game very shortly. Natsumi going for the tier 4s, he wants to force it. Tomato just wondering what there is to do. Likely a discussion taking place right now if they've got anything left to play for, and the answer is no. GG gets called. Whisper disconnects. Game number 2 goes to Blacklist International. A 1-1.
Yeah, very, very good game from them. And this is everything that we were asking Blacklist to do in this second game before we entered the draft. I feel like they pretty much did. They changed their draft very slightly to be able to match the team fight of OG. Maybe they didn't do it through early pacing, but just by mirroring the timings, right? Like the Warlock in the early to mid game provided pressure to the Enigma. You then had the kind of the active map play of Ember to constantly chase Tomato from bot lane to top, enable him, or just prevent Tomato from playing his game, enable Abed to feel like he has that kind of nuisance purpose. And then on top of all of this, you have just great initiations from Gabby on his Centaur paired with the scaling of Natsumi. Like, I think this was the kind of perfect example of lose a game, understand why, react, improve, and then beat your opponent who hasn't really changed from game 1 to game 2. So, you know, props to Blacklist. It really shows just kind of understanding how they lost that first game.
Yeah, of course. Always easier to improve when you do lose that first game, and Blacklist just absolutely taking that. Full credit to them for making the necessary switch-ups, and, well, looked really good for them, honestly. Like, if they can continue this sort of pacing throughout, then I think we're going to be looking at a very serious contender for the onwards from getting out the groups and onwards. Same with OG, though. You know, like, they had a really convincing game 1. As you said, a little bit slow to react in game number 2, but, you know, I'm sure they can make the changes, and if we get more game 1s out of them, then yeah, they'll have a pretty good event as well. But yeah, see from a few of these highlights, Tim's just doing so much work.
Yep.
But it's all Gabby really, like leading from the front, making the lives of their heroes so much easier.
Yeah, no, this was just the way that Gabby played this game. It was, you know, get an item or two and just throw yourself into the fights with no real kind of, you know, cares for your life. But also, like, when he got the gem, he made some cool plays where, like, he had gem, he saw some wards, but rather than killing the wards, he just told the team, there's vision there, let's just move away from this area and then go take a fight elsewhere. So they weren't always oversubscribing to must fight now, must do this, right? There was like an aura of like discipline to it, and you can just, I just think when I look at this game, Tomato, he was the everything in game 1, but in game 2, we never really had to talk about him too much, right? It was some early moves from farm, but he fell off quite quickly just because his team kept hunting for like aggression, but falling victim to what Blacklist had. So again, it was very good from Blacklist. OG getting a little bit carried away with some of their timings, maybe, you know, misaligning it a little bit, and I think that is going to be a potential weakness of OG, where they expect timings to always go their way, and then for Blacklist, its development was key for them, as we do have the MVP of game 2.
Yeah, Gabby on the Centaur, doing it all, you know, making that early game, which they struggled so much with in game number 1, so much easier in game number 2, which then led to Troll having a pretty free time, being able to hit his timings, get involved in fights when he wanted to, just really simplifying the entirety of Blacklist International's games. So, yeah, Gabby, MVP, and we'll get a couple of highlights for him as well in particular, as he was able to really kind of control the game and lead from the front. You could almost feel that he was one making the calls in the early game as well, to be like, this is where we're going to go, this is what we're going to do, they can't kill me, they can't do anything, as long as you guys are behind me, then we can just run around the map and do what we want. We're really, really nice.
Yeah, no, it was, again, just in general, I kind of thoroughly enjoyed seeing Blacklist. And this is the thing, like, this is an early stage group stage, like, it's one series. Teams are going to be playing, what, 1, 2, 3, 4... Wait, 7 other series? That's how group stage works. There's 8 teams. There's going to be 7 other series that they have to play. It's a lot of Dota, so as much as you can, like, overreact to Series 1, like, there's still so much more down the line, and there's only 2 positions in the group that get you eliminated. So let's say, you know, let's say OG struggles, and again, it's like, this draw could be the draw that gives them the extra point they needed or whatever, right? So I think it's good that we got to see a draw. I think both teams will be relatively mixed emotions about this one, but again, a lot of Dota to play in the future of this in this group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to these kind of tournaments as well, you know, these long tournaments, these big formats, you know, I'm never looking at a team's first game. I'm never even looking at their first series. It's about how they adapt, how they improve, you know, how quickly they can change to the meta, and how quickly they can start bringing up problems of their own. Because the teams which kind of just follow the meta and do the thing which everybody else is doing and try to adapt, they're always going to be behind the curve. You know, it's a team which adapts quickly and then doesn't need to keep adapting and, you know, just naturally stays ahead of the curve. Those are teams which are going to go deep here. So yeah, lots to look for here in OG and Blacklist. Again, 2 teams which have the potential to get some serious results here, but haven't been able to do so throughout the year, really. So yeah, we'll see how they continue to adjust and make things happen. But yeah, overall, I do feel like the Centaur, the CK probably had the hardest game in terms of like getting shut down and needing to be really far ahead to play into this one, because you're playing into Ember, Centaur, and Troll, and even looking at supports as well. Like every single hero on the side of Blacklist, I feel like answered CK in a way in which he just needed to be so far ahead to have impact.
Yeah, it is a difficult one. It obviously stems from the fact that you have Centaur and Hoodwink in the lane against CK. That helps a lot. CK can't really find kills in that lane. And then when the game feels really good because OG are taking top and the tower, it just, CK was left by himself a little bit in map play. And rather than Blacklist running to where OG was, they were finding the CK and kind of delaying him. So I think that's just, Blacklist just kind of again, they just read OG after losing game 1. They're like, wait a second, this is how they play. So if we can just kind of respect what they're doing, but then just find the key piece, then they're fine. And I think maybe if OG was able to be kind of read that quickly in game 1 to game 2, I think for OG's sake, I hope they have some kind of depth to future strats or play, because I think Blacklist, showing the best and the worst potentially of OG in a single series is a lot of incredible information for teams to use going into a group stage. Like, I think, if you just win 2-0, it's like, sure, you just win twice, maybe your opponent's weak or whatever, right? But I think this was a very, very good, resource heavy series for other teams and coaches to kind of analyze if you are to go up against Blacklist or OG, because I think both teams showed the highs and the lows of themselves very, very, very much in this series.
Yeah, and again, you got to improve Blacklist. They certainly did that from game number 1 to game number 2. They really fixed up on the mistakes they made in game number 1. Now it's OG's turn. Can you look back on this game number 2 for them and say, okay, what do we need to change? How do we do it? And let's not forget, they had a really good start to this game. Their lanes actually went pretty decent. Ari completely owning on the top side, but then what happened? Ari just kind of fell off. We just sort of stopped seeing him really being able to have the same impact he had from that early game. Is that just the nature of Snapfire as a hero, or is that just down to, the way the team played around it?
I think it is probably some layering. Snapfire wants people to go forward, so your Monomer Kisses feels good. Your Lil Shredder does, it's a laning phase spell that falls off quite immensely. So if your team isn't going forward, then you're also not going forward. And so I agree fully with that. And you could maybe argue Seb, he was 8-2-8, picked up Aghanims, and then suddenly post Aghanims, he's 9-6-10 finishing the game, right? So it's like Elder Titan had this incredible Aghs timing, Tiny had all his timings, everyone had timings, but then it's like they just didn't utilize it well. And I think fundamentally it was that fight where Tomato entered with Orchid, instantly died to BKB or Troll, and they're like, whoa, we can't fight at all, right? So I think there's so many layers to OG's loss here that you need to probably... There's probably a moment where for OG they'll look at it and go, this fight was terrible because we delayed this timing, which meant we couldn't then get to this moment, And I think it'll be pretty clear once you go back through the replay and really dissect the point. But I think for OG, they often do lean on this must go right, then we break the game. They're a little bit more of a, we will just win the game in our fashion type of team. So when it gets a bit volatile, that's why, games can get quite weird, because they often do follow their the logic and the prep that they put into the strat. So yeah, I think they just need to maybe relax on the aggression in some moments, not get too carried away. Otherwise, you'll just leave some cores to the side who can't keep up with what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I feel like we saw that a bit with BZN this game especially, where he was really committed to going for the full aggression, Blink Dagger, Phylactery, looking for the Kanda even before BKB. Tiny doesn't have defensive capabilities. You have to try and jump in, get damage done, and fight up into them. And if you're not able to do that, then, the game becomes really, really tricky and you start to lose your purpose. So you have to go for that Kanda. You can't stop off for anything else, but then you just end up dying a lot. You get shut down. But, guys, we do have an interview available where you get to talk to, I believe, Mr. Januel from Blacklist International. So let's see. Yes, indeed. Mullet God, are you here? Can you hear us? And how are you feeling after this game?
Feeling pretty good, actually. Hello?
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
There we go. We can hear you now. Hello,
absolutely.
boss.
All right.
Excellent.
I just felt pretty good. It's good.
Cool. Is this the result you expected coming against OG? The 1-1, or did you think you were going to come in and smash them, or which way around did you expect this one to go?
Still the same from before. No expectation. We're just playing our own game. But the first game was a eye-opener for us for what we've practiced. It gave us conclusion on everything we know. So yeah, we're feeling confident.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you should. I mean, what would you say is the main changes you made from game number 1 to game number 2?
I'm not really sure if I can tell it to details, but we just we had a conclusion on everything, so we just stick to it and play our own game still.
And who was it who was like making, you don't have to tell me what they were saying, but who was saying the most in the break between the two games? Who was providing that feedback?
Mostly it's Dubu. And then it's teams. Yeah.
Interesting. T-Gov?
Back to game one, Januel. How much fun was it playing Enchantress in a game where you're losing and can't really do much? Just running around the map, just hitting jungle creeps? Is it fun to do this, or...?
Nah. I never had a chance to play my hero that game. I was just hitting all tier 1s and cutting waves, and that's all.
Yeah, you great building damage that game, the most in your team.
Oh, really?
No, so... No, so... Of course, you come from the play-ins. How much value do you have that you got to play a lot more games than other teams in the group stage? You've played, what, 8 series or something compared to the group stage where they just started their first game. Do you think that's going to help you a lot with the kind of momentum?
I would say yes, because it's really good to have a momentum before coming in the group stage and in the playoffs as well. So we just hope for the best for us. We're just going to play our own game.
And this is going to be the hardest question that I'll ever ask. I can only ask you, though, because I know you might give a good answer. When is SEA going to get to the grand finals, going to, get there? We've spent a lot of time saying, this is their time, this is their time, this and this. There's Aurora, there's Blacklist, there's Talon, there's, all this. When is it going to happen? When is the region going to rise up and make the storyline?
I would say it's going to be now. No doubt. We're gonna do our best.
Okay, I hope so. I really do. I would love to see SEA do it, but yeah, that's all I got. No man, any other questions from you, boss?
Only thing from me is, if you could have it your way, ignore the meta, ignore what people are picking. Can you give me a couple of heroes which you would really like to be playing right now, which you think are really fun?
Faceless Void. I like Faceless
Time Zone facet
Position
or
5.
Chrono facet? Which
Still the Chrono.
With,
the time zone is useless.
Okay, still with Chrono.
Okay,
still
all
with
right.
Chrono.
Even the support players want a Chrono, people. All right.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Daniel, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Congratulations on finding a win, and best of luck in your future series. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And that is going to do it for our first series. But guys, do not worry. There's plenty more Dota to come on this stream. So stick around. Of course, loads more Dota happening on all the other streams as well. There's just Dota happening everywhere right now in this group stages as we find out the teams to keep their heads above the water and who's going to go down. Of course, starting things off with a draw, it's tough one, but at least you can work it in either direction. You can say, hey, you know what? We got to win at least. We're on the board. There's no threat of the O2. So I think both teams will be content and looking to improve, and we'll see what they can do later on in the tournament. But for now, we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with our next series of the day. So don't go anywhere, or do go somewhere and check out some of the other streams, but we'll see you in a bit.
Production. What series are we covering now? Because the schedule's... Yeah, what series are we covering?
Ignorance is bliss. I lived like this. So what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do. This is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do. This is what I gotta do to feel alive.
I'm lucky enough to be joined here with Thompson from Tundra here at Riyadh Masters, and we're just going to have a chat about everything that has happened in the history of your professional career, which for a lot of people might already know a bunch of details about, but let's start at the start. The origins of you playing at Dota 2. How'd you get started? Exactly what gave you the drive to hit Immortals and kind of just keep grinding from there?
I started long ago when I was very young, like 8 years old. It's from my brothers. They used to play Dota 1, obviously, back then. And that's how I kind of got started. And then I moved to Heroes of New World for a while, and then Dota 2 came out. And then, ever since I've been just, grinding Dota.
Yeah. And it's obviously paid off for you. But, there's a difference between playing Dota at a high level, being in that Immortal bracket, to playing professionally. And I want to know how you bridged that gap. So when and how did the opportunity come about for you to go professional? And when did it feel like this is something that I can really make a career out of?
It was a while when I already thought about it, like since like 2015. But I never really had the chance. I was still at school. I was still underage, of course, so I didn't really have much choice but to stay at home and go to school. But then 2017, my older brothers were like you really should try this, like go pro, and he offered to buy me a PC so I could have a good enough PC to play. And then I moved in to my other brother's house so I could play full time, because obviously at home I couldn't do it. So it just took less than a year, and then I was in OG basically. Yeah.
Was that whole year you trying to find a team? Were you reaching out to people and organizations to try and join them, or how did you go about actually getting that opportunity and spending that time of the year?
At first it was just basically grinding MMR, trying to get top 1 basically. That was my goal, of course. And I joined some amateur team that was with Illidan and Peksu, Taiga. That was my first kind of like a pro team in a way. Obviously it wasn't a pro team, but still my first competitive experience. And then I had a team with 4 other Finns. We went to the wbg.xg. We played that one in China, and then I decided that I just want to stream and play PUBs until I get into a really good team, and then basically wanted to hit rank 1, and then hopefully some of the teams will pick me up.
And it's a success story. I can't even speak right now. It's a success story that everyone knows. You get in this opportunity, you join OG, and then you go on to win TI, the first one that you've ever played at. How do you manage your emotions? How did everything happen for you there? And then how did the next couple of years or even months after that feel for you?
Yeah, obviously it's a bit like a unreal experience, going to TI and winning it. I don't know how I felt about it, honestly.
Was it just like a big blur if everything happened at once?
Yeah, it's kind of just a blur of what, we went there, we won, and then the life continued the same. We go back home, we play more Dota, and then we just went for the next season basically. Nothing really changed for me except that I was in one of the best team, the best team, obviously. So it was just, just play Dota.
Yeah. So you didn't really let it distract you that you had already won a TI? Did your goals then shift? Did you always have this idea of we want to win 2, and now is it 3, or are there some other career goals that you have being a professional player?
After TI 8, it didn't really change anything for me, because I just got started, and it was more after TI 9 when I started thinking about other stuff, and but the year leading to TI 9 was just full on Dota. That's it.
And that was a lot of emotions for you, with this big blur, a lot of success. And Tundra, you guys have had quite a tough year, quite tumultuous, that it's sometimes really good results and other times falling a little bit short. So how have you been able to manage yourself and the expectations around what Tundra have been able to achieve so far?
I mean, I haven't had the best results since the I9. Obviously, I haven't really been on any of the winning teams since then. So, I mean, I'm used to losing by now, and it's fine for me. I think we've been doing pretty good. Like, got top 3 at Birmingham, and like, obviously these Dream Leagues haven't been the greatest showing, but hopefully we can get a win at some point. Yeah.
I mean, you went into retirement and then came back out, and with this up and down sort of maneuver and results, does the motivation ever waver for you? Do you sometimes think to yourself, maybe I should have stayed retired, maybe I could go back into retirement, or is the love and passion just way too high right now?
I mean, there's for sure like a lot of like pros and cons right now to competing for me. Like, I have my personal life, and obviously having won 2 TIs, and like there's not like that kind of drive to show people that I'm the best or something like that. Like, it's more just I mean, I don't know, it's just like competing with the boys, and just playing some Dota. And I mean, obviously losing is always really tough, especially if you lose like for a long period of time. You kind of lose hope, and like you're not sure like how can you like recover from this. But I mean, for now, I'm just like taking one day at a time and like see how we do in this tournament.
Yeah. How do you balance the personal life? Because you're one of the very few Dota players that's also a dad. So, you got a family back at home, and you're still traveling for tournaments and grinding the MMR, doing a lot of qualifiers, so potentially even playing more games than most of the Dota players. So how are you finding that balance?
I mean, it's sometimes a hard balance to find. I mean, but luckily we still have a lot of time we can play from home, and those days I try to be like with my family as much as I can, but also playing enough so I'm not gonna become like washed up. So I'm trying my best, but it's tough.
But then back to the teams, you're saying that Tundra, you guys are still working hard. It's like playing with the boys. Is there a massive change between the OG 5-stack that won TI and this 5-stack of Tundra in terms of environment, how you guys hang out, and the friendship level?
It's hard for me to like compare the old times when I was also much younger, and it felt like I was like the kid who's been taken care of by Johan and Seb. Like, they were like the dads of the team, like it was a different experience, like much more, I guess, like carefree for me. I mean, now it's still, I mean, I'm not like a leader of the team. Pure is the captain. Like, he's doing all the hard work, honestly, and but it's a bit different, of course. The environment, we're all much younger, less experienced, so it's there's not like this father figures who like will always tell you what you're supposed to do. So.
But have you found that you've stepped into at least a halfway leadership role where you are giving some of the other players guidance?
I mean, I do give some guidance. Like, I mean, of course, when you're losing, also, if you're losing, like trying to, like just explain things, why we're losing and all this stuff. But I think on the mental side, I'm not that great at helping out that much. But I'm trying to be very like calm and just make sure everybody's relaxed and in a good mood when we play.
Where do you think your biggest growth has been in your career? Like we keep saying, it's this massive reversal of what a lot of people have for their careers. So where do you think the growth has been in your gameplay, maybe even a little bit into the mental aspect or the team environment aspect?
I think just overall, like mentally being more how to say this, like present when I'm also competing, and because obviously like the first years were kind of like a blur, and I didn't really think about anything but playing. So I mean, now I'm more like mentally like prepared, and like I can maybe like also help my team a little bit, but back then it was just all about myself.
And do you ever really get caught up in the drama? Because there was some online drama around Tundra earlier this year. Do you try and stay away from it? Are you offline really kind of involved in it too, or?
I mean, all these dramas are only happening because obviously people don't know what's actually happening. So, so it's like there's no point. Like also a lot of things you cannot really say. Like there's no point saying these things or like arguing online. Like it's all just fake drama. Like it's like they don't know what's happening actually. So why are they giving their opinion? Like it doesn't matter.
That's true. Do you think it gave at least the remaining players on Tundra something to band together? Do you guys feel that you're a little bit stronger on the other side of that drama?
Yeah, I think it was a good like a growth for us in a way. Like we stick together and like just work through it and like makes like shows us that we can like work through anything that comes our way. Yeah.
Awesome. And very last question that, I'm always curious as to what players say, but with the being in the position that you are now and having hindsight, is there anything you would have changed in the past about your career, about certain aspects?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of regret taking a break.
You never would have gone into retirement.
Yeah, I think it's like it maybe stalled my career a lot, like in a way, and it was kind of looking back, it was kind of like a wasted year. But I mean, back then it like felt like the right choice. But it's maybe one of my regrets, taking a break.
And that's not the worst regret to have. But Topson, thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
It's time for Tundra versus Mouse here at the Esports World Cup. That's right, we're back with the Riyadh Masters as these two teams are battling it out in their first game off the group stage. And it's going to be the first time we get to watch Tundra play. Meanwhile, Mouse, they have taken the hard road. They came in through the play-ins. They even had to play off in a breaker. They eliminated virtus.pro, and now we get to see them here in the group stages. How are they going to perform? Well, that is a big question, which I think many of us have. I mean, you know, T-Gov, this roster, you know, this team, they're not the oldest in the organization. Well, the organization is one of the oldest in Dota, but actually this team has been picked up very recently, right?
Yeah, so Mouse is a team of kind of, you know, investing in young players. Of course, Own It was a, you know, very relatively low MMR player less than 4 or 5 years ago. Now he's already up at like 12k plus, 13k plus, I believe. And, you know, Supreme, he's had his short stints on other teams, but never really hit that level of stardom. And Force, Narman, Bengen, again, like you've kind of heard about them, but they never really kind of been crazy, right? So to put them all into one team to qualify to these tournaments is very impressive, especially when in their inception they weren't really winning any qualifiers. Then they started winning like the odd online tournament here. Then they make it through in like a Western European closed qualifier. Sure, they didn't qualify to, you know, to other events, but they qualified to Riyadh Masters, which is, you know, important for them, and they want to, you know, show what they can do. They snuck through the group stage, I'd argue, a little bit, right? They or the play-ins, my apologies. They finished at, you know, 4 and 6, tied with Nouns. Then they had to play a decider match, which they did, you know, confidently beat VP in. So again, we'll see what they can do up against a very scary looking Tundra.
Indeed, yeah. Tundra, you know, they've been going from strength to strength. Sure, they've had some, you know, mix-ups throughout the year, you know, a bit of drama, a bit of shuffling, but overall, you know, you cannot doubt the quality of these players. Pure, Topson, Ramses, 9 class, Whitemon, I mean, these guys are formidable, and they're looking to go deep in this tournament. You know, Tundra as an organization is no stranger to taking home titles. They're no stranger to even the Aegis itself, and they are looking to go back-to-back, even though it's a very, very different roster to what it was back then. I'm sure Tundra will be looking to go for gold here in Riyadh, but we'll see if they're able to pull it out the bag. Talk to me a little bit about their most recent decision. I mean, it was just before the qualifiers for TI, I believe. They changed out Ramses for Toby, and it felt like that was just as Toby was starting to kind of find his feet as an offlaner. How do you feel about that decision?
Oh, yes, they did change Toby for Ramses. Gotcha. But no, they threw in Ramses into the mix, who, for all the carry players that went offlane, he is individually skilled enough that he can become the offlaner. Like a lot of the carry to offlane players, they can like demand a lot of farm priority and stuff. I think my one question mark to Ramses would be, is he more the Amar style offlaner, or is he gonna become the, like, I'm so mechanically skilled and I'll play the playmakers for you, right? And we've seen him a little bit, of course, during TI qualifiers. They did look very strong there, and we saw a little bit of kind of both sides to that style. Maybe that's the advantage of having him, is that he can be a super high scaling offlaner, but also a playmaker if you need to. And having that, you know, flexibility enables the likes of, you know, Topson to lean on. And I think that's the key thing here. Like when you look at these players, Whitemon, 9 class, they want to be super aggressive. Topson, of course, it's, you know, we don't need to try and remind people how aggressive he likes to play. So now, at any minute, you know, Pure could be playing the carry that can break open the game of his team, or he goes farms. Ramses could be on the offlaner that breaks the team open, or he goes farms. So the fact that you can have your mid and double supports play together, and then your offlane or carry optionally join in to either crush the early mid game or secure late game, is a really scary concept if they can create like strategies to enable that consistently. So I think this is the type of team that easily is a contender to make really, really deep runs. But they just need to find the strats that enable the potential greediness from all their players.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, you need to be ready. I think the good thing I've always liked about Tundra is that they have that balance of Pure being very consistent. You know, he plays the good carry heroes. He's always going to be playing, you know, something like his Morphling or his CK or something. Topson, meanwhile, much more volatile. You know, you never know what you're going to get. It keeps that unpredictability there, and it keeps the roster very balanced. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to come out with today, and what kind of plays we're going to be seeing from Topson and Ramses, especially on the side of Tundra. On the other side of the coin, of course, we have the relatively unproven, not the most star-studded roster from Mouse, but certainly a roster I personally am very excited about to see here on a big stage. There's a lot to play for here, and, these big events. Sure, we love to talk about the big stars, the players, but ultimately, often with these massive events, every now and again, you have one of these fairy tale stories. You have one of these teams coming in from nothing and all of a sudden looking to threaten. And sometimes they don't make it all the way, but yeah, sometimes these underdog teams can make it really, really deep, because when there's very little expectation of you, that's when the gloves can really come off. And ultimately, these guys can play some great Dota.
I think Mouse are a team that they really do rely on their strategies. Like, they have really strong strategies, but they are arguably very predictable. Like, in the draft, you kind of know what's going to be coming, right? Like, will Bengen play his Witch Doctor, or maybe he plays his Jakiro? Will there be the Primal Beast for Narman? It's like, there's a lot of predictable aspects that you kind of can take away from Mouse, and I think that is honestly their biggest weakness compared to other top teams that really put on, runs to make it to top 6, to make it to grand finals. There's that aura of what's the change up for the series, and I just don't think Mouse have that flexibility to really change the script on what they do, because they just really like having a strong foundation and then kind of to add a little bit of flair on top. And that is, to be fair, a product of Immortal Faith. I think his coaching style has always been, I want really strong foundation, you play mechanically really well, you make good choices, and we'll win the game because my drafts will always be looking good on paper. The issue is that is very exploitable, and
I think that's why we've seen so many of these Immortal Faith teams, like Tickles and Vikings and whatnot, come so far with, relatively unproven players, which then go on to achieve, really good things. He's very good at rising a player up to, just better than any other coach at helping a younger player understand the fundamentals of the game, play within his boundaries, and then develop from there onwards. So yeah, that's why I'm so excited to see Mouse players, see what they can do. Audience score 65-35, which I feel like is, as much as I've been gassing up Mouse a little bit, I do still think that this is a very hard series for them. I'm fully expecting Tundra to take this 2-0, but I'm excited to see what Mouse can bring to the table, and maybe, just maybe, they can pull off a win here and start their run after the play-ins a bit more smoothly than how the play-ins went for them, because of course they did make it out, but being in that playoff position for the play-ins is certainly not a situation you want to land yourself in again. But one thing which is really important to look at for Mouse is that they were in that situation which was dangerous. They were in that scary situation where there's a lot of pressure on them. They're playing against VP, a very experienced squad, and they had to come out and they had to bring in some real performances under the pressure of a playoff in an elimination game pretty much here. So they've already been through that. So these group stages, where this one series isn't going to win them or lose them anything, that's got to feel like a huge weight off their shoulders. We might get to see a little bit more kind of coming out from Mouse here as they start to get fully started in this. And if they don't, then obviously we're not going to be seeing them come out of the groups. So yeah, it's kind of do or die in a way for Mouse, even though they just left a do or die situation, which is sort of funny. But yeah, we'll see what they can pull out the bag.
And it's just a bit of a difficult journey, right, for Mouse. Like, even though they are in the group stage, I look at the results that they had. They beat Aurora, who didn't win a single series. They then played up against VP in the Decider series, who also was yet to win a series. And it's like, there wasn't a lot of teams that went, series winless throughout the run. And of course, yeah, it's a little bit difficult in that regard. But I think we said this earlier today in the previous series. Like, with this type of format where you have play-in, then a group stage, then a playoff, it's like, as long as you just get to the next stage, it doesn't really matter about how you got there, right? And I think for Mouse, as long as they can find consistency in their play, like, sure, they'll get outdrafted now and again. I think, again, it boils down to this whole predictability. Like, this, it's been my biggest gripe, I think, whenever I look at Mouse. It's like, I can see them being incredibly fun to watch, but it's like, 3 picks deep, it's like, okay, kind of what's happening. Like, the system they have in play. Like, they don't have the most crazy big brain and like flexible systems and stuff. And I maybe they've changed it coming into group stage, but yeah, that system though is incredibly good at causing upsets. Like you were saying, like, this is the upset team. If you do come into a series and don't respect Mouse, they will beat you. Like, I'm not knocking them. It's just more like this. If you do good prep against them, you should be able to beat them. That's basically my my big takeaway for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we are looking at a team here with Moon Meander as the coach for Tundra. So, fully expecting full, resources and preparation coming in, especially as their first series as well. And just to add on to that as well, we said it last series, we'll say it again this series, you have a wealth of history now to look at Mouse. You know, you have all of those games in the play-ins to look at. You have their tiebreaker against, or their play-in, playoff game against a VP to look at as well. You've got gameplays to watch. You know, there's a lot of information now available from Mouse. So those issues which you've already brought up, I feel like are going to be magnified here, where if you try to do the same thing again, even though you won, if you try to do the same thing again, then you might just get read. You might just get kind of planned against. And then, you know, we know that Moonmeander is going to be able to pull out a plan which completely dismantles you. So you have to be really ready for that. And it's kind of the perfect opponent for them to be facing in their first match as well, because as I mentioned, Tundra, you know, you've got Rams and Thompson, two big X factors, two guys which can pull out some twists, especially Thompson, right? Like you don't know what he's going to be playing. He's probably cooked something up here. For a team which is very rigid structurally, to be able to answer that, you have to be able to pull out a bit of fluidity yourself. You have to be ready to adapt. You have to be ready for anything. And yeah, that's the big test for Mouse. So that's why it's so exciting for this team to play up against Tundra as their first matchup.
I think it also boils down to the whole adding Ramses to the roster. I think you need, even though Ramses in some instances could be volatile from the carrier position, in an offlane role, it's kind of like an insurance policy. Because Thompson can go wild on his mid pick. He can pick a Rubik if he wants to, or play the mid snap fires or whatever. And then
it's been a lot of that.
Let's say the game goes a little bit difficult because he's overplayed his hand, or someone's like picked a pit hero to counter his quirkiness, right? You then look to the lanes like, okay, don't worry, like these two players will step up and fill the gap that Thompson maybe has created through his like attempt of inventing something, right? Or maybe the team hasn't hit it. And on the flip side, if it works and Thompson's hero does break the game open, when you're winning, of course, like a little bit of greed in a player, I don't mean in pick, but in just mindset and play style, will be amplified, right? It's like if you have 10 minutes of free farm, you're gonna take over the next 20 minutes, right? So I think it is a very, like on paper, the roster feels like it should be a contender for like top 6 at most events they play at. It is really now on Moonmeander to see if he can shape the characters, right? Because it's like you got a lot of big. Maybe not opinion. I guess his opinions. Like Ramses is a very opinionated player. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Pure has got some strong opinions as well on how what he wants to do. Of course, with the whole mind control situation. Then you have Whiteman, who used to be a captain. He might still be the captain of the team. I can't really remember who captains Tundra at the moment. I think it is Pure, maybe. But it's like, so you have at some point 3 captains of teams in one team. Of course, that the main roster of Tundra have been together plenty long enough to kind of find that rhythm, but you know, adding another captain type player into a team can be a little bit overwhelming. Even though you had a good initial qualifier, that could have just been like kind of a honeymoon period. And now this is like is like the real test for me for this team. Like this is your first big LAN with this roster, with all these different opinions kind of in the cooking pot. You're meant to be a top 6 team consistently. Let's see if they can do it.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see if they can pull it out of the bag here. It's very much do or die. And if you're wondering if we're going to see anything crazy coming out from Thompson, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. I mean, if you look at his most recent pub games, he's played 11 Rubik games. He's played 11 Snapfire games. He's played 9 Marcy games. Like the top 3 of this guy is heroes which nobody else is playing. So expect to see something. You know, he's been in the kitchen. He's been cooking up. And I'm imagining we're going to see something a little bit different from him. Of course, you know, you can always go back to the stables. He's always got his Pango. He's always got, you know, the more normal picks to come out as well. And of course, you've got to be scared of the Monkey Thompson if you put yourself in that situation where it can be abused, which is kind of pretty possible. You know, the player pool of Supreme is a little bit abusable from that regard. He plays a lot of Ember. He plays a lot of Primals. So you've got to be on your best behavior when it comes to making sure you're not leaving yourself open to any counter picks. So yeah, we'll see what they decide to cook up for this one and what they're going to be putting forward. Any of these you really want to see?
Quirkiness though, I think I want to see kind of the Snapfire is the one I want to see personally. I'll be honest, boss. Yeah. Like when you think about the heroes, like you just go Gleipnir, Daedalus, rinse through people. What's your take on the stoic poses of pro players? I look at them; they're all just doing like the same kind of.
it's you know, it's cool, I guess. They're just acting up for the cameras and stuff. I always like it when you just kind of get them to, you know, chat in a room or something and just get some like actual how they really interact with each other. But then, of course, you know, with the stage, with the lights, with the looks of the camera, oh, look at that angst there. You know, it's always going to be a fan favorite from that one as well. So, yeah. This is what I'm interested in. How good are Mouse at posing? This is new guys, probably one of the first times they've had to do this. Let's see.
Couple of events deep. Again, just so you're aware, guys, we did have a slight delay for the game to start. So we're not just doing this for the fun of it, where we are just waiting for the lobby to start, and once the audio issue is fixed, we'll be able to start. But yeah, until then, I think if I had to give a percentage of this game, it's probably like 80-20, I think, going the way of Tundra. Maybe on a good day, 70-30 going the way of Tundra, but I think the Mouse, they're gonna have to prove a lot. I think this first game, I'm gonna really focus up and see what they do in the first 20 minutes. I think that will be a big tell on if they can, you know, bring something to the series, and we'll see. But yeah, impressive that they got to the group stage. Very, very good for them. But this is now where it really begins for them. Like the teams they play up against, they're the teams that are meant to be lifting trophies.
When you feel like you're the team which is like really far ahead, which I think Tundra might have that sort of thought about them, honestly. Like I think they may be going into this because, you know, you've just watched them kind of limp out of the play-ins. You should be feeling pretty good. You should be saying, right, you know, if we can't beat these guys comfortably, then what are we doing here? So in terms of like overconfidence in draft, you know, what we could potentially see is a lot of greed coming out for the side of Tundra. You know, oftentimes we see teams being like, right, you know, they're not going to be able to play up into us. Just play a really safe game where we just draft 3 greedy heroes, wait for the late game, you know, just outplay them, play reactively. We don't need to go and take any sort of risks, and that's how we'll secure ourselves a win. Or the complete opposite. You go super aggressive, you get yourself a bunch of really aggressive supports, you just try and kill, shut out the game quickly. Those are the 2 ways which we see teams really adjust if they do see like there's a potential easy win in store for them. But as we mentioned before, Mouse have a very solid foundation, so I'm not sure you'll get away with that against this team. We'll have to see. There is a chance which that Tundra can just kind of outclass them, but yeah, that's it's a big question mark for me. But you know, keep in mind we could see something like, you know, Brood offlane coming out, sniper mid for Thompson, and then just some like TB or something coming out for Pure, and we just sit here for 30 minutes whilst they slowly get like an unsinkable net worth lead and then just come high ground. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen, to be perfectly honest.
No, yeah, it makes sense, and I'm trying to think, is there anything? I guess that is the key thing with Tundra, and that's why I think Moon Meander really needs to, you know, become the coach for, like, not become the coach, but like be the coach that fixes these problems. If I word my words correctly, it's like, because I think, like, I'll think about it. I'll think about how I'm going to work that one. Yeah.
All right, we'll have a little think about it, guys. It does seem like we've got some audio issues which don't seem to be being fixed immediately, so we're going to take a breather. We're going to throw it to a quick break, after which, hopefully, not too long, we will be back with Tundra versus Mouse. So stick around as we try to get these issues sorted, and we'll be back with you very soon, hopefully.
some things going through my why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you change the drip to a splash. The way that you left, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. Stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also, how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. Stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time.
Hello, welcome back as we now are now underway very, very shortly here with Tundra Esports versus Mouse as teams get ready to play up against each other here in the opening game for both of these teams in the Group B. Group B looking, people are saying less scary because, you don't have Gaming Gladiators, Falcons, and Team Spirit in them, which is kind of fair enough, but also a very difficult group in itself. XG are absolutely no joke, and Tundra themselves have been getting some wins throughout the year. Sure, they haven't taken any tournament titles, but they certainly looked good in a few events.
Yeah, no, I think both groups are in their own rights very scary. There's different play styles, of course. We've got a clash of many different regions coming into the mix here, and on screen we can see that we have Tundra and Mouse, and we'll see what they can do. Day one of a group stage. Very early days, so many series to be played in the upcoming days that a bad result here can be fixed with some bounce backs in upcoming series, but of course you do want to start with a nice 2-0, start moving towards at least locking in a non-bottom 2 position so you get to see what the playoffs will look like. And
yeah, you don't want to drop a game and then just see like the Wikipedia page and you're just like at the bottom of the list and you're like, oh man, we only dropped one series. It's not that bad, right? But a lot of things which can get in your head if you do open up on a loss here. There's that fear of never winning a game. What if we never win? Creeping into the back of your head. So hopefully neither team is going to be in that position here. But does look likely that Tundra can take this one. Much more experience, especially on big stages. This team's so much experience between them. Star-studded roster for Tundra here against the relative newcomers of Mouse. Can they pull it out the bag? Let's find out, as we do have a draft now available at last. Sorry about the wait, guys. Sorry about the delay, of course. We got a couple of audio issues which need to be sorted out, but does look like we're on the way to starting off this game.
Fans coming in, Mouse. Ooh, even respecting the snap fire. A little bit of that, the pub logic that we were talking about during the pre-show is getting pushed into the ban phase. And yeah, I think 4 bans right now from Mouse all are in their own right high playmaking heroes that bring Tundra to life. I think the main thing for Topson is his games become insanely good if your 4-player can activate you, right? Like if your 4-player can leave your 3 to do his own thing, and then bring Topson into the game with like 2v1 skirmishes, these 2v2 outplays, that's when Tundra look their best. And you know, tiny Monkey King for 9 class, they are exceptional heroes that can do that. Of course, Topson can still play these heroes as well, but I think Mouse, they have some pretty good bans here. Tundra then locking the Whitemon Phoenix, very aggressive lane securing 5. What will be their response? Okay, straight away with the Gyrocopter.
Fair enough, decent egg here, so you can pop that flak and now threaten not just the egg, but everybody else attacking it. This chance, of course, going to be a little bit annoying, but it's pretty much annoying for everybody if Phoenix does get that stacking up on you, so be a little bit careful. Yeah, I imagine you ban out the Snapfire against Tundra right now, just because the flex potential is always pretty scary.
As much as it's flex, I think nowadays at least we just see it only go core. At least in the majority of games, when I say only, it's majority goes core. Against Phoenix is quite nice, you can flak off the egg, so when you are trying to kill it off. Oh, it's a snap. Oh, sorry, my bad. It was a Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I was just saying that's why they ban it against Tundra, especially because not just because Topson plays it, but you got the flex.
Yeah, my bad. I fully misheard you.
Does open up for the Phoenix pick though, because yeah, if they didn't ban the snap and then you go Phoenix, then that's a pretty good answer. So yeah, maybe playing into Tundra's hands a little bit. It's a nice opening from them either way. Like I don't love Gyro as a first pick, but maybe I'm wrong. It just feels a little bit like I like it to be a slightly good Gyro game, and it probably just won't be now for Tundra. They could probably play around it.
Yeah, the thing with Gyrocopter has always been, if it is locked in first phase like this, you just need to respect how much time it needs. It's a very greedy hero. Sure, you could argue it's got some, mixed damage carry that can play aggressive, but players drift more towards maxing a Flat Cannon early, going for like Falcon Blade, then an Aghanim's, then a Crystallis, and then from the Crystallis you then need to get a BKB, and then after a BKB you need Satanic, and it's like once you hit all these items, then you become a hero, right? So it's an awkward hero in that, right? But if you get out of lane with a little bit of kill threat and your team makes moves, then you will get to those timings. So, and it kind of boils down to the predictability, right? Like we look at Mouse's draft, it's like, okay, they go for Gyrocopter first phase, they've done it a lot before, nothing crazy. Then they pick up the Witch Doctor that Bengham plays. Okay, sure, it's just a pos 5 Witch Doctor. He has to get kills. Like if things don't go well, then Mouse might struggle. But Witch Doctor with the healing facet, Voodoo Restoration, it's a good start to get yourselves into the game if you can get some early kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And always going to be a big threat online with that Death Ward, that surprise burst damage coming in from the support. Good option to have on your team, so we'll see how Mouse play around that one. Tundra, meanwhile, they got to respond to this.
Right now, yeah. I feel like Hoodwink plus Centaur, Hoodwink plus any type of kill threat to the Witch Doctor gives you, there you go, gives you much easier laning. Like Witch Doctor, if you do want to play on the heal facet, you kind of like playing into heroes that don't threaten your HP too much. And if they do, it's like bigger spells. Like Hoodwink plays on high range. You can get right clicks off your Acon, so it bounces off the tree, that facet. You put Witch Doctor like a 2/3 HP, then the offlaner comes in and throws an additional spell. He's suddenly not in lane, and the heal with the nerf, it did get nerfed from 50% self-healing to 25% with that facet that you can't really return to lane instantly. You need to take a little bit more time. So yeah, I think Hoodwink's exceptionally good, and yeah, sure, Mars can do it too. You hit the Bushwhacker to spear. This Witch Doctor, in theory, shouldn't be the potent, I can 1v2 bully out the heroes type lane anymore. This is an answered Witch Doctor.
Very much so, yeah. And you've already got yourself some good answers to Gyro as well on these 2 picks as well. Hoodwink is one of the few heroes which isn't super threatened by flat because you can get into the trees quite easily. And Mars, well, you've got a big old arena to smack down as well, even better than it was before with that visibility talent, because if you can't see them, you can't flak them. So some very, very nice answers coming out here from Tundra. I'm very impressed by what they've drafted so far, and very scared for Mouse, honestly. I just feel like these 2 picks are going to feel pretty impotent. You need to get some counters coming out. I'm not sure what there is to counter against these heroes though. Like we know Hoodwink is just universally strong. Phoenix, there's a few good counters in the mix against him you can pull out, but ultimately, what are you really going to be doing? Like, it's not a Snapfire game. It's already banned out. You know, stuff like Sniper's just not really in the pool. It's hard. I won't go for the Doom. Okay. Something to play around. And Rubik as well.
It's kind of an answer to some degree. We're answering about matching the team fight, and Mouse can now do it with, you know, Doom gets BKB, you find the Phoenix or the Mars, you press that Doom instantly. Okay, that aspect's now removed. You get Rubik if you steal the spear. Now you're a better version of the Mars, and I don't mind it. It's just very, like, yeah, you know, like Doom, he sits and farms in his lane, Gyro farms in his lane. Like, we just saw how effective the previous series, having overlapping cores that can, you know, break down early moves was really good to watch. And now we have like a Doom who wants to buy like Shivas and a Blink or a Midas and a BKB, and then you want a Gyrocopter who wants like 3-4 items. Like this mid, like Supreme from mid lane kind of needs to do everything in the pick. And I think Tundra, yeah, they've seen this and gone, wait, there's just greed on the enemy. Let's just go for Broodmother. Let's just make sure that we can, you know, we'll farm our early Orchid and just try and take over the map. Hunt with the Hoodwink, teamfight with the Mars Phoenix, and pressure with the Brood. So I think Tundra are answering what is a very, you know, static and, you know, slow to come online lineup. If they just ban out two Supreme heroes here, I think they're good.
I think we saw it through the play-ins where a lot gets put on Supreme to just do everything for the first like 20 minutes of the game, and that's what we're setting up here for as well. Unless Doom has a phenomenal lane, which I'm not seeing is super likely, then you're really looking at Supreme to, you know, get a good advantage in his lane and be able to really come out. Now, they do have second pick for the final phase, which means you will be able to see your matchup and Supreme gets to make that call. But man, his pick has to do so much here. Like, I can only really see Ember Spirit, Void Spirit, maybe Puck, but I just don't like that hero at the moment. I'm a Puck hater. Like anything such as Primal, I think, just kind of gets crushed a bit too much.
So luckily Mouse do have last pick, which will give them, you know, all the information required to, you know, make a better decision. Also, I just realized, is Immortal Faith not with them? Oh, their coach is off.
Huh.
Oh yeah,
it looks like maybe not.
Oh,
Curious.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he is okay if he is absent from the draft. But that aside,
maybe he's like, I have to let them fly by themselves. Like, I have to let them leave the nest.
My work here is done.
Yes.
Or
you must go on without me. All right, we're just banning all the spirits. Come on, Void Spirit. Make it 4 for 4, Tundra. Come on, don't break the spree.
Yeah. It's not terrible, to be fair. Any backline jumping hero is a thorn in the side for Tundra. Phoenix likes to egg on his own, you know, wishes, and if he gets, you know, forced to egg a bit too early, then it's hard because the Mars has to react to it and stuff. So I don't mind all the spirit bans coming out. And of course, we've seen carry Broodmother a lot in pubs, a lot in pro play as well. You get Orchid, Harpoon, BKB, Butterfly, Nullify, all this stuff. You do 300-400 plus damage. You take over the map. Your healing reduction on your webs is stupid. I think that easily will get nerfed in the future because you can place it in all 3 lanes at the start of the game. Reduce the regen of everyone, but for no reason. You're not even doing anything. You then play your normal lane, and eventually you just use the webs for yourself. But like the fact that you are allowed webs in every lane is wild. And they go for a Sand King, a hero that we just don't see at all after the nerfs it got. It was too good, and then it kind of become, it was okay now, but pacing, damage, pressure, yeah.
We saw it once in the EU qualifiers for TI, I think. We did see a game of it, and we're like, maybe it's not as bad as we thought. It still plays at tempo, it can win the lane, it can also just skip bad lanes as well. If your lane's really bad, then you can just go behind the tower, so there's options to play this hero out. But it's on you now, Mouse. What is your last pick going to be to try and fight up into Tundra?
Mars Brood Sand King. What a draft.
This is a lineup that it's kind of cool to see because Hoodwink does a lot of early game damage. And Mars likes to buy Blink early. Sand King likes to buy Blink early if you want to, or you can go Aghanims still. Yes, the Aghanims is nerfed because the Burrow Strikes inside Sandstorm only spawn when you're inside it, and when you Burrow Strike, the Sandstorm doesn't follow you. But, you know, if you get to play around that and you just respect the nerf, then it's still a good hero. And it is going to be the mid Sand King. And Mouse, they do fix some of their pacing issues with the last pick Kotl.
Yeah, I like it.
Of course, I'm not opposed to it, but I think everything we said coming into this series about Mouse is exactly what's happened in this first game draft, where it's like, it's predictable playstyle, it's a strong foundation, and a lot of pressure on Supreme to give their heroes life, or their side lane cores life, to then play out a team game. And it's like, this is often the theme in most of Mouse's games, and we'll see if Supreme can do it again, can open up the game for his other lads to play into, but if he doesn't, then he's just going to get walled, Mars Arena, sorry,
Yeah.
or Thompson stunned. It's not the easiest Kotl game after his initial,
Yeah,
power spike.
Obviously, I've seen Witch Doctor in the previous patch a lot. This patch, since enough, haven't seen a whole lot of it. I don't know if he can be this kind of clockwork style hero that can get up into the face of Tundra and sort of be the vision and space maker in the team fights, which Kotl needs. I don't know if Bengen can do that. That's my biggest question of this draft for Miles. It kind of all hinges on whether Supreme is going to get anybody else with him in the front lines. So obviously Force is going to be there on the Doom, but he's not a controller. All he's doing is dooming one hero and then kind of trying to get off damage with Scorched Earth and right clicks. It's not the biggest threat to me. So we need this Witch Doctor to be up there with him and getting stuff done. I don't think you can have two backline supports here with Kotl. I've seen that many, many times, and it never works.
I like this. He didn't go for he went for Headhunter. Nice.
Okay, different approach then.
So, yeah, like I was already mentioning how the healing facet has been countered, but based on the Hoodwink pick, and he's read that and gone, okay, if I can't heal and go aggressive, I will just go for Headhunter, which is additional damage on his stun, and I like that.
Yeah, not just the Hoodwink, but also the Necrotic Webs, right? Going to be a huge issue for an already healing reduced Witch Doctor to now have more open reduction on that. I think that would have been really awful. So good switch up there being made by Bengen. Of course, a Witch Doctor Master, Grandmaster, in fact. So fully expecting him to be able to adapt and play a different style on the hero. Here we go. Game number 1 in the opening series here for both of these teams, at least in the group stage, of course. We've seen plenty from Mouse so far as they make their way through the playoff. And now we get to see them here playing out through the group stages. Plenty more games to come from them. But their opening match is going to be against Tundra, one of the really scary teams in this group. We'll see if they can pull off a surprise win here, but we are fully expecting Tundra to have an advantage in this matchup. The drafts, as usual, looking a bit crazy for Tundra, but they know what they're doing. And if it wasn't for the support duo, I would be pretty worried for Tundra, but their supports enable their cores so well. I mean, it's a Mars Phoenix. I don't need to talk about that one. Sand King, he loves to poke, he loves to play around the fight, he loves to finally commit. And if you get a good bushwhack, then he's just going to be able to jump in, AoE stun, AoE stinger, throw in an MP center, because why not? And all of a sudden, you've got huge issues for the side of Mouse. So, yeah, the two active cores are like super, hyper, giga enabled by the supports on the side of Tundra, which I love. Just so many stuns. Like, if you don't have BKB on all three of these cores by like 20 minutes on Mouse, then you're going to have a bad time.
It's always the balance, right, of BKBs. You can either buy them too early, and then you survive the fights, but when it gets to the late game deciding moments, you don't have the seconds in play for them to feel effective. And if you buy them too late, then sure, you might just lose out some of the mid-game engagements. And we will see as we draw circles in the mid lane. Oh, I can draw a dead.
That is me showing the lovely Necrotic Webs, which is going to reduce Keeper of the Light's healing by 15%. Now you have no excuse to lose mid, Thompson.
He's been
All
very
right,
annoying.
so what does the
dragging
Brood
the wave
look like
behind
in
tower.
lane? Okay, we watching mid?
We're looking at mid, yeah, mate. Yeah, mid's way more important. Like the way he's playing mid is very, very cool. Like he's dragged the mid wave, prevented the Coddle from being able to hit the range creep for free, use Illuminate. Like all of Coddle's laning is just, everyone knows exactly what to do now. It's like 2-hit range creep, kill a couple melees, then you wave, get the Illuminate kill. The Topson like dragging the wave under tower early on, and get the early advantage, and that just prevents Supreme feeling comfortable. And then, what was your question about Broodmother?
How does this hero lane these days? Because obviously, you know, the long gone are the days of spawn spiderlings early on in the game. So as a carry, which is just pretty traditional at this point.
Yeah, you just, you know, you play on going for early farm, early denies. Don't try and overplay your hand, and when you do get level 6, you can be very efficient in what you farm, but the entire purpose of Brood is don't feed away kills. Also, you're not meant to get kills. Yeah. Farm.
Just farm.
And already we are seeing some camp stacked, as Brood has stacked the camp for the small. The Brood stacked the own pool camp, by the way. That's very important. Whilst Phoenix was pressuring up the wave, Brood was stacking the small camp, so they're working together. That is, you know, harmony in the safe lane.
Yeah. It makes sense. The Brood is fast, you know, she can get straight to the camp without having to go around the trees, so yeah, it's a pretty cute play from Pure, and well, Force has come very far forward to try and interrupt this one, and he's got to be a little bit careful. Although with popping the Scorched Earth and the Chain Lightning, he's gonna be all right. Z? Getting cooked up by Whitemon. Got to be a little bit careful there. Narman now being chased down as well. He's got a lift and he's got to use it well here, but Pure, he knows that. Not going to go super deep for this kill. Doesn't want to relay a web either, so just going to play back.
I'm kind of surprised Whiteman didn't dive in. He had the Icarus dive. He had a Fairy Fire. It would have been like a clutch 2 on moment, but you know, Force didn't have a wand or a Fairy Fire himself. I guess Whiteman showing that he'd rather keep the Doom on low resources, potentially not feed away a kill, and keep the lane in his favor. So showing a lot of, you know, discipline there, not to go for the kill. I think some players would have rushed towards that, but you know, the domino effect maybe of giving Doom a kill as he's dying, come back to lane full HP, it could have been too much. So cool to see in the mind of Whiteman for a second there.
Top side, meanwhile, we've got, of course, the Olnit Witch Doctor Bengen lane playing up here. And, you know, if you've seen any Mouse games, you've probably seen this plenty of times, as Ramsey's getting very, very low to start things off. Force back with the spear, and that is going to keep Olnit off him for now. Did just about have another Rocket Barrage available, and with that Afterburner, I would have been surprised if Olnit tried to go for that kill, but Ramsey's will be all right. What's 9 class doing? What adventure is 9 class going on? Just bounty?
Yeah. Yep. Going for a little, you know, jungle expedition, that's about it.
Bottom side, it's a lot of damage onto the Phoenix. Whitemon not quite going to fall to that though, and Pure should just be able to run down Force, and that'll be the first blood going to the Broodmother. So close to getting first blood onto that Phoenix, but not quite enough in the tank, as Pure instead is the one who gets the kill. And Whitemon gets away, and look at Narman even now trying to snipe up the kill with a Fade Bolt, but can't quite close the gap. Desperate to try and grab that one.
You just need to be so careful against Brood. Like, if you commit onto a Brood lane, going for the kill, but then don't get it, Brood, of course, with the Insatiable Hunger, with the move slow from the Incapacitating Bite, will be able to, you know, run you down. And that's where Mouse, like, they kind of offer up the free engagement for Tundra to take. You know, in a static lane where Rubik spams Fade Bolt, Doom spams Scorched Earth, then yeah, Brood's not really going to be in a fighting position, but yeah. Overplaying their hand just a little bit there, and you can see from the CS, all 3 Tundra cores are very happy with the start of this game.
No, absolutely, they're having a great start. Not horrifically far behind on Mouse, but definitely enough to be pretty scared and needing to maybe make some changes. I don't really know what you can do. Olnit, in fact, having one of the worst lanes out of all of the Mouse heroes right now. Surprisingly, really.
The lane's just always been pushed up into the Mars's face, so you naturally just need to kind of second guess what you can farm in. It is a product of Gyrocopter flattening down the wave. Yeah, going on to Ramsey's a little bit top lane, whilst also killing Supreme. Mid.
Yeah, does die. Bengen hits level 4, gets the Maledict, but it's too late to really get the kill here. I think Ramsey's going to be absolutely fine. He's even got a 10 stick if he really needs it. Bengen just unfortunately a little late to hit the level 4 for the Maledict and actually went for a point in Voodoo Restoration, which he may now be regretting. Are you surprised to see a point in Voodoo Restoration in this game?
I mean, he's using the Headhunter facet, so it does heal his carry, and I think we're kind of numb to what Witch-Doctor can do because we're so used to the heal not healing allies due to the facet. But yeah, I think a casual point early on is perfectly fine.
Dire are scanning.
So your lane becomes a lane when Gyrocopter's like what, higher level. You could argue that the logic of it is if Olna is going for this 3-1-1 build with 3 points in barrage, then maybe Bengen could have mirrored that with only going for Maledict and stun to only find kills and fight. But yeah, decisions were made, and Tundra just winning on all 3 lanes, it feels like. Supreme is trying to make his first move though. He has level 6, he has Solar Bind, he wants to get a kill, but there's no one here. He's just walked to an off lane where the Brood's farming deep behind the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, hard kill for them to get as well without any real like lockdown. That does feel like a kill which is unlikely to happen. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but Solar Bind, not the strongest slow. Pretty damn strong. Not sure. Thompson's just kind of shoving this wave in. So hard at mid. The tower's already down to below half HP for Supreme. And, once again, moving on to the Costal, and everybody coming in for the side of Tundra to get a piece of this meat. Supreme goes down, and the middle tower comes up for grabs for the side of Tundra with the next wave. Mouse, is there anything you want to do about this? Anything you want to say? Anything you want to react? I don't think so. They just don't really have the heroes to do it.
I don't think they can do much, honestly. It's... Coddle was picked to be the do-everything hero, right? Doom farms, Gyro farms, Rubik Witch-Doctor, they need... levels to be good, and in the first 11 minutes of the game, levels often aren't your friend unless you're making moves, and they can't make moves. Tundra read the book perfectly. They've shut down the Coddle. They don't give away any early kills to his early rotations, and this 3k lead easily could become, so much more. Thompson with the haste rune bottled, soon to be Blink Dagger. I expect the aggression to ramp up even more. Of course, there is going to be a little bit of a rest point for Tundra as Broodmother wants to scale to Orchid and Mars to buy a lot of cheap stat items, but yeah, it just feels inevitable that Tundra are going to take even more fights than Mouse in the upcoming minutes. The question, I guess, will be who will Thompson want to go for? He just pops the haste rune. He does kill Narman here. That will be the Blink Dagger.
Yep, seems like that's going to be the play. Geez, Stinger damage is absolutely no joke. I'll take down Narman with ease. 4-0-4-0 is a build for Thompson. This is the common tanking mid build. People just don't like taking Epicenter. It's a pretty bad spell compared to what you can do with 4 in Stinger and 4 in Burrow Strike.
Yeah, just reduce your cooldown so you have more uptime on Burrow Strike and Stinger. And I mean, we also saw that happen middle. We saw Bengen. He showed himself bottom for a second under a Tundra ward and instantly just had an army of spiders put him to half HP, and now own it. Yeah.
What are we watching?
It's not
like
often...
What is this?
It feels bad to say, but like if we in the preemptive part of a series can outline Mouse's biggest weaknesses, and they come into the series of arguably the most competitive stage of the tournament, right? The group stage, the high volume amount of teams, and they're still doing the same thing, the same play. It's like, yeah. With their current playstyle, they do look to be hard stuck a, 16 to 14 type team. I'll happily say it, but we'll see if they can make the bounce back. They are down 5 kills, 6,000 gold. only having farmed to their game plan as pure.
Yeah.
We'll have the orchid complete.
I don't know. I want to, before making that claim, I want to see them play. They just can't play into this game because their draft is just so a big old nothing burger. And that's certainly come into play into effect. You know, we said that if Supreme can do it all, then they have a game. If they don't, then I just don't know what happens. And that does seem to be the case. It's immediately, the moment Narman shows, the moment he shows, they jump in. But maybe they catch down the Brood. They've got the Doom and the Maledict out on to Pure. But meanwhile, Bengen gets smashed in. They'll turn their attention over towards Force as well. Thompson completely unchecked in this fight and able to rip through everybody. And it's Ramses who used their abuse to get the double kill. Pure does eventually fall. Supreme trying to escape the wrath of Thompson here. But Thompson's not letting him go anywhere. Ulnet and Supreme kind of need to turn around here if they are trying to get away, because I don't see how they actually escape from these guys, and they seem to have made the same call. Ulnet trying to play in and out and all about, but then comes the Burrow Strike, then comes a Spear. Rebuke to finish the job. Ulnet is gone, and Supreme trying desperately to get themselves one more return kill, but Ramses might just be able to escape this one. They've got nothing left in the tank. Thompson's here as well. Another Burrow Strike, another Stinger, another Epicenter coming on down. That doesn't even need it. Right clicks are going to be there. Supreme is dead. Narman trying desperately to pick off that kill onto the Mars, but just not going to happen. Sharpshooter does miss, as does the Epicenter, as does the Burrow Strike. It just catches on the very end there, and there's the Stinger coming through to give Thompson the double kill. Not just a team wipe, but then, oh, and Bengen's got as well. Okay, I mean, this is just absolutely gnarly. Jesus. Arcane Rune Sanking, baby.
Yeah, he gets the Arcane Rune, they keep going. You could argue at the start of the fight there was a little bit of miscommunication for Tundra, because they try to kill the Coddle whilst also the Gyrocopter was, you know, going into Tundra as well. But after that, then thank God we have a replay. So yeah, it all starts. So you kill off the Rubik, and I think this is where Tundra, they understand how strong they are, of course. Like, all of their items lean in for aggression. The Doom comes into play. It does kill off the Boomer eventually, because Supreme's able to get a little bit more damage. But I think Tundra, they just have so much confidence in knowing if we're together, we have so much chase down potential. There's so much stun. And of course, Thompson is leading the charge as we come back from the highlights.
7 kills in that engagement, by the way, and look at this. Yeah. It doesn't stop. The 7-kill engagement. Thompson is taking a lot of damage, you know, like you can't underestimate Supreme. He can take heroes down, and Ramses is going to be the one suffering from this, as well as just the AoE magic from the cooldown, from the Illuminates coming on through as well. They'll take down one. They almost get Thompson as well. Luckily, he gets himself out at the last second, but that was a little too deep from Tundra, and they do suffer for it.
Yeah, they're getting not carried away, but they're getting very excited to keep hunting for that next
little
kill.
Cocky,
right?
you can say it.
Yeah, it's like 30 minutes in, deep behind tier 2s, but I think cockiness would be the word if it was like 1 or 2 heroes making the play. The fact that all 5 are going, it's more like just the team belief in their strength, right? And it's just like, we can keep killing them. I think they're playing with the logic of we will break our opponents, and honestly, they can. Like, they're like
just
one
funny
spell
watching
away from
Force
that
just
fight being
like,
much better.
Can I get a load of creeps maybe? And then just sees like 20 spiders running at him. Just like, nope, okay, blink away. I guess not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I won't go near that. Now we get a little bit of a rest point in the game. We get to breathe. We get to think about what's happening, and this is the time that Mouse need to utilize the most. And when we look at Gyrocopter, it's also often why we don't see this hero too much nowadays. The items he has, and the items he needs to go for, like another 15 minutes of farm.
Yeah, he did go for the Chrysalis first, just to make sure he's got like a bit of tempo to play with. Of course, pretty common on Gyrocopter. Sometimes we see those drums coming out, but not today. They want to make a play with Doom. They want to make a... I just feel like they need Supreme. I feel like without Supreme, then the Pure they Doom just runs away. Let's see if I'm correct.
9-class, great positioning
love
here.
To be wrong.
Holding the low
Yeah,
ground.
he's
Yep.
being super annoying, but they will find him. Doom available. Do they want to throw it down? No, they do not. In fact, there comes Thompson with the Epicenter from the sidelines, and they're going to be able to easily take down Force. But Thompson, he's taking a lot of damage, but he's got a BKB. And now the arena comes 3 onto 3 of them. The Supernovas on top of them as well. Oh, dearie me, Mouse. They took a step too far forwards, and they will be picked off one by one. 4 heroes down on the side of Mouse for that one. They didn't get their prey at all. Thompson goes scuttling away. Jesus, what an arena from Ramses.
Yeah, just one misstep from Mouse, and the team fight potential from Tundra is insane. You got epicenters, burrow strikes, you got arenas, even the bushback, but for 9 class instantly. It was a little bit optimistic, I think, for Mouse to run force into that tree line. You never try and find a hoodwink inside the trees. The ability to reposition is too strong. And on top of that, you then throw everything onto Thompson, who then has the BKB bottle charge as well to then prevent any death from Maledict. And you know, if Mouse are smoking like that, they need to smoke into instant doom, get a kill, retreat. They don't find the instant kill. They sit around, they linger, which buys time for Tundra to really just make sure they're ready for that. And it was just an uncomfortable go from Mouse. They could feel the desperation of the game, the need to get a kill, and in the end, it just it was their own undoing.
8 minutes faster than patch average on this BKB, by the way. I mean, you're comparing a mid laner to an off laner, but still ridiculous.
Yeah, it's good to see Thompson just identify a problem and instantly buy the item, right? Like, it's not a mid-sanking where he's like, okay, I'm going to buy my Blink and then I'm going to have fun and buy like a Veil. Or like, he's not going to try and go down like some, I can do 1,000 damage with this spell combo build, right? It's just, I am going to play a Blink BKB Initiator. Oh, Mars has been doomed.
Yeah, a little bit, but Thompson comes jumping through with a 2-man burrow strike. They knew he was there, by the way, but it looks like they're just going to give away the kill regardless, trying to heal up Ramses, and Ramses is going to live through it with the Sun Ray. Oh no, they don't get the target. And once again, Thompson goes scuttling away on minimal HP. This time, he is going to die to the Maledict. We're all looking for another target here, trying to run down the Whitemon, but Whitemon playing around the arena's edge, and now Pure comes in and finishes the job. Gyrocopter is dead. Another 3 lying on the floor, dead on the side of Mouse, as Tundra just continue playing with them at this point.
But look at the fight recap. 102 gold attained for Gyrocopter, 975 for Witch Doctor. As much as it's good that you killed the Sand King, the kill had to go the way of a core. With the Maledict on the Sand King, that was too much for Thompson to heal through. And again, great that they finally killed him. It shows a little bit of life, especially with how poor of initiation it was for Mouse. But they just wish after the fact, like, maybe it could have gone to Owner. Maybe we could have tried to help out a bit there. I actually think he died to the hill, maybe, from Bengen. But oh no, of course he doesn't. He's not got that facet.
Damage.
It was Maledict.
Nope.
Yep.
Yeah.
So in that
Just
case,
taking him away at the very end there.
Positive, killed him. Negative, wrong hero got the gold.
Yeah, and then it's a whole streak going to someone else as well, which obviously doesn't have any more, so if he dies again, it's not going to matter as much. Nothing going Mouse's way right now. 20-4 is the scoreline.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ramses BKB on the cusp of getting that force. Not 1,000 miles away from his own BKB, but you compare what a Mars can do with a BKB versus what a Doom can do with a BKB, and it's a very different story. He might even be found here. Thompson pings it out, blink in, stun out. Here comes the rest of the cavalry. The 2 supports just comboing up with Thompson beautifully. It looks so simple. Mega kill now for 9 class on this Hoodwink. Atos already out. Oh, and Arena coming down to the Gyrocopter. Where's your BKB? Not quite here yet. Ulnet is just gonna fall. Jump in from Thompson with the Supernova coming out over the top as well, and Ulnet is gone. That may have been the kill that extinguishes the hope for Mouse.
Yeah, Gyrocopter needs to try and evade all aggression, which is near impossible. Like against Bruno with the Spider scouting out, with the Hoodwink from the tree line, the Sand King or Mars at any minute blinking on top of you, like, it'd be great for you to find an item, but it's just, yeah. You need to push away and retreat back to the fog. Yeah. What did Narman do?
Yeah, Narman actually stole the spawn spiderlings, and it took the middle tower just with his own spiders, which is kind of funny.
It's a small thing. It's like, look at Bengen's quick buy. The Witch Doctor, he buys 1 supporting item with Glimmer. It's like, you know what, boys? This game's kind of bad. I'll carry. I'll get my Aghanims.
Do we hate it?
To be fair.
Gree.
No, I don't.
500 gold.
No. I'm not opposed to it. It's more like, I just want to see Mouse make 1 move on their own terms, right? Like, we're yet to see them make that clean Blink, Doom, plus damage, get kill. This is our fight. And they are smoked up as 4. They need to try and do that. But whilst they're smoked away, Tundra are still positioned to try and pick off Gyrocopter. And ooh, if 9 Class didn't push that wave, he probably would have found him.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, you can see Olnet's now realizing that there's nobody in the area and that they're probably looking at him, but he's at the point in the game where, you know, if he doesn't go for these waves, then, you know, you may as well just be sitting in the jungle and giving up. You need to expedite your farm some way, somehow. Taking risks is just part of that. And Tundra, they're all showing in the bottom side anyway, shoving down this bottom tier 2. And will likely be getting them Tormented to go with it. Oh yeah. Tormented going down quick.
They're TBing back.
Now,
one to the outpost, one to the tier 2. They want to fight here. They want to try and find anyone. We're split pushing.
Spiders,
Be
they're
careful.
doing it. No, Ramsey. Push extinguished. Dreams dead.
The only way Mouse can push is by stealing Tundra technology. This is quite the state we're in.
We have a cold war on our hands. A war of information. But not really. Tundra doing a pretty good job and just killing everybody they see. Nothing cold about it. They are warm and ready to go. I think we'll just steal wave mid.
Oh, Bangun.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye, Bengun. He's been found. Sharpshooter's in. And Thompson will be getting this kill. 9 Class graciously leaves him one. And a pause and a whole bunch of ult chat. Seems like we've just got another quick reconnect as we had before. All right, where are we at on Gyrocopter? We've got the Ags, okay, we're closing down the gap onto BKB. That's the thing about this hero, though, is like Ags BKB is like nice, but it's still not where you need to be. When you get
It's
the
just
Daedalus,
more
I think that's
farm.
when you feel like the boss.
But then when you have Daedalus, you want a Satanic. And then when you have Satanic, you want like a Rapier. Pure standing up. That's an unconventional tactic.
Yeah, he wants to see over that wall. I wonder if his hands are, I guess, sweaty from the game. I guess it's pretty warm
Right,
out there.
for playing Brood, yeah, makes sense, yeah.
True. A lot of hand motion.
Or
when
maybe
playing
the
Brood.
spiderlings have gone through the monitor onto him and he's just shaking them off. Oh, God, get off me.
Yeah, maybe he's an arachnophobe, and it's like the whole time he's playing Brood, he's like, I hate this, please stop. Why do you make me pick this hero? That certainly
The
makes
things you do to win tournaments.
many
yeah.
people's hands sweaty, yeah. Anything for that dub. Slight throwbacks to Topson playing in TI9, the second TI win. Very, very aggressive, some unorthodox picks and just owning every lane. Still we're only in game 1. Obviously, I'm extrapolating a lot from just one win against a pretty underwhelming team, at least so far in this tournament. But still, excited to see what more Topson can pull out. Manta finished on Pure. Going to be very nice to play up against the Kotl. Previously, you can't really just go in on the Brood and just peck away at someone under the cover of Insatiable Hunger. But now, that will no longer be an issue. Top tower gained. Mouse, they've taken their second tower of the game. Is it going to cost them? Yes, it is. There's a BKB on Supreme though, so never mind. No, it's not. See you later, buddy. Ramses and Pure setting up a trap down to the bottom side, but likely nobody going to show here. So Narman, oh, he just about gets caught out there, and Supreme cannot close the gap. Cannot see his teammate getting hammered down, unfortunately.
And Bangan, he's cooking. He's queued up more. He's queued up the Ags, the Blink, and the BKB. Like, he knows one part here, but that doesn't
The
matter.
shot.
Tundra, they're diving. They're killing. Yeah, this is... Whew. Not much to say here, no, man. Tundra have...
Yeah, his shopping list is very full, but his mum's given him like a shopping list full of like, you know, get us some wine and then get some eggs and some, you know, nice cooking oil and stuff, and then giving you a $5 and Bengen can't afford all this, but he's going to do his best. Maldic misses, Brood gets away. Barracks will... Oh, okay, they only get the melee barracks, easy.
Unfortunately, the range one doesn't regen. So that will be taken by probably a couple rounds of spiders if Pure is to play in this triangle. So even when Jara gets the BKB, is this not just going to be a repeat of like Blacklist OG game 1? Where it's like they eventually get the BKBs, they run out of base with confidence, either get stunned pre-BKB or BKBs get popped and Tundra just walk away.
Exactly, that's what it comes down to. If Tundra go in so deep where they actually can't escape the BKB gyro, there's a chance. There is a chance which Mouse turn this game around, but it relies on Tundra's positioning being so bad that they can't just run away.
I just don't see that happening, but again,
no, I don't.
We'll see. Tundra are smoked up now, which naturally puts you in aggressive positions. It's the start of the potential 1% comeback from Mouse. Actually, what is the win rate right now? Oh, okay. It is like 98%. Okay.
2% comeback. Thank you very much, T-Governor.
I'm sorry. I guessed and I was 1% off. I'm giving myself a pat on the back, all right?
50% wrong.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Something. Uh-oh. They found the big man. They've found the #1 target. BKB. It's not quite here yet. 1,000 gold off. And that one's going to hurt. Caught on the cusp of BKB-age. The gyrocopter does go down, and Tundra immediately getting back. Now looking at Force, looking at Bengen. Who are they going to find? It's a slow crawl back across the map. They won't get much for this, but still. Shutting down the gyro once again, slowing down the BKB purchase. It's all part of the plan. And it should also open up for Roshan for Tundra as well here.
Yeah, Tundra just hit that kind of methodical part of the game, which is get any pick-off that you want, keep farming up scale, because you don't want to get carried away and provide this opportunity of falling victim and play together. And the way that Force and Bengen just played together, they occupied the Radiant Triangle, they farmed the triangle together, because they know at any minute, if they find someone, they should be able to do Maledict get killed, right? And Supreme Dive's bottom. But, Tundra looking for pick-offs, and I rate the way that Bengen and Force have played, but also I think Ramses has pinged out the positioning of Doom Witch Doctor. So Tundra just are aware that these two heroes are AFK jungling together. But like their plan is, they've been here for like a minute or two. They just stayed here. They were just waiting, and Tundra, they read them perfectly. Now they're grouped up. What big items do they have in play here? No BKB on Gyrocopter. They have a BKB on Doom. They have a BKB on Kotl. The upcoming items from Mouse, at least, you'll have Aghanims on Keeper of Light for the Will-O-Wisp. That's some soft control in the fight.
Only desperately needs to get out and get his BKB, though. He needs it, and he's just been scanned.
He's been scanned? Yeah.
Don't go for these Ancients. Don't do it. We'll get the Wisdom Rune at the very least. Maybe that's what they're scanning for. They weren't scanning for the Gyro, they were scanning for the Wisdom. I see. Well, this is the hardest, 500 gold he's ever had to get. And look at the heroes, look at the dots, look at the mini-map. They're just coming down. They seem to know exactly where he is because he just went under a ward deep in the lane. How could he know? Going for the TP out. Spear is going to land, though, of course. And now the Gyrocopter will die once again. The hardest 500 gold he's ever had to try and get. As down in the middle lane, Bengen falls as well. He wants to close the gap between him and his Aghanim Scepter, but that's not happening either. And now, middle lane starting to fall. Pure, all by himself, can just step up onto this high ground and start to go to town on these barracks. And look at Supreme! He's just dead! BKB was available, didn't get a chance to get it off. Fourth trying to come in and bring down the Phoenix, but he's just going to get ripped apart by spiders and crabs. And there's the GG coming out. 29 minutes into this game. Tundra looking absolutely crispy.
Yeah, this was... there's not much to say, no man. Tundra looked incredibly strong, and it all boiled down, I feel like, to this mid lane, right? Like, the way that Thompson, with confidence, got his Sand King pick, he then played against what Keeper Light wants to do. Of course, Thompson is the player that likes to play faces Void into Coddle. Like, he knows the weaknesses of Coddle to play off mid heroes, right? Off mid heroes. And
Yes, yeah.
he's done it again with Sand King, and this time it's like your Mars Hoodwink, complete free lane, you farm up, you don't care about Gyrocopter at all. Your Broodmother gets a kill on bot lane, and you continue to thrive and farm up. And yeah, I just feel like Tundra just had no issues. There's no hurdles to overcome. There was no pressure from Mouse. There was nothing. Supreme had to do everything for this team, and he was shut down with just nice map movement from Tundra. So yeah, Mouse going into game 2, they need to have more layers to their strategy. They cannot have this Supreme is active, everyone else farm, supports might get killed logic. They've done it too many times in a row, and I think just the good teams, they do not fall victim to this. They just outpace you, outmaneuver you. As we see the highlights here, it was a really, really strong game 1 from Tundra.
Yeah, phenomenal, honestly, from start to finish, just never really dropping a beat. Like, one of those few games where I don't think we saw one mistake where they pushed really, really far forward and, yeah, got, like, mildly punished for it, and that was it. The rest of the time was just absolutely clean. Very, very, very nice. I don't know, man. Like, you need to have a better idea, especially, like, mid. I feel like if you pick a Kossel and then you don't bully your matchup, then it feels kind of bad. And, you know, I said at the moment the Sun King was picked, like, this guy doesn't really care about lane matchups because he's just really, really good at splitting waves, at, like, cutting the wave and messing with the lane aggro so much. And he's too hard to catch and punish for that. He's one of the few heroes which just has so much mobility from level 2, or level 3, sorry, when you get 2 points in Bow Strike and can basically get over any cliff. It just becomes really, really difficult to ever punish that. So you just end up in this sad situation where you think you've outpicked him, and then yeah, you just play the lane too cleanly.
Yeah, it's. I feel like we've had 2 series today. Game 1 of each one has been so one-sided that analyzing it after casting it has been kind of difficult, right? It's like,
how often
what
do you
else
see
do you
a
really
Witch
want us to say?
Doctor losing a game with a Gree in inventory?
That's a good point as well. He didn't even use the Gree.
Didn't even
There was
use the
31 kills for
Gree.
Tundra. Like 31 kills Tundra, 4 kills
He had,
to
like-
Mouse. Like,
He had about
He was
1.5k gold in that bad boy and didn't
Yeah.
even use it. Oh man, I don't know. Tough game 1 here in the group stages for Mouse. Mouse, you know, you got to come back. They've done it before. They have been able to turn series around, but Tundra, they're a tough opponent. They are not going to miss a beat in game number 2. Mouse, what can you do? We're going to find out after this short break.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
It's game 2 time here in Tundra Esports versus Mouse as these two teams battle it up in a series which started off with brutal smackdown, to be perfectly honest. Mouse picking comfort, picking what they know and love. You know, they had 2 Grandmaster heroes, 1 level 29 hero, so clearly heroes which they play in competitive and in pub games as well, and that they know very, very well, but Tundra just completely dismantled them. It's a tricky position now for them to be in, because basically your main idea, like the backbone of what they like to play, of what they feel safe playing, has just been taken away. And how do you stand straight with no backbone? Well, I'm not sure you do. I think we might be in for a quick series here, T.
I think I agree with you, unless Mouse really change up everything. Unlikely, but maybe. You know, like, when I look at their previous games, I think they find great success when they have really clean kill combos. Like when they have Primal Beast or a Tiny paired with some other type of source of damage, then they, you know, run around the map and get kills and do stuff. But yeah, after watching that first game, it's going to be rough for Mouse in this series. Potentially rough for Mouse in future series as well. And they're going to have to do a lot of improving. Because like in previous ones, like against OG and Blacklist, it's like, you know, it goes 1-1, but you kind of look at it and go, yeah, you can see this team making a journey throughout groups. Like Mouse after that first game, now they really need to show us what Blacklist did in their series, where it's like game 1 they get slapped, game 2 they bounce back, and Mouse now have to do that bounce back. Otherwise, they are gonna really, really struggle, I think, because too predictable, way too predictable.
Yeah, exactly. No, I would agree, which is completely opposite to what Tundra was. You know, they picked up the Brood carry, like, yeah, we've seen it a decent amount, but it's still not something which a lot of teams are really prepared for. They pulled out the Sand King mid into the Kotl, nonetheless, you know, like a matchup which sounds on paper to be kind of hard, but Sand King doesn't really struggle in many matchups unless you can somehow punish his wave manipulation techniques, which they were completely unable to do. Add to that a few rotations to the middle lane, with both of which resulted into a kill onto Supreme, and all of a sudden, that tempo creating hero, which, you know, the pick we did like, but coming out of the lanes, it didn't have enough to go and make plays. So what do you do? What do you do on the side of Tundra in this situation? You know, it's on the side of Mouse, sorry. On Tundra, it's pretty simple. You go kill them. Yeah, that's exactly what this draft was designed to do. I said coming into it, they go one of 2 ways. They play Super Greed or they play Super Kill. They go for Super Kill, pays off massively. I'm expecting them to do this in game number 2 as well. Mouse, you have to find a way to just keep your heads above the water, to not drown under the aggression of Tundra here. What does that look like? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out. You know, they're going to have some ideas. Again, it is interesting that coach isn't there with them, isn't it?
Yeah, because I remember he was there for PGL Valahia, so he has been present at some events, but again, it's too hard to say. Maybe there's some reasoning why, and it is going to be hurting them potentially. I think for Mouse at least, they seem to be drafting in the same style as if he was there, so maybe draft-wise, it's not really changed, but of course, you know, the value of having that communication in and out of the series is most important. And now we see Mouse take the Tiny for themselves, and as a response, Tundra, of course, don't really care. They go for the Phoenix, but You know, I just said about kill combos and Mouse doing better with them, and coming into this game where they now have got the kill combo at least. They got a tiny, so good start.
Yeah, they do have a tendency to run it support, I've noticed, but I'm kind of just wanting it to be a core. We'll see what it looks like as the game goes on, but I do like Tiny mid. It always just feels like it gets stuff done. Tiny carry, maybe not so much, but Crash Landing is pretty ridiculous. We shall see. But yeah, Phoenix just kind of a really good answer, especially against heroes like the Gyrocopter and the Witch Doctor, because the Phoenix was able to throw down that Sun Ray, stop people dying from some Maldics in some situations, and then of course the Egg. You're not really going to be the focus in the team fights unless they find you first. You got way bigger targets to go on, so always pretty free to be able to just get off that Egg and avoid dying to just a random stray Flak or a random stray Paralyzing Cask. Ended up being a really nice pick for them, and of course when you do Egg, it's one less target for that Cask to bounce off, so potentially saving another hero from getting stunned, or, you know, just allowing the Cask to bounce away to nothing. Don't think we'll be seeing a Witch Doctor again here, though. Yeah, it's possible. I don't hate people just sticking with Comfort if that's what you feel is necessary, but I just feel like the Phoenix was a pretty good answer to it.
No, that was a very good answer. I think for Tundra, it's very simple for them if they want to just go Mars again here if they really want to, but instead they go for Morphling. The real thought is, do you think they flex Morphling?
I was thinking the same
roles?
thing.
Like we've seen,
I don't
we've seen
believe
support. Okay, but so we've seen Force Morphling. We've also seen offlane Morphling become a thing because it's the same logic as 4 Morphling. Thompson plays at mid and Pure can play at carry. So technically, based on the current meta, this Morphling could go in 4 roles. That isn't 5. But let's not get carried away. Let's just keep in the back of our minds.
It's like 90% position 1, and then there's like a 5% chance for it to be in the other ways, right?
Yeah. And Mouse, though, they do go for the combo that we praised OG for earlier today, the Marcy Shadow Fiend, and really strong lane. But this is it. This is the adjustments I want to see, the adaptation. It's like you were AFK in lanes last game. This time, it's completely opposite, right? You're going to have so much more presence in your lanes. And yeah, Tundra, they go for the Mars. And again, as expected, nothing too crazy. Rubik, relatively good game. You can still Requiem, Avalanche, Toss. Even some of the Marcy's toolkit can help you out a little bit. But I think this lane actually fares nicely into what Marcy Shadow Fiend want to do. Because when Marcy jumps in, you could just spear the Shadow Fiend to prevent the Shadow from hitting additional raises, maybe. Or you have the lift back as well. So you have 2 defensive heroes against a very aggressive safe lane. So yeah, overall should do relatively well. Of course, still can just feed to a Marcy Shadow Fiend lane if you play it poorly.
Everybody can. There is not a hero in the game that might not feed to Shadow Fiend Marcy. Very strong.
It's a little bit uncomfortable where if the Shadow Fiend doesn't set pace in the game, like taking the early towers, progressing the map with your team, play like Tomato did in that game 1, Morphling will just outscale you as a carry to carry. You can, waveform on top of the Shadow Fiend. You can, waveform disengage. Like there's so many repositioning tools that just annoy the Shadow Fiend. And you also can do as much right-click damage by Butterfly. Shadow Fiend doesn't really want to buy MKB, so yeah, we'll see if Mars can set that pace, set that tone, and will he go for the minus armor facet, or will he go for the slow on Shadow Rays? Because we just saw Tomato showcase its strengths. So if they take a page out of their book, it's like, wait a second, if we take that facet with the 15 talent and have Avenge and have a Marcy, we can do what OG did, but even quicker, right? Like maybe that's the logic that they're bringing to this game.
I do worry that it's kind of tripling down on this strategy though, which, I'm not super into. I really like the Hoodwink as a pickup. Obviously, it's banned this game, but I really like the Hoodwink as a pickup for OG in that game, where it did give you that kind of playmaking potential on the front lines, a bit of AoE lockdown, a good pesky hero to throw into the mix, and some burst. Venge doesn't give you that. It's not AoE lockdown. It's just 1 stun. Like, yeah, the AoE anti-armor's nice, swap's nice, but I don't know, maybe the swap's good, but again, you're playing into Mars. It's really important to remember that this Mars facet is going to make saving heroes very weak against Arena, and we've seen that be an issue time and time again.
Alchemist man, so they are respecting the Morphling could just be the mid. And in fairness, like, why would Tundra not want to put Morphling mid against a Tiny, right? Like, Tiny can never really kill Morphling. Thompson will just free farm. You've already secured your side lanes with this really strong Mars Rubik. Pure can just play some whatever carry to do his stuff, so I'm not opposed to the idea of three kind of farming cores for Tundra. Especially because, like, the main reason why I'm not opposed to it is, like, when big team fights come into play, you have Arena, Egg, and a Rubik to deal with the early aggression what Mouse can bring. So it's not as if you need someone else to step up.
Yeah. Just having a look at Force's history to see if he plays any offlane Venge. Doesn't seem to be a super common pick for them. Don't know, probably not going to be offlane Venge by the looks of it, which I'm grateful for.
In regards to draft, though, it does dictate that Marcy Shadow Fiend is a lane, Tiny is mid, Venge would be 4 or 3, but there's also a world where you just put Shadow Fiend middle. And then, again, there's so much flexibility where even if, like, pub stats don't reflect it, like, technically your SF could be mid or carry, your Venge could be 3 or 5 or 4. You know, same thing for Marcy to some degree. Like, there's a lot of... Even though there's probably not that many question marks, there is technically the ability for Mouse to go crazy with where they put heroes.
Yeah, they could pull out a gotcha. My only concern is that this is their last pick, and they don't get to see what Tundra are putting down, so... Pretty hard to gotcha when Tundra can, you know, gotcha the gotcha. So probably not going to be happening. It's probably all pretty static from Mouth at this point. Tundra are the ones which can utilize their Morphling flex to maybe pull something out of the bag here, and that's why you see the Alchemist and the Brood banned out by Mouth. 2 carry heroes, respecting the ability for this Morphling to run mid, and just knowing that that's going to be the biggest the biggest problems for them to run into across both of those roles, the 1 and the 2. Final pick now for Mouse. They don't have long to decide either. Only 7 seconds left off reserve time, and they will be going for the Willow. So it is going to be the Vengeful Spirit in the offlane by the looks of it. Tiny mid, Shadow Fiend, safe lane. I was a little scared of this. Okay. I'm not a huge lover of the Vengeful Spirit offlane.
Yeah, Venge offlane is incredibly fun to watch if other heroes fill the gaps that you create, right? Like early game, if your lane doesn't go well, and you aren't already entertaining ags by, like, around the 15-minute mark, then someone else needs to be your frontline. And I think there isn't really an actual frontline. All of Mouse's frontline comes from getting kills, right? Like, Marcy Shadow Fiend needs to get kills in lane to create they're behind, they won't run at us. Tiny has to get an early blink to get kills to create the same thing. If the lanes don't go well, there's no hero to fall back on. Like, there's no natural hero to go, don't worry, I'll cushion the initiation. It's just, if you don't initiate, your draft is non-existent. Of course, that changes when Venge gets Aghanims. But for Tundra, like, their scaling is so strong, and now they pick up a CK. So it's like Phoenix CK lane into a Venge Willow. Sure, I think maybe level 1, 2 Venge Willow can look good, but when you hit 3 and the CK starts getting, you know, stun plus Reality Rift and the crit in play with 2 points in Fire Spirit from Phoenix, that lane will get pretty difficult. For Mouse, if lanes go well, sure, they have a draft to break down the map to get kills to keep the ball rolling. But if the lanes don't go well, their plan B, it can get real difficult. So we'll see if Mouse have the laning abilities to bring this draft to life, or if Tundra will just kind of, you know, hit cruise control and get themselves a swift 2-0 at the start of their group stage.
Yeah, sort of feeling that way to me. I don't know. There's a lot of aggression coming out from these guys. You know, what do you have to stop the CK running you down, running you over? I think Shadow Fiend's the only real option there. I'm not sure Tiny does enough damage, even with Crash Landing. I guess you can toss up an illusion and then you get the Crash Landing damage on the real hero, but I have my concerns. You know what? I take it back a little bit. They do have options against CK. It's just whether he can get to that kind of unkillable point with the armlet and loads of extra armor and damage and such, and just running you down. And with a Morphling in the game as well. You know, he's not even the primary carry, really, as such.
it causing you issues. So yeah, you got 2 problems to deal with here with the side of Mouse. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to fix them or not. We shall find out as we get into game number 2 in this best of 2 series here in the group stage for the Esports World Cup, Riyadh Masters. Both teams heading out onto the map. We shall see if either is able to draw first blood upon the other. Wait a minute. What the hell's happening here?
There we go.
Huh? What is Nightclub? What the? This is this. Huh?
It's sure. No, we knew it could be a support. No, what's this reaction for?
You did say it. You did. I didn't believe you was the thing. I didn't want to say it to your face, but I thought, man, T-Governors. He's talking a load of rubbish. He's lost his mind. He's been chopping too many logs.
What's the real thing that's cooking? It's Topson going mid. 11 or so pubs played on Topson mid Rubik, and that is... Yeah, this makes the draft a little bit more spicy for me. You know, now we got some... Like, actually, when you look at Mouse's lineup, every single hero for Mouse, there's a good spell to steal, right? Even a Raze is pretty good. Requiem is very good. Whatever you steal from Venge is going to be good. Avalanche from Tiny is very good. Willow Bramble Maze is very... Like, if Topson can get into the groove of this game, some solid frontline, then yeah, this is going to be a banging Rubik game. But, yeah. Of course, the Strength Morphling, if you haven't seen it, it is very much about spamming stuns and doing a lot of work before. And let me just double check the 9 class pub Morphling, just to ensure I am up to date on what he is doing at least. Okay. He's varied his build, which I kind of expected. He's done some Phylactery, some Vessel, sometimes he went Yules. But yeah, the key thing is just to constantly play around your stun and be very, very annoying. With the reduced cooldown.
That stun is very annoying. You do a decent amount of damage at some point into the game, but very, very slowly. The attack speed is atrocious, so in terms of trading, it's a bit weird.
And now let me double check the Topson mid Rubik build to make sure he's not done anything too spicy that we're not aware
of. Just Phylactery, Ags, maybe a blink in there somewhere.
No, he's done...
Ramses might be getting first blood. Yep, Bengen's there to make sure. Gets him with the dispose. And it will be Supreme getting first blood on the Tiny. Exactly what you want to be seeing if you're Mouse here. Get Supreme off to a good start, and he can be your boy. He can be the guy controlling up your game.
Yeah, so just to warn you, Topson's done 2 types of builds in his pubs. He's done the Boots of Travel into Aghanims and Spellcaster Rubik. And then he's done the Treads, Maelstrom, Gleipnir, Moonshard, Hurricane Pike option of Rubik as well.
What's that?
So he's done, yeah, he's gone all right-click. Yeah, all right-click build or Spellcaster build. We'll see where he goes in this game. We won't try and analyze either until we actually just see him buy the items. Will save us a lot of sanity. But
yep,
there is a world where he tries to go right-click.
I'm very much here for it if we do. I'm guessing that's due to the innate now, right? Like each 1% spell amplification also increases Rubik's attack damage by 1% and magic resistance as well. So you get a bit of everything. Ouch, Bengen taking heavy hits here from 9 class and Ramses. 64 damage on this Morphling ain't no joke. So what would you compare this Morphling support to? What hero is it most similar to so that people can get an idea on how it functions as a support?
What hero has low cooldown repositioning tool with a stun and the ability? No, it's in its own field. Actually, it's like near impossible to compare it to someone else. Like you have a super low cooldown stun with the ability to shift your own regen, so you're never really in a spot of bother. And if you see a good hero on the enemy team, you just become that hero to take over. So I guess it's kind of like a Rubik, but if Rubik had a movement spell, I guess, is the answer.
So far so good in the middle lane for Topson. 12 CS. Against one more, then that's going to be pretty much every creep. This 2 9 class. Gotta be a little bit careful there. The Shadow Razors starting to stack up just a little bit. Only just trying to see if he can catch him out with the long-range shadow rays at the end there, but didn't quite find the opportunity. Yeah, Tundra, they're not going to be trying to win this top lane, really. They're just going to be trying to survive it. You don't want to feed away kills to Marcy and Shadow Fiend. You get overconfident, you will be punished.
Yeah, it's just so funny when I look at Morphling. He has, of course, we've seen Core Morphling so much, right? But
bottom
DK is getting pressured just a little bit.
Yeah, he's good.
They use like 2 or 3 spells in 9 class top, right? He then walks back to tier 2, shifts all the way down to 1 agi, or 1 strength, sorry. Shifts all the way back up and he's back to 1200 HP. That's also the strength of this hero. Yeah.
Completely shut out of the middle lane at this point. It's watching Topson last it and unable to do really anything about it. Waiting for that Tango regen to kick in. Topson completely uncontested CS. And even using the fortification to just make sure that Supreme can't get any of this. Lift up is available for the Rubik, but there's no reason for him to go diving here. He's putting so much pressure on Supreme. In 1 second, Fade Bolt will be available and Supreme can no longer come near the wave. Oh, there you go.
What do you get tonight? Oh, he gets to down the flag barrier too.
Does just about get both the range creep, but you don't want to see it becoming that close when you're using a level 2 toss with crash landing to try and secure range creeps. Gonna go up
and
now
again,
and just try
game
and grab.
2. Look at the CS though. Like all 3 Tundra cores are pulling out ahead in lanes, and even though Mouse have slightly more
Massively this
aggressive
game.
lanes, they're not even able to. Like, they're taking the aggression, but not translating that into additional CS. And they're pressuring just a little bit, but you know, props to the offlane of Tundra. They've utilized their regen perfectly. They've brought out salves on Ramses to make sure he can lane. 9 classes tanked some key spells and shifted back from agi to strength to ensure he's always got HP available. And of course, we've seen Topson 26 for 6 to the 14 and 2. They are just outlaning Mouse. It's very simple in all 3 lanes.
Supreme trying desperately to pick up a bit of CS here, but Topson's just denying everything. You're not going to have a Tiny in this game. And let's not forget, this isn't just a Tiny. This is a first blood Tiny. He had a great start to the game and still completely shut out. Like, is this how this matchup's meant to go? I don't know. Or is Topson just putting on a masterclass?
I mean, Fade Bolt against melee hero can always be pretty annoying, and I think either mid lane, I'd argue Rubik actually probably should do pretty well in that matchup.
Fair enough. Yeah, this game too is looking messy. I mean, they're not doing awfully on the Shadow Fiend. Rubik, sorry, Vengeful as well. Getting a little bit. It's coming down, but yeah, every single lane looking really good for Tundra. And we saw what they can do last game with these sort of kill instinct heroes, and that's exactly what they have this game. I feel like even if Mouse came out better in the lanes, I would still be worried about like what Tundra can do in the early mid game. The fact that they're behind, you know, it's got me shaken a bit.
Yeah, look at the stats from mid lane. We already knew it was so one-sided. I don't think production needed to really hammer it home, guys. All right.
My favorite part about that is they have a stat for the time at which they hit level 6, and Supremes are still counting down since they try to fight for the rune here. Bengen's able to steal it at the very least, but Topson, he's now got himself Avalanche. Probably not. Probably wants toss, but whatever.
We're still at the crossroads for Topson. He's had a completely free lane. Okay, he's going boot to travel. So I'm guessing he's going to go for the boot to travel act build that he's been doing in his pubs. Bot lane, force.
Oh, he's getting very low indeed, and the right click will land, or at least the Fire Spirit will, and puts an end to the Vengeful Spirit. Too much damage, too much aggression coming out from the CK and the Phoenix, shutting down the Venge. Bengen and Olnit looking to be aggressive on top. 9 classes. Look, they're just running into the 2 of them. Look at this guy. Look at this Morphling, man. He's just right on top of Bengen. Bengen doesn't know what to do. I've got a puddle chasing me. I'm getting all wet. Topson coming in from the sidelines as well, looking to help out. Got to be a little bit careful here, though. Olnit's getting the raises off right now. He needs to spot the wand, and the Healing Lotus will be able to do that. Topson is in some trouble and will be going down. Olnit gets the kill, and now they're coming for more. Ramsey's going to be the next target. Bengen needs to be a little bit careful as the Morphling runs through him. Spear does connect onto Supreme and throws him back, saves the Mars' life, and Bengen will be the one to fall. 9 again, just plenty healthy through all of this and just getting off clicks and stuns and waveforms and causing issues here. But ultimately, Thompson did rotate top and die to Olnit, which is a pretty nice break for the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I think, you know, Thompson rotated expecting his Morphling maybe to be level 4, because when 9 waveformed in and had no points in adaptive strike because it was level 3, all the Morphling was doing was just kind of standing around. Or just like, hi, and then eventually got adaptive. So, yeah, a little bit of a excitable move there from Tundra that did get punished, and they're trying to kill off Pure as well. He has TP, so if he can make the great... No. But maybe he could have.
Maybe. If he juked 3 heroes in the trees. Top side, they get the arena down onto Olnit, and he is gone. That is a dead Shadow Fiend up on the top side. Level 6 comes on Ramses, the enemy carry dies. It's a Taylor's Orders time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A classic Tail. This Thompson running around with his Invis rune, unable to find a whole lot. Chillin', boost travel gonna be up very soon. No concerns for this Rubik at all.
Yeah, his one death top was kind of not having enough resources. I think the next time the fight comes around, of course, 9 is soon to be level 6. Mars will have arena as well. Well, Thompson keeps trying to steal toss, but
please give me
only
toss.
getting avalanche now. 3 steals in a row, just yet to connect and get the steal he wants.
Honestly, credit to Supreme for that. Like, if he gives away toss, it's a bad time. So you get the facets. You've got like a ridiculous damage toss coming through as Bengen starts to fight up here in the top lane. The CK's come in for this one, but it's a nice fear from the side rounds from Olnit, allowing them to scoop up Ramses. They're looking for the Morphling as well, but they're not going to be finding it as Thompson comes in from the side, brings down Bengen, steals a raise as well. It's not the most effective spell, but it'll do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Olnit continuing to use his hero well, be aggressive, finding the few kills that they've been able to get. Most of them have come from Olnit and Bengen playing together as we expected. Some stacks to farm up as well, so Shadow Fiend will be a factor in this game. Supreme, Force, maybe less so. Need to find a way in.
Yeah, Olnit, he went for the nice lift to prevent the jump from Bengen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Olnit went for the Shadow Maya facet as well, just to keep note of, not the one Tomato went for earlier. Supreme gets the regen and yeah, got it. It's been relatively quiet. We haven't really spoken about the Venge too much, but it kind of feels like Mouse's entire game is built on can Force get an Aghanims quick enough. Like if this Aghanims comes in around 15-16 minutes, I think there's a lot of signs of life Mouse can lean on, but if it gets delayed in any capacity, if this Venge gets dragged into fights, and sitting at 3,700 net worth, it's not looking too good.
Nope. And what does an unfarmed Venge do? Pretty much the same as the support Venge. You want to be saving
Correct,
with Nether Swap, and that's about it. But what you're lacking is any sort of initiation, any sort of control, any sort of damage. You don't really do it on an underfarmed Venge. It's somewhat unfortunate. I'm surprised that Thompson's held this Shadow Raise for such a long time, but I guess it's just one of those nice farming abilities. Fade Bolt plus Shadow Raise is likely going to be an entire wave dead. Helps you jungle.
Also, to steal a new spell, he'd have to, you know, get into a position of seeing an enemy, and he's currently kind of playing off map at the moment. Let's hope Tundra react accordingly. They are trying to take top tower. Kind of feels like Tundra are wanting to make more moves, and yeah, they do. They hit the arena top and get a freebie. 1 Bengen kill for the road.
Yeah, Olnit now sees the arena's been used though, and is just going to kind of show a bit of confidence here. Not too much,
has
but
Blink Dagger though.
Just trying to clear away.
Here it is.
All right. Okay, do we do anything with it?
Need to do the reaction more. It's like, all right.
All right, man.
Yeah,
we get to play the game. I mean, just after the last game,
right.
we just didn't see anything coming out from Mouse. This game. Oh, and an arcane. Okay, all right. Mouse, this is your chance. This is all you. What can they do? Thompson, Whitemon, they've all been seen. Supreme jumps at backlines, immediately taken down Whitemon, but they've lost Narman in response, and, well, 9 Class just stealing them of the tiny form and just throwing them around. Thompson fighting up into the two of them. Everybody's tossed in the air. What am I watching right now? 3 tosses in a row. You thought Crash Landing was OP? Well, yeah, these guys think so too. 3 of them are using it. Thompson does die though. Good fight for Supreme as on the top side. Ramsey's just forcing all net back.
Yeah, Wyman just didn't get his egg off. If he was able to get egg off, then completely different fight. But yeah, Supreme, he gets the Arcane Rune. Nice. He's supposed to get jumped, but he then is able to, you know, open up that fight, continue the fight to top. And we keep saying that Supreme is the player for this team, and look at that patience. He waits for a second, sees what he needs to go on. The Crash Landing then kills off the Phoenix instantly. And at this point, there just isn't enough resources or mana on the heroes to kind of, or even life, to get much of a fight going. You say Rubik had all his spells on cooldown, and Morphling didn't have enough mana for waveform.
It's just juggling heroes at this point. Everybody's up in the air. It's a great time. What a ridiculous replay. Thank you, SDC.
Don't say juggling stuff, because people think about Ringmaster and they'll start.
No, they'll get sad
Ringmaster.
again.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe we get the facet balance patch in Ringmaster before TI. I'm copying.
I mean, as long as it's in 2024, I'm happy. That's when it said it was be released. You know?
Yep, Supreme getting jumped. This time may not be surviving. A Terrorize gets thrown out. Not really a whole lot to go with it, although my god, the Cursed Crown plus the Bramble Maze is absolutely stopping Tundra in their tracks, but they've got a stolen toss, and they will toss Ramses in. Thompson unfortunately grabbed tree throw once again, so he's frustratedly throw his tree away.
It's so filthy, actually, when you have Rubik and Morphling in the same team. Because at any minute, if one hero has a good spell, you're going to have 2 of them. It's like, how does Tiny play this game when he gives away Avalanche or Toss? Because then, like, I know we already memed the Toss thing, but like when you think about any other spell, like, imagine if Tundra had 2 Bramble Mazes, or 2 Magic Missiles, 2 Avalanches. It is going to be a lot for Mouse to have to handle in these earlier fights. And 9 Class, he's trying to get straight for the Octarine. He's trying to get as much cooldown reduction as possible into the mix. Of course, hasn't had a game at all. Level 9, bottom of the chords in net worth, and
swap back. Olnit's here to try and deal a bit of damage, but I'm not sure he's got enough to offer. The sun is down. Supernova's going to come crashing down, and they kind of just let themselves get stunned by it. Yeah, but they're trying to open up for Supreme here, who does bring down Whitemon on the respawn. Supreme, though, getting jumped as 9 Class jumps in with the toss back over towards Supreme. Lift back as well. Olnit is just left, right, and center right now. Once again, Bengen trying to jump in. Olnit, they're trying to combo up with the Requiem, but it's not beautiful. They'll get the kill, but it will cost him his life. 9 Class brings down Olnit regardless. Ramsey's very low as Bengen will finish the job. Supreme toss up onto the Morph. They'll at least kill off 9 Class. It's something. Supreme, he needs a little bit more from this. Topson would be an amazing target. Forces here with the damage. Topson is down again. And, well, there's a CK running away on the sidelines here. I don't think they have the speed to catch up with the CK. So, at the very least, Pure will survive through this. But it's some heavy losses here for Tundra as Mouse are continuing to fight their way back into this game.
You know, Tundra, they're making some big plays to try and get kills, but also at the same time, they are lacking a little bit of the damage, right? Like, it all starts with a Venge kill for then Venge to respawn 30 seconds later to then assist in the final kill. And at this point, it really is just Supreme. Constantly finding the jumps, constantly finding the initiations.
Live.
Yeah, even while live, he's getting more kills. And on the replay, like 9 Class jumps in, he's trying to combo up, but it's like Pure, it just hasn't got the strength to do it. Mars then jumps on in at the final second to get a cleanup kill, and no one's answering Supreme. Supreme is uncontested in these fights.
Man, if he didn't cancel that Requiem, then 9 Class doesn't get to just waveform him down. The Shadow Fiend lives. Not quite trusting in Supreme to get the toss back, I don't think. Problem is, if you don't combo it up perfectly, the Morphling just lives, and that's exactly what happens.
Radiant are scanning.
9 Class, that is a big waveform forward, my goodness. Able to just steal the Dark Willow form, and all of a sudden it's very awkward to get the kill. But Supreme's nearby, should be able to finish the job with a toss, with a combo.
Waveform again.
But 9 class, never mind, back into the Morphling form, and Force is actually dead on the sidelines inside the arena. Oh dear. Nice catch there. On the side cam, as they bring down the Force Venge. Once again, offlaners struggling to get their ag seems to be the story of the day.
Watching support Morphling reminds me how much I just hate Morphling. Like, shifting down to 1 HP to then shift back up to like 1,000, it's like, come on, mate, come on. Where's the skill? Where's the, you know, you meant to earn your HP and mana, you know? This guy just presses a button or two. It's fine though. It's perfectly balanced. Smile.
Keep telling yourself that.
Yep, I am. I'm saying it through gritted teeth, don't worry.
Well, despite all this action and all these kills and all this violence, there's still towers not really falling, and that's partly due to the insane wave clear on both these teams. Morphling, Tiny, Rubik was able to clear through waves pretty easily. Force, he's so close, 500 gold away. If he could just stay alive for a little bit longer, he might get his Ags, and then he's never dying.
Oh, they're killing Rampage.
Jump in, yeah, down on the bottom side. They're going to bring him down with ease, actually. Olnet and Bengen, the combo, the anti-armor plus the unleash, it's way too much for Ramses to handle.
Very, very greedy. His Morphling was showing middle. He's also hitting bottom. It's like Tundra, they know they're in the farming state of their draft. But they're also showing in all the lanes to give, you know, punishment available to Mouse.
This game has felt sloppy for Tundra, to be clear. Like, they had a really, really strong lead, and they kind of just fought their way out of that lead. Oh, here we go once again. Onto Force. No, he's 180 gold away. And shut down again. Oh my god. I just want to see this Venge hit an item. Just one item. He's running around with Power Treads, Magic Wand, and a bunch of stats. It's not enough. Contributing very, very little. Rubik meanwhile has the Ag, so now has Wave of Terror and Avalanche. Next item is going to be the Octarine, so just looking to be the spellcaster madman.
Oh, they're going for the Twin Gate. They're hoping to catch the CK. But he has Phantasm, he has Orchid. There is turnaround potential if they are to go at him, and no, they didn't find him at all.
Circled by White Mon as well, so read pretty well. Full of things, I didn't expect the Octarine rush on the Morphling, I'll be real.
Yeah, it's been, when I looked at the support morph builds, it's like they either go for utility to complement the kind of stealing sort of aspect with minus reduction, or they just rush Octarine, because then you become just absolutely silly with your strength to agi ratio with cooldown reduction, plus the waveforms going around. Then you become a hero like Tiny. It is very, very overwhelming, but
low cooldown on 2 rounds of spells, right?
Yeah. You just gotta respect your AFK hero, basically, because you're just walking around.
Good call from Mouse here, though. Whilst Tundra are going for the 6 split screen. No, or like 2 seconds of it. Whilst they go for the Tormentor, they go for a Roshan on the side of Mouse, and this does not look like it's been read. So we get to see an Aegis probably on Olnet.
Yeah, really nice move there from Mouse. You're not down kills, but you're down, you know, net worth, and I don't know how excited they are for the fight. I'm just, you know how I said it's like a really funny Rubik Morphling combo, right? When you just steal spells of one hero. They're both rushing Octarine.
Yeah.
So Rubik and Morphling are gonna have Octarine, so there's gonna be the better version of a hero. We might be able to see like 6 Avalanche tosses in this game, constantly happening for our team fight.
Tundra definitely feeling a little fruity with this one as Olnet dangling himself, daring Tundra to approach him up on this high ground. Aegis in hand, BKB ready. But here we go. Just throw a spear back under the tower, trying to drag Olnit out of position and force the team to take a weird fight. But there's the swap coming through from Force. The save is there, but he's going to be losing his life very, very quickly. Of course, has the Aghanim, so can still kind of help out here, silencing up the clone straight away to make sure there's not another swap in. And Mouse will just back themselves away. But this does mean that Tundra get to keep their tier 1 tower in the middle lane. Sure, they kill off Force for now. Doesn't really mean a whole lot. Resources still available for Mouse. They want to make some use of these. Going for the smoke up, looking for the play. Supreme, he sees a Morphling. I mean, he's so tanky. He's even got a strength rune as well. So, sorry, the shield rune as well. So good luck bringing him down, but, well, apparently they didn't need it. They got the damage. He morphs into the tiny, and all of a sudden, it's not such a hard kill after all.
Relatively swift. They kind of wanted more, though, right? Like, this is your age. This is your time to own the map, and your Venge had to sacrifice her life to help own it out. And then you get a morph kill, but it's like, I'd argue it's uncomfortable. But still, Mouse making okay moves. Tundra are answering relatively well. Pure, he's 1, 1, and 2 in the game. He got the Armlet Orca timing, opted to do pretty much nothing on the map with it. Farmed an entire BKB, top net worth. At some point, Tundra are going to enter the fight, swinging. Maybe they just wait for the Aegis to expire, but
Ramsey's a little
Tundra,
slow in the rebuke there.
They've gone real quiet, but surely they fight now. So many items to bring to the fight.
Narman going to get
nice
swapped
swap.
to safety, at least for the time being, but this might be the Vengeful Spirit just dying again here. Force, not really much help coming his way as the Spew enters from the sidelines. Olnit considers cooking up the Requiem of Souls, will now throw it down, but Ramses is there. Everybody's on the cliff for some reason. Bengen will be falling as Pure's just kind of sitting up here. He's got no way down, except for the Reality Rift, which he uses to get himself out and kill off the Shadow Fiend in one blow. Supreme, he needs to be here, and he will be. Jumps in with the throwback, with the toss. They're looking at Thompson. Thompson getting hit pretty damn hard. Olnit's trying to bring him down. The Terrorize doesn't quite land as Pure enters the fight, gets on top of the SF once again and brings him down, and now it's Supreme as well. Supreme will not be escaping as 9 class casually kills him off with a stylish waveform across and gets himself the double kill on Supreme and Narman. 5 heroes all dead on the side of Mouse. It is Tundra back in the driving seat.
And you're controlling the game as well. They forced the Venge to swap again. When the Venge uses swap like that, it opens up the fight for Tundra. They fight on the high ground area. Sure, CK was temporarily cliffed, but we're going to see the replay. This is not how you want to start the fight. Look at the minimap. 4 heroes of Tundra are ready instantly. They zone out the Willow, they force Venge to swap, and then now, once we get to the second round of the fight, Mouse are kind of desperately throwing in more spells. When the Venge is already dead, Narman's having to disengage, and as for the team that had the Aegis, of course they fell victim to mid lane. They aren't that strong into a BKB CK, into the egg, but still, that just wasn't the optimal fight they were looking for, and Tundra continue to extend their lead. 12,000 gold now at the 25 minute mark, sorry. That'd be insane if they had 12k at 15 minutes.
Yeah, this game will be a bit over.
Yes. Oh, we have the Octarine complete on Morphling. Let's go. Alright, give me the stats, boys. 24 minutes faster for Rubik, 1 match. Morphling, what are we saying? First time, okay.
Okay.
So now this is the benchmark, 25-25.
Oh, Rubik has Requiem, by the way.
Yeah, he used it in the last fight. Look how ugly Morphling's inventory looks, by the way. Like, there's not many heroes that can make this item look good. But this inventory is like, it doesn't look bad. It's kind of ugly, but
he's going to get himself some support items here to fill it up.
Yeah, a Dagon and a Refresher. And oh, there's some nice cooldowns.
Really? Infused Raindrop at 26 minutes? Interesting.
Wouldn't be surprised if it just was for the little bit of mana region.
Are scanning.
Loads of pings coming out from both teams. I mean, Whitemon is under a ward here. Olnit, he sees him, and they're going to jump him. They're going to try and take him down pre-egg, but they're not going to get a chance to. The arena is there, blocking the right clicks from Olnit. Olnit trying to finish his job. Can't do so, the Supernova. The Bengen Dragon is dead. Requiem used on the sideline as well by Thompson. Olnet, he's going to try and cock up another one and just blow up this Morphling, which he will be able to do. Pure is in, but I'm not sure he wants to be. He's got to be a little bit careful. That said, Olnet's got to be careful as well. He's used his BKB, so getting jumped here could be bad. Swap is in, but the rest of Tundra come collapsing down onto Olnet, and they will be able to take him down. It's a lot of damage coming back their way, but Supreme, he can't do enough to turn this fight down by himself, especially with Pure, still with a BKB available. Finishes off Supreme. It's a triple kill for Pure here, as they will once again take the fight on Mouse. Venge does get the TP out, stopping it from being a full 5-man team wipe. But either way, these fights, they feel close. They feel maybe closer than they should. But again, Tundra just with the constant spam of spells is just too strong.
It feels like Mouse always just missing that extra damage source. Like this time around, the Phoenix gets caught. It looks like, okay, cool, you got a free Phoenix kill. But of course, the arena from Ramses and keeping the Phoenix alive, forcing Onit to have to hit the raises. But he just had a short raise that he just could not get close enough to connect on. Then of course, he just eggs and turns it around, and then we get to see the multiple tosses from the Rubik, the Morphling, and the Tiny coming into play. And yeah, just every single time, Mouse are just missing a little aspect of their draft, which prevents them from having signs of life in the fight. Now it's 13,000 gold lead. Blink Dagger is on the CK, soon to be Heart. They are scaling so quickly on their cores. And the Phoenix, does he have a full Lotus and a Pipe at 28? Like, I know he had Pipe in the previous fight, but yeah, he's got a full Lotus. So against Venge Swap, against the Cursed Crown, this is going to be very, very useful.
It's super nice to have against Venge if you do want to go high ground at any point. Just being able to shove that onto your carry, let them hit the tower. It's a big, big threat just taken out of the equation.
Dire are scanning.
Mouse on the hunt. Again, like, I love this compared to last game where, I mean, I love anything compared to last game, but especially the killing instinct they're able to have in this game, where they're constantly able to get out on map, look for kills, play forward, get experience. You know, you don't want to come to an event and then just, you know, draft a gyrocopter, 5 games in a row, be unable to play, never get a chance to really commit to any fights. You want to get your beak wet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pure will be looking to play the game when he gets this heart, or maybe even before then, as Tundra position themselves quite aggressively. Again, there's no Roshan in terms of objectives, nothing super pressing, so making a play just not really appealing unless you can catch someone off guard.
And the positioning, one team holds the top jungle, one team holds the bottom jungle. Looking potentially for a fight on it. He doesn't care, he's just running up the high ground. Okay. Tundra, they don't want to fight Roshan. Will be respawning in 34 seconds. So securing that is more beneficial than actually getting the kill. A daytime Roshan. Both teams have... Okay, looks like they're roughly set up in the area, but okay, it looks like Tundra aren't even thinking about Roshan too much, as they have TP to mid and top.
Yeah, which is interesting, because this could just open up mouths to force another Roche. Tundra can't get there in time.
You do have the twin game.
Yeah.
The fact that Tundra aren't even looking to scout Roshan when it is in the respawn window, and they were...
Green again, baby. Damn it, they took the Tormentor too quickly. Yeah, Roshan lets out a cry, a plea for help, but I don't think anybody's going to answer it. Roshan's just going to go down. It's going to be another Aegis for Olnet. Tundra, a little bit sloppy, a little bit messy, giving away a little bit too much. They are the team which are ahead. They are the team with the big gold advantage. They choose to back out, sort out their waves, get the Tormentor in exchange for an Aegis. Mighty questionable here. And something we may be looking at later on.
I just don't know if the Tormentor was that much value, right? Especially,
really.
Maybe they just didn't time the Roshan and they were kind of guesstimating it against, like, oh, it could have been mid-late daytime, right? But they're jumping in onto Own It.
Yeah, on it. He's going to hold off on the BKB for now. Ramsey is just looking to start the fight going on to them. Requiem does get used to no real effect. No one really close enough to use it. And now, well, they'll jump on top of the Shadow Fiend, and he's gone very quick. But they've traded the Mars for it. On it, immediate BKB coming out from them as Pure just rips through Supreme. Now you don't have a mid laner. Swap out, strike it on it to some degree of safety, but he's just being followed by Pure. He will not leave him alone. Another hero tossed into the blender, which is Pure and his illusion. And the army of Chaos Knights take down everybody. And that has been the one consistent of this game. There's just no one ever threatening Pure at any point.
Yeah, it was the Rubik swap, by the way. He swapped him back into the Phoenix egg to further punish the Shadow Fiend. And have we just not just watched the same game for like 20 minutes or so? Where they did Roshan, they went mid, same thing happened. They get the next Roshan, same thing happens, where like Ramsey jumps into Own It. Own It uses Requiem on a BKB Mars, instantly dies, and then there's no real fight construct happening here. It's just a lot of individual pickoffs. What happened? What happened?
Oh, it's so sad you guys missed that. We had a lovely interaction between Rubik and Force, Thompson and Force, where they just saw each other immediately. The Rubik swaps, and immediately Force just swaps back, and they just go back, continue doing what they were doing.
Right.
The double nether swap.
Just look at the offlane Venge. Look at the items he's buying.
I'd rather not.
This doesn't install big comeback potential late game. It's like Aetherlin's Aghanim's. It's, yeah. Tundra, they walk up to the high ground, chipping it away with their Morphling very slowly.
Of all the heroes. Oh, there you go. Couple of punches on that tower. The flow Morphling.
That should help.
I'd say doing what he does best, but no. Doing what he does best is stealing spells and breaking ankles. Is this Phylactery Candor fully complete on Supreme, or just the... Yeah, full Candor will be available pretty shortly on Supreme. Better late than never, I suppose. Well, what do you think about his build this game? Do you think stopping off for the Echo was worthwhile?
I think how good his early game was. Echo Seb is always nice to be an additional Phoenix killer, right? You can help kill the egg a little bit quicker. You can... I'm not opposed to it. It's more about the game that's stalled rather than him. Own It does not care about these records. He just throws them out like no.
I think he probably should. Own It is just dead to Pure once again. I mean, Pure is just killing everybody right now. Own It's dead, Force is dead, Narman's dead, Thompson just juggling spells like nobody's business. Force is clone trying to get out of here, but that's not going to happen. 9 class runs him down. And I mean, look, they solved some issues on the side of Mouse. They improved their game from last game, okay? They made some plays, but they didn't solve the Pure issue. They now have, and I don't think they ever will. The CK is out of control.
Yeah. They put it bluntly, they don't have an offlane this game.
Yes.
When you compare the fight impact of Ramses on his Mars compared to Force's Venge, it's just night and day difference. And I think Venge is a very delicate hero in the draft. You draft it incorrectly, it's gonna gonna hurt you later down the line, and exactly what happened here. It's got drafted a little bit too obviously. Well, the Venge offlane when you already have Willow Master or something, and wasn't the strongest lane, and yeah, the product of it. Bengen though, I've seen him run away with Glimmer Cape twice now. Will he survive this time? Yes, he will.
Yes, he will. Nice attempt by Thompson throwing his body around with the telekinesis shard, but doesn't quite connect. One more fight might be in store for Mouse. Whether it will be the Roche fight or just a scrap on the pitch. Well, that's what we're going to find out.
Do have a butterfly on Shadow Kids, so at least there's a bit of potential to stand his ground, but it's also, we saw how quickly he died with the butterfly in the previous fight, and I'm really reaching.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's
And you have a Bloodthorn for True Strike anyways, and it's like, wow. Mouse are going to need a miracle. They're going to smoke around. This is potentially the final smoke of this game. The scan connects, but it's onto 9 class.
Has he found another bloody shield rune? He has.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Well, they see him. They go for him. Will they kill him is the question. They got him down. The shield is gone. The damage is in. Ulnet does click. Pure tries to jump into the backlines and goes for the Venge. Doesn't really connect super well. And now Ramses, he's in with the arena, controlling the mob, not letting them escape. Sure, the Requiem's there, but Ulnet is just getting beaten down by Pure. The swap from Force is nice. Gets Ulnet out to safety. But everybody else is just completely dead as Thompson cuts them down with the toss, with the Fade Bolt. And a nice little Shadow Rays on top of that as well. Beautiful stuff.
Every single fight. Yeah. Like Tundra making so many little plays, right? Even if the Mars misses his spear and the Morph dies quite quickly, Thompson's in position to use beautiful spell combos, and Pure does so much damage on the CK.
5 Shadow Rays as that fight. Like, he just stole the close range one and just went around bopping people with it over and over. That's crazy. Not how I expected him to play this, but nobody expects the Thompson in the position.
Like after how hard his lane was to like find entry to the game, to like create so many moments for his team, like Supreme, he made a little comeback, but just wasn't enough. The rest of his team didn't step up to follow his comeback that he was trying to create. And 30,000 gold lead. It's maybe wait for next Roshan if you're Tundra, just really secure the game. But yeah, that's about it. We are looking at Tundra, who are very scary coming into this group stage.
Yeah. They want to make an example of Mouse, and game 1, they did it by just absolutely beating them down. Game 2, they're kind of doing some tricks. They got the Mothling, they got the Rubik, stealing spells, having fun. And behind it all, Pure, just, as I've said many, many times, such a consistent carry player on the Chaos Knight, delivering a pretty spectacular performance. It feels like we're just weighing down the clock now, probably for Roshanna though. Tundra really haven't cared once about Roshan this game, so maybe not. Oh, they're looking.
Yeah, maybe they use Roshan as like a bait.
Yeah, I like that.
Let's give it to Mouse and it'll bait them to come closer to us.
Wait, you mean give them the Roshan?
Yeah, maybe that was their plan all along. Was to give the Roshan. Because it gives, like, there's Aegis confidence, right?
Hold up.
When you get into a game with Aegis confidence, you want to cross the river, you want to make moves. So they baited Mouse. So basically, Roshan and the Aegis was a little cheese trap to get the little mice to, scurry out of the holes, right? That was the plan all along.
This is something I haven't seen in a really long time. It is Morphling Aghanims for 9 class. So you like toss, right? You've enjoyed seeing the tosses?
Yeah.
Okay, have another one. Why not?
It's good. We will see. Tundra are just being incredibly patient though. With like this type of lead, with this type of constantly winning every single fight. They have at least adapted to it, because I think the first Roshan was a beautiful sneak from Mouse. The second Roshan was Tundra just completely forgetting about the objective, it felt like. And the third Roshan, Tundra are really ensuring, like, oh, guys, we wait for this Roshan, we take this Aegis, and we end the game.
Maybe that's it. Tundra just like, Aegises are only good for one thing and one thing only, ending games. Anything else? No point.
Flag. Do they already have a flag?
What, on Mouse? I don't believe so. Yeah, they do actually. Marcy's got Roshan's banner.
Oh, Marcy had it. Alright, cool. So we have banner on banner action, which is kind of pointless for a defending team, but still. Imagine if we made your buildings immune too. Boys, I got banner.
Immediately coming across the heart strength blink, BKB. Aegis carrier, the enemy team. Probably not who you want to smoke into, I would guess. I love the overwhelming blink Havoc Hammer combo, by the way. The double strength scaling magic nukes for some reason, which both exist within the game. You don't get to see it very often, but man, it's quite silly when you do. Uh-oh, jump in, Hex onto Supreme. He's going to be the target. The swap is going to be there to save the day, but Force now in a world of trouble. Stuck inside the arena, does just get beat down. They don't even need to commit too much for it. Once again, CK comes forwards. 9class jumping in onto the fight as well. Flying through to the backlines here, just completely destroying Bengen. They're looking for more. Supreme, he's back and he's gone. There's a Requiem coming out from the illusion, and Allnet's going to be the one taken on down. Force is dead, Narman's dead, GG is called. And nice little ping out there from Allnet at the end as the Rubik just completely blows up the Shadow Fiend. What a performance, what a game, and what an ending for Tundra.
Yeah, it was quite a display, and I think Tundra have just kind of made a little bit of a statement that they are going to try and be, contenders in this tournament. When you think about their previous results so far in the year, like they've had, a third place finish, they've had, 2 top 6 finishes, so it's not as if they've had that bad of a year. It's just obviously with roster swaps throughout a couple of tournaments, so getting their way to this position, like they are going to be a scary team. And being in this is Group B, arguably the easier group, which is so whimsically incorrect, but we could keep saying it if you want, just for the fun of it. But no, neither group is better or worse than the other, I don't think. But yeah, it's good stuff for Tundra, and we'll see what they can do with the rest of their games. But I think Mouse, they are going to have to do a lot of improving to be competitive in this group, because they struggled a lot. They struggled so much in this series, I think.
They did, that's for sure. And, it's not harsh to say that it was a bit of an outclass. Tundra, they've got phenomenal players. Mouse, they're a bit of an up-and-coming team. And the fact that Mouse were able to put in a performance in Game 2, I was really happy to see. This is the kind of experience I want this team to have, and want these players to kind of show what they bring to the table, because, we don't know. We don't know what these guys can do on an international stage. So to see them come here and pull out some games like this, I'm absolutely fine with it. I'm at peace with it. I'm not expecting them to go particularly deep. It would be nice if they found some sort of magic and were able to pull off a run, but I'm not expecting it. And games like this is what realistically, is a good result for Mouse, where sure, you lose a game 2, and nobody wants that. But in Game 2, you fix your mistakes from Game 1, you improve a bit, you put in a performance, that's something to be happy about against a team as good as Tundra, and keep working forwards and keep building. And yeah, maybe those upsets can start to come in like we talked about a little bit later on, because they have been improving through the play-ins, they have been improving now through the groups as well. So yeah, just keep on that trajectory, and who knows what they can pull off. But yeah, it is going to be obviously Tundra taking the 2-0, and in pretty stylish fashion as well. They looked good. They looked absolutely good, and some surprising picks coming out from them as well. Well, maybe we weren't surprised by the Thompson Rubik. Maybe it was something we expected. We did say that he'd been playing a ton of this hero in pub games. So yeah, it's as I see, 12-4 at the end. By the way, he did a ton of damage in this game as well. 39k damage dealt by the Rubik. I feel like most of that was actually from. Let me see if I'm correct. I believe most of that was from Shadow Razors. I'm gonna go and check that fact and let you guys know.
Please do.
All right.
The thing is,
12,000 damage dealt from Fade Bolt, but 10,000 damage dealt from Shadow Razors from Rubik.
That's pretty
That is
big. That's
insane.
pretty big. But no, yeah, Tundra. They started today with European Dota, and then they're going to be moving to even more European Dota as well, right? Because Thompson, he's the MVP today. Will he be able to continue the MVP streak into tomorrow's series? Because again, it's like he's the first 3 games of Tundra, all European teams that they've played against every single qualifier, every single time. So it's like, what these guys are going to be doing. And yeah, again, Thompson getting his Rubik 12-4-18, 26,765 net worth. Yeah, absolutely, splendid stuff from him. And yeah, so I look forward to seeing more from Thompson. Like, he played a Sanking Game 1, a Rubik Game 2. You compare that to like any other mid laner, and we're probably not uttering these types of heroes, right? Of course, that is the Thompson way, and it takes a strong team to understand what he wants to bring to the game, to draft correctly, to enable it. And I think at least in these 2 drafts, they've found the balance nicely, where they aren't having to pick up the pieces because Thompson's playing a slightly too quirky of a hero, and it's too too many moving parts, right? I think this was like a really nice balance of the creativity with the competitive edge needed to win out series. But again, it was against one of the weaker teams in the group, so it might be a little bit skewed for now. We'll see what their calibration is looking like in the next game.
Yeah, not something you want to read too much into for sure, but certainly looking like a great start for Tundra here. A nice warm-up game for them as they get started into this one. And yeah, it's showcasing some new stuff. One thing I liked about the Rubik this game as well was that he went for the talent, which increases the AoE of your spells for every stolen spell you cast. He then proceeded to steal Shadow Rays, and that's why we were seeing the crazy damage numbers coming out from Shadow Rays. Because he was able to cast it on itself, where you're getting the buff, because the cooldowns are so low, you're getting the buff from the stacked Shadow Razors. And not only that, but each one is bigger than the last. Every time you cast a stolen spell, the radius increases. So it was like you had massive Shadow Razors by the end, which they weren't able to avoid. We're doing crazy amounts of damage. So just some new tech, just casual new tech as we expect from Topson at this point, which was nice to see. And yeah, meanwhile, Pure just super consistent. Someone, I feel like both the supports, or 9 class was very loud this game, but Whitemon very kind of quiet, as usually becomes the case. You've got so many stars and so many noisy players on the side of Tundra that, Whitemon can kind of just be the backbone, be the leader from the back, and just kind of play consistently.
Yeah, I think Whitemon is, such a strong 5 player that I think it's, whenever you see Tundra play, it's very easy to talk about any of the other players just because of like the stardom to their names, right? But I think Whitemon often goes, potentially overlooked just because of that factor. And, time and time again, he is doing incredible work in these games, right? In game 2, he plays Phoenix, he rushes a pipe to prevent any of that earlier magic damage. He's hitting some clutch eggs, and he's ensuring his team can, take that next step to winning the game. And obviously in, game 1, Phoenix again, same kind of logic with the pipe, but I gotta say he's just a really stable 5 player, and I think having stability from your 5 enables creativity from everyone else, right? And it's the same logic as well for kind of like a core role. Like you need a stable 5 and one other core to be stable, and then everyone else can just be creative little geniuses that do whatever they want, right? But as long as you have like 2 pillars to your team, everything else can go crazy. And that's why I think like Whitemon plus probably maybe even Ramsey's based on his Mars performances, I think they were pretty good. So it's like Ramsey's on Mars plus Whitemon, like that is a good foundation for like 9 class to play a Morphling, Topson to play his Rubik, and Pure to AFK farm for 25 minutes to then enter the game, right? Like that is the thing I look out for them though, is like if Ramsey's goes a little bit too greedy one day, is Pure or Topson going to fill that void that Ramsey's used to fill to create that kind of harmony between them? So that's a whole nother day, whole nother lot of analysis, and we'll get through that maybe later in the group stage when we have more games.
Exactly, but right now we have our interview. We've got Whitemon on the line, I believe. So let's see if Whitemon is here and if he can hear us. Hello, Whitemon. How are you doing? How are you feeling after this win?
Hello, yeah. Feeling good. It's just the good start for the first day.
All right, I want to know, with this draft for game number 2, it was a bit interesting to have the Rubik and the Morphling in the same draft, just stealing spells and throwing it back them. Is that something you wanted to do with the Rubik and the Morphling in the same draft, or was that just kind of like a side effect of how the draft panned out?
I think it's because we saw a lot of good spells to steal, like they have Tiny and SF and Fans also, something like that. So I think we prepare for it.
Fair enough. Definitely worked out. Very entertaining game. I mean, did you have a lot of fun in this game too? Like, would you say that game 1 was kind of more another day at the office, and game 2 was a bit more fun, or were both the same games kind of the same vibe for you?
I think both is kind of the same for me because I just play Phoenix,
Yeah, fair enough. Everybody else is kind of out there, like stealing spells, and you're just Phoenixing it up. But, what's this communication like in your team right now? Who are the most vocal players throughout the game?
I think everyone making a comms, but I think mostly in the mid game and late game, I think it's Pure.
So it's not too surprising from what we've heard. Tika, have you got some questions, Mr. Whitemon?
Yeah, you mentioned Phoenix. I was going to ask, are you ready to play Phoenix and buy pipe for the entire tournament so that your team can play these fun heroes?
I mean, the pipe is just I want to play fast, so my team just like don't worry to die. He can just like dive or do anything, and I'm just like staying behind with pipe, just trying my spells. I think it's just for this both game, I think, but maybe in the next game I will buy another items. Who knows?
Sure, of course. And coming into this group stage, was there any team from the play-in stage that looked maybe better than they were from previous qualifiers? If you're looking into the regions and stuff, like, is there any team that you're going, wow, that team looks really fun, and I expect them to be a good contender? Or yeah.
You mean in our group or in the other group as well?
In general, and like any of the
in
play-in
general.
teams, like, is there any play-in team that looked really good for you at least?
I think I saw Heroic looking strong. They beat GG like 2-0, right? Yeah, I think they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah.
Leonard, any other questions?
Yeah, I actually want to follow up on that. Regarding the groups, some people, there's some armchair analysts have been saying that the groups look a little bit interesting. People saying that Group A with Team Spirit and Falcons in that same group, and Gaming Gladiators as well, is maybe the stronger group. What would you say about that? What did you say when you saw the group draws?
I mean, it's very interesting group. I think they have like Gaming and Falcons and Team Spirit. They are like very strong teams. But I think in our group as well, we have like Team Liquid, Bad Boom, and Extreme. It's like, I think every group is like strong.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's the conclusion we came to as well. And with that, anything else you want to say? What are you looking forward to for the rest of the tournament, particularly?
Not looking for anything. Maybe just play some Dota and just have fun.
That's a great philosophy, Whiteman. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck with the rest of your games.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Brilliant stuff that from Whitemon. And we'll put an end to our second series of the day with Tundra taking down Males in a 2-0. Letting Males know that, this group stage, it ain't going to be the same as a play-in stage. That is for sure.
Yeah, no, it's I think Tundra just kind of, like you said, just reminded Mouse what the real kind of gravity of this section of the tournament is going to be, and we'll see what happens. Again, early days, so many more series to play. Like, there is no point drawing conclusions after the first best of two. There is, whatever.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. There's so many more to play. There's no point.
Yeah. No, it's all about who can improve. It's all about out of the losing teams. If you did drop a game, if you did drop a couple of games, I don't care. I really don't. But what I do care is about how you adjust to it as time goes on, how you move in the meta. The meta is going to change. We're not going to be playing the same Dota today as we will be doing in 5 days' time, or 7 days' time, or 8 days' time. So it's really important. We can see how all of this has affected the standings right here. As you can see, some surprises here and there. Everyone's talking about the 2-0 from Heroic over Gaming Gladiators, but I think everything else is kind of as expected, perhaps, for the time being. Team Liquid and Extreme getting the 1-1.
I mean, Spirit 2-0 Falcons, so that's very hype from Group A.
That's true.
But again, it's like, we are talking about Spirit and Falcons being potentially, seed 1, seed 2 of the tournament, in my opinion. So that is kind of like a clash of the titans. I agree with you 100%. Heroic beating Gaming is quite an upset. Heroic often do this though, where it's like they do one good series and then they kind of like slowly fizzle out as it goes on. They get to top 8, but that's it. I'm interested to see if they can do a deeper run this time around. And I guess maybe Liquid drawing as well. I don't think there's anything. Group B actually is pretty expected to some degree. Group A I think has a little bit more of a volatile shift, but again, early days, only one best of 2. Show the scoreboard in like 2 days' time once we have like a hearty amount of series, and then we can start really drawing some conclusions. Then we can talk.
We can get down to brass tacks.
There it is.
All right. Well, I'm sure a lot of SEA fans were excited to see Whitemon there, owning and getting the interview as well. But if you're an SEA fan, then stick around. I know it's getting late for you guys, but we've got the SEA SmackDown coming up on this stream. It's going to be Aurora playing up versus Blacklist as our final series of the day. So if you want to check that one out, then stick around here. Of course, plenty of other Dota going on all the other channels here for the Esports World Cup, the Riyadh Masters. Go and check out another channel if you want. But for us, that's us done for today. Math Magician and Hanscale will be taking over on this channel for the next series. So enjoy those guys. But we'll be saying goodbye and we'll see you guys tomorrow. But yeah, plenty more action. So stick around if you want. Goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. I'm Math Magician, and this is Hanskin. Hanskin, we've got the Blacklist rivalry versus Aurora, the mirror matchup in SEA. Do you think these guys have really been focused in on each other, or they're like, man, we got so many people to scout. We know a lot of these guys. We'll just skip over for them for now.
I mean, there must be so much pride on the line for this one, right? You know, proving who is the best team in SEA. And actually, these teams, they haven't really been playing against each other that much. You know, we looked at it before, and it's only been twice this season, and so far it's been 2-0 for Aurora.
Yeah, and as you speak about the pride, that probably means there's a little bit more on the line than for Blacklist, because they have yet to get a win. As you said, 2-0 for both of them both times. And the drafts will be a little bit interesting for these guys as well, because it seems that they're all focusing most of the same heroes, right?
Yeah, I think some of the heroes that are going to be really contested today is going to be definitely the Beastmaster. Obviously, the Tiny that everyone is prioritizing right now.
Dude, that Tiny hero is insane, man.
Yeah, it is. It's completely bonkers. Apart from that, Aurora has some really interesting stuff. Like, they got the Bloodseeker going on, which nobody else is really using, and there's also the Sniper from them.
Yeah, no, the sniper stats are really fun right now, because whoever picks the sniper has won, which has only been them, and then also whoever bans the sniper wins. So for whatever reason, only across 3 games, he's not like some wild hero right now, but it seems as more people focus on the sniper, maybe we'll see it, which is also weird because it's a Tiny meta, right? Sniper can get absolutely bursted by a Tiny very quick.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, yeah, no, the mirror matchup is always a fun one to see. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fans in the chat as well rooting for them all. But we're going to be getting a draft underway here very soon for the both of them. And yeah, the upcoming showdown, Blacklist versus Aurora. This is going to be a fun one. It reminds me of almost watching the mirror matchups in like StarCraft.
That's some old school stuff, man.
Oh yeah, we're all old school gamers here. But the new school, again, just to go back to the drafts a little bit, I feel since both of them are going to be kind of focusing these same heroes, these hoodwinks, the beast master, the gyrocopter, do you think we're gonna see any traditional like broken heroes float through, like maybe as you said, the tiny, the weaver, or maybe even the darkseer?
Probably darkseer is the most likely one. I would be really surprised if these teams let through the beastmaster.
Okay. And
apart from that, you know, there's a lot of heroes that are really good right now. I would also not be surprised to see Lorenov Coddle this series. I think he's been owning with that hero, and he's probably one of the best Coddles in the whole tournament, I would say, actually.
That's got to be true, because it's an 18 KDA right now whenever they pick up the Coddle. As you can see here, the Blacklist International roster here, Natsumi, Abed, Gabby, Tims, and Januel. And I believe Natsumi and Januel, the most recent additions to this roster, and Blacklist, they're 0-4 in the current matchup. I'm sure they're going to be hoping that with these roster changes, the outcome is different for them today.
Yeah, I think so. Also, I have to say, Blacklist, they've been looking really sharp with this new roster. You know, we haven't gotten to see them that much since they changed their whole safe lane. I believe this is the second time they've changed their whole safe lane this season, and I would say that this one that they have right now is definitely the strongest one. They've been looking really comfortable, and I think they're going to bring it today.
Nice. That's what we like to see. You don't love to see the ones where it's, you know, oh, they've been beaten 10 times in a row, unable to get a win, and I'm sure you don't want to let it get to that place as well.
Right,
so
like the Liquid and Gaming from last season, right?
Right? It's got to feel so rough because you end up going into that season like, honey, it's time to get beaten by Aurora Gaming today. That's no fun. And you can see here also the Aurora Gaming roster here, 23 Lorenov, Jabs, Q, and Ollie. And this one, Lorenov, as we said, was the most recent addition to this team as well, and his Coddle is insane. In fact, the mid lane in general for Aurora has really been their strong suit right now. They've been doing really well with all these picks, as we said, the Coddle being one of them. Even the Ember Spirit, I believe, has done very well for them. So a lot of threat coming out from the mid. I wonder if they'll focus a few more bans in that way, or maybe just try to get those, you know, cheesy heroes to try to beat him out.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he definitely has. I mean, the guy is really good, right? He has a lot of heroes. He's also been using the Zeus lately, which is cool. And on top of that, he also has all the traditional meta heroes as well, right? So it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I've almost forgotten about the metas anyway. I think mostly Tiny in the mid lane is what we've seen as a meta pick. Are there any other ones you might expect to come out if they can't get his signature Coddle picked up?
I mean, you can give the Coddle, but you need to have a really strong idea into it, right? Like maybe if you get your hands on like some Abed Storm, Abed Ember, maybe Abed Puck also. He's one of the players that has really been using this hero a lot lately, which is not that popular. I think it's mainly Abed and Noob from Quest that have been playing Puck right now. And you know, I've talked to a lot of pros and they all say that, you know, this hero is garbage, whatever. But I think this new active that you have on the silence where you can actually pull people or you can push them away. I think Abed is one of the first people who actually has used it in a proper way. So will be interesting to see.
Yeah, and the Puck really very good against a lot of these like group up lineups, especially something that doesn't have a dispel for itself, something like, you know, Slark, Lifestealer, Jug, things like that.
Yeah, definitely. So we see already the Beastmaster, Hoodwink are already removed. You know.
Right.
Yeah, and also from Blacklist side, they're banning the Gyro. I believe that most teams are going to start first phase banning this Gyro against Aurora. You know, they used to be known like as sort of a late game team with Savage playing Morphling or Faceless Void or these type of heroes every game, right? But recently Aurora, they've stepped up their tempo quite a bit. Like he's playing Bloodseeker now, he's playing Gyro all the time, and this gives them more flexibility in terms of drafts and like being able to play more tempo from the safe lane definitely enables Lorenov and Jabs. And yeah, you see, it's already working. People are respecting their Gyro a lot, and I would be surprised if they get it.
No, it's a great hero. It reminds me a lot of Weaver this patch as well, right? You can flex it between 1 and 4. I feel like this hero, when you pick it up in the carry role, you can build pretty much any item that you need to survive the game. No matter what, this hero will do damage. You're just going to press your flat cannon and send it all out. If you need a BKB and a Lincoln's, who cares? You can still round out with damage around that. You won't be too hurt.
Right, and it's really hard to shut down in the lane as well, right? It's just one of those carries.
Ooh. And there it is. So my other hero, I think the reason why Gyro looks so good is because Weaver paved the way in 89% of games here already. But this Weaver hero can flex between a support and a core. Build again. I mean, it's a good hero.
Yeah, definitely. And this is pretty much everyone's permaban against Blacklist, so it'll be interesting. They do get a tiny for it, of course, which is definitely a scary thing to give away if you're Blacklist.
Absolutely.
I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that they didn't go for the tiny over the Weaver, seeing as Aurora are not really, like, that big of a Weaver team. But we'll see. In the end, it's one of Blacklist's most contested heroes, so why not go with your comfort, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Go with what you feel is strong for yourself. I think sometimes we see teams like this, especially in the mirror matchups, they start to get a little bit weird with it and like, we need to draft against their lineup. You know, we need to make sure that we're counting everything they're doing, but you never actually set up your own game. So I do kind of like the idea of we get something strong for ourselves, a little bit of flex out. And you can see here, even banning out the Rubik to protect against that Weaver pick. And then because you banned out the Rubik, also taking out the Enigma and Darkseid, well, he's just a strong offlane hero right now.
Definitely, the Rubik ban makes sense against Weaver, regardless of what position Weaver you're gonna run. Getting that to Shikuchi on Rubik is like devastating, as we all know. On top of that, the Enigma ban and the Darkseid ban, just really solid tiny partners for the 4 tiny.
That's true.
If they choose to run it on that position.
And a lot of team fight potential in there as well. Picking up the Crystal Maiden, we don't see it very often, only 20% of the drafts right now. But it does kind of stop this Weaver from going into the 4. It doesn't stop at hard stop, but still, if you are in the lane with the Crystal Maiden, all of a sudden you're getting frostbit forever. Weaver is all mobility. It could be really hard to lane that, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you lane Weaver against CM, you try to go for that range creep with Shikuchi, you get frostbitten for, 2 seconds. And that just might be the end of your life, right? So, if not the Rubik, I would say CM is definitely one of my favorites into Weaver, and it's very potent.
Absolutely. Let's see what Blacklist want to do here. I feel you want to keep this flex alive, so I don't want to see a hard 4 or 1 if you can. You can still pick up your own pause 5, though, something that hopefully doesn't get nuked out by the tiny. Phoenix is still in pull, which we've seen people kind of use that as a counter versus the tiny. He doesn't have a high attack speed. He's big strength, so your Sunray does well. You think that's something that they may go with earlier? No, they just go for the Snapfire right away.
Yeah, they go for the Snap DK. This is also a bit of flex, like you were aiming at there. Like, the Snap can actually run mid pretty well in this patch. You go for the Gleipnir build, The Little Shredder has been buffed a fair bit. It's very strong. Also, obviously, it's one of the stronger supports right now. If you don't have the Rubik or the Hoodwink, then Snap is one of the best. Also, with the DK, you got this great stun in the Dragon Tail. Crazy amount of damage, and you're basically able to run anything you want from this point onwards if you're Blacklist. So it's really hard for Aurora to read this draft right now.
Right? I love how nothing is set right now. This could be Snap 5 still if we really wanted it to be. As you said, it could still be mid. Do you think we could see a Snap DK offlane? Because it kind of makes me feel the same way that it did about, Snap Centaur, Snap Slaughter, where you have a cookie into a stun and then into a nuke with the enemy or with your offlane hero.
Yeah, definitely you can, and you also have the cookie to gap close against a CM. It's definitely not out of the question at all.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, for Aurora, then, they're going to get maybe a bit defensive with it, but no, this is all offense. Monkey King in 90% of the drafts right now. He's got a little bit of a losing record, but still a melee Punisher versus the DK, so I feel we're probably going to see this one in the safe lane, right? Or is it possible this is still their 4 pick?
I'm going to guess that Aurora is going to go for their off-laner right now and keep the Monkey open between the mid and the carry. Personally, I'm way more of a fan of the core Monkey compared to the support one right now.
Yeah.
And especially the mid Monkey has been very strong, like when you get this matchup, let's say you're laning as a DK, get max Jingo early, you get level 7, and you have this new facets which helps you just move across the map in split seconds, right?
Absolutely, yeah. No, I guess in my head I thought it was probably going to be the tiny mid, but I suppose it's still all open for Aurora right now. They pick up the Timber Saw, another melee punishing hero. Do we need to see some crowd control here from Blacklist Rivalry? Something that can spread these guys out and make it so they don't want to group all up? Or you maybe just get some peel, something that can get you out of these Wukong's commands or get you away from the Timbersaw?
Oh, it's hard to say because they have to consider a lot of factors here right now. Do we want to send a DK to the offlane first of all? It's quite a risk. And then it's like, okay, if you don't want to send him offlane, what are you going to draft into the Monkey? It's not that easy. There's also, you know, you can go for the Storm for Abed if you want, but then you're playing as Tiny CM. Yeah, it's a tough call.
You can see exactly what Aurora have done here too, is that this DK is going to go either mid or offlane. And now I have two heroes, both the Timbersaw and the Monkey King, that are going to match up really well into this DK. It doesn't matter what this next pick is. One of these heroes is going to have a fantastic game.
Already it's looking like a disastrous DK game as well. It looks really tough. Aside from the fact that obviously he's an initiator and that's always useful, right? But
yeah,
so much magic damage, so much control. They go for the Mars. Okay, so that's definitely a Monkey answer on the lane. Like Mars is one of the heroes that does fairly well into the Monkey. So looks like they're gonna put the DK mid. I would be surprised for this team if they put the DK on carry, but we've seen some teams try to experiment with it, especially with this new fire splash facet.
No, it doesn't seem like something that Natsumi would want to do, but I have seen other people do, as you said. I think it's mostly whenever you have like some sort of amount of damage from your other core roles that you can do that for. But in this case, you know, Mars is a lot of control. Weaver is a little bit more utility if it does go into a support role. So you're really asking for a lot of damage out of your Snap, which I just don't think that she has right now. So I think this DK will have to go into the mid lane. We're probably seeing this Mars in the off lane then. And at this point, it's kind of like, have they flexed too hard on Blacklist Rivalry, right? Are we going to see this Weaver just get thrown into the carry role? Or do we see maybe a pause 4 come out and they get this last pick god tier Timbersaw matchup?
I mean, at this point, it could be either, right? I guess they're probably waiting to see what they're going to be left with in the pool. So Aurora is going to ban out to Ursa, which is obviously a great Timber response. Also one of the heroes that can, you know, just go into the Monkey Arena and kind of man up against him. But I have to say that I am really worried for this DK. If it's going to be Abed playing it on mid, you know, this matchup against the Monkey is so nasty. Like, you don't really have a good way of pushing out the wave, or, you know, you can't really go jungle, and there's not really a good way to stop these Jingu stacks from happening. So, I guess we'll have to see. I mean, thinking about good carries for them, they're not really any like super good options into this what you see right now. You know, like I would say the Weaver is fine, but then you're gonna have to get a good support, right?
There's so many just anti-fun heroes in the game when you look at this. Like, okay, a Tiny, I don't want to get something that's low HP or else I will die. I don't want to pick something that's melee because there is a Monkey King and a Timbersaw. But even just there, a range hero that has high HP, like those things are very few and far between.
Yeah, exactly. They also don't have much time remaining. Here we go.
No, I mean, I'm thinking there's a potential for Medusa in this one since there's no Darks here. They actually go for the Veno, so they are going to commit this one as the Weaver carry, I believe. 1% of drafts, and he's got one loss on the Venomancer. We'll see what Aurora want to do. This could be the first time we see the Veno win, or we're going to see another rundown from Aurora here and their 5th consecutive win versus Blacklist Rivalry.
Very interesting, actually. That's definitely a hero that can, you know, get a lot of farm, even if you put him on the support role. We've seen people experiment lately with this, with that play carrier facet, which helps you farm jungle incredibly fast. Actually, you can even like skip waves with it if you want. You know, get really farm, potentially get a vessel against his Timber, or, you know, maybe get a pipe, something like this.
Yeah, you can definitely get a lot of farm. I feel like the Plague Carrier is pretty good in this one too, since your ulti, that percentage space damage will be very good versus both the Tiny and the Timbersaw. But I definitely see people try out that Plague Carrier, or the Plague Ward one, and try to get a lot of farm on the map.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
For Aurora right now, they've got some beef. They have a little bit of lockdown, right? They have the Monkey King, Crystal Maiden Root, they got the Avatos. I think they could use a little bit more just to make so that you have to commit into this fight where we set, you know, Blacklist Rivalry, they have the arena, right? They can be like, you're fighting here now, but I don't really see that same thing out of Aurora right now.
Yeah, it's true. Aurora has a lot of damage going for them, but they don't have the lockdown, like you said. I was thinking maybe they could run a Faceless Void this game. This is something that they've done before this tournament, and obviously Savage is very comfortable on that hero as well. It would make a lot of sense, I think, especially since you're betting this is a Weaver carry at this point, right?
Yeah, no, it would match up very well against the enemy team. However, you don't have a ton of damage to throw into that Chronosphere. You're essentially looking at like the Crystal Maiden maybe tossing out her ulti, maybe a Chakram, but instead they go for the Visage. Another one, 1% of the draft so far. But the Visage, very big nuke damage. Weaver, if you have vision on him, he's not going to handle that magic nuke very well at all.
Very interesting. And this is also a very strong lane, of course. The tiny Visage, especially with the crash landing. Like nowadays, you're just gonna have Soul Assumption for days, right, on lane. So it's not easy for this Veno actually. You know, typically Veno is a counter matchup against a tiny on lane, but right now, if you ever get in Avalanche range, or not to mention the toss, you're just gonna die each time.
It's so potent. Again, so much nuke. Got to be careful where you're positioning. I think they've really answered the safe lane incredibly well. But what about the rest of it here? We got the Timbersaw into the Dragonlight. Well, that feels it's also Aurora favored. The only thing you have left is this Crystal Maiden Monkey King lane versus the Mars. I will say, I think that is slightly good for the Mars. As you said, you're able to spear away usually whenever he tries to build up the Jingu, but that Crystal Maiden route might twist this lane up a little bit more than we thought.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's all of these lanes are going to come down to play in the end, but I would say that off lane is definitely the strongest for Blacklist. They have this combo is really strong. Snapfire Mars, not only for the obvious arena into Snapfire ulti, but also on the lane you combine the minus armor from Lil Shredder with Mars W. It's very, very potent. You can potentially even go for kills on this monkey if they're not careful.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. One of the best things you can do versus a Monkey King is burst him down before he gets those stacks up. And we've been in those lanes. I know that you've at least laned with them very often where you see the monkey, he got that 4th Jingu stack. He's about to throw down the stun to get up to full health, and he just dies because there's way too much burst damage. So we'll see if they're able to do that here on Blacklist Rivalry, but that'll have to be their saving grace. Get Mars out on the map, get a little bit of map presence for your team, and with Abed behind you, you can definitely take these towers early, really force Aurora into a kind of fight or die situation.
Yeah, definitely. I expect a lot of action on the side lanes this game. Mid lane, probably not so much, at least not until Timber hits level 6. Definitely going to be hard for Abed to open this mid tower, because seeing as they have so much magic damage and setup on Aurora. So we'll see. I think a lot is going to come down to, on the side lanes, who gets the Lotuses and whatnot. And then obviously, Jabs is going to aim some auras, I would guess. Maybe, since we haven't seen him play Visage before, there is a chance he goes for the Aghanim sort of killer build, or he goes straight up for the auras. That will also determine a lot, I think.
Absolutely. We got again, this is our SCA mirror matchup, Aurora versus Blacklist. They've gotten 4-0 so far on Blacklist Rivalry. They're waiting for their first win in the recent matchups between them and Aurora. Is this going to be the one, or will Aurora extend their streak to 5 games in a row? Hanskin, what do you think?
Tough call. I mean, I would say the draft is actually, it's fairly balanced. I wouldn't give a crazy edge to either team. I think it's gonna definitely come down to whoever plays the best today, like tonight. And I would say that Blacklist has looked a little bit sharper, in my opinion. But we'll see. There's definitely a lot of history here. There might be some mind games involved. Cues that you've learned from maybe screaming each other going into this event, things like that.
These guys have certainly seen a lot. You can see the setup. 2 wards, actually, very close together, both for Aurora Gaming. I wondered, so this feels purely for I want that rune and I want this rotation. Is that it?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, they're going to go for a kill on 23 here.
Oh, trying for it for sure. They do have the slow, and he's trying to get out of here, but that'll be enough. They get the kill.
Nice.
Very well done.
Yeah, you see the power there of the Lil Shredder. This spell is completely busted right now. I think we're going to see a lot more of this hero in this tournament. So a good move from Aurora. Blacklist already getting a good start in the game.
What do you take? So he throws out the God's Rebuke just to weaken those waves. He really wants us to push onto the tower of the Monkey King?
Yeah, exactly. So, the closer your wave is to the tower, the harder it is for the monkey to get the stacks, right? Makes sense. Yeah, if you can get the wave in front of the tower, you're going to benefit from the tower protection aura, and you're going to be able to farm your braces up easily, and avoid any unnecessary fighting, pretty much.
Is this going to be my typical big offlaner? Go 2 bracers, go a Soul Ring?
Probably. I would say probably double bracer into face boots.
Ooh, okay.
And then we'll see.
Ooh, Abed. Really taking it to him on Lornov, actually. Early point in the Dragon's Breath, of course. More people have been doing that over the stun, which I've liked a lot.
Yeah, I think the stun can be good, but you know, to like secure a deny on the range creep, something like this. But generally speaking, you're just gonna do a lot more in this current patch with DK, because obviously the corrosive damage scales with your passive, and you get more damage from your Q. So I think this is the way to go right now.
Not soon. I mean, this is hard, and this lane isn't going to get really any better for you. At 3 minutes, you can get yourself some raindrops, but other than that, you're just going to take these nukes over and over again.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of what it's going to come down to in the top lane is like whoever wins the sentry battle, right? Like if you get those sentries away, at least you can be able to play from Sakuchi, poke them around, you know, try to not go for these big trades. But at the same time, if you try to go, you know, you see where the sentry is placed right now. Like if you try to go D-ward this one, you might just die for it, right? So it's definitely a scary situation.
Yeah, and they're doing well to play around it. You can see Jazz just constantly kiting over towards it. Won't give you the opportunity to get a Sakuchi where he can't see you.
At least I've got a small camp coming up for them this moment, so this is going to give them a bit of breathing room.
Hard for the Weaver right now. I said I love this Weaver here in the carry role. You can build a lot in order to play the game, but when you have a lane like this, it could be hard to get that starting net worth, so you can actually get those items that let you in the game.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, definitely the thing that he has got going for him is that it will get easier at some point once you get those raindrops like you mentioned. You get to level 5 or 6, you suddenly have time left. Oh, here we go.
This is away from the ward. This is where you're not favored. If they can get this kill on Jabs, it's huge for them. Hey, they get it. Jabs goes down. Januel to pick up the kill on Q. He was going over to help out with the small camp, but instead he just loses his offlaner.
Yeah, really big move there from Blacklist. Like they see that the Tiny is out of position. Maybe Aurora loses a bit of focus there. They get a kill. That's definitely going to help so much, and that also secures them the Lotus, which otherwise would be really tough. So definitely a bit of lapse of focus there from Aurora.
Yeah, and now Q. I mean, if you get a bit desynced in this lane, it could be really hard for you to play this one out, because both Q and Jabs, if you just try to all in them, you'll get the kill, but both of them together, that's where that nuke damage really comes out, that lockdown under a sentry. So we'll see if they're able to keep it away. Down here, I mean, this lane is also, as you said, Mars is a playable matchup into the Monkey King, and Gabby, he's doing just fine down here.
Yeah, definitely. Gabby is one of those offlaners that, you know, he's super nerdy about this, you know, re-aggroing the creeps every time to get that extra inch of like lane control at any given moment. This is why I believe this is one of the reasons why he's really into, you know, these Mars, Centaur, Timbersaw type of heroes that, you know, just beefing melees. When they do this, it usually enables Tims to make more rotations around the map, and obviously also enables you to remove any potential harass from the enemies.
Dude, really well done there in the mid lane from Abed. Forcing the wave in so that Lornov has to go under and get it, stunning him so he gets the water rune, and now he can even go back bottom if he really wants to get the other one for himself as well. Denying all the charges from that bottle from Lornov.
Yeah, really good job by Abed.
Oh.
Constantly using the stun to try to get some denies.
Right. He's made it look really good here. With both the runes and the denies working very well for him so far.
Look at his build as well. Double point passive, and he goes for the gloves and the belt.
Wow. All in. Oh, Q. Gotta be a bit careful here. It still has the toss. We'll get him close to the tower, but not under. So now Q in a bit of danger. Soul Assumption will do a lot of work, but the deny from Jabs. Nobody kills my support but me.
Really well done. That's actually pretty costly for Blacklist now, that once you don't get the kill. Like, you're gonna have to spend a lot of HP and mana for that, and, you know, Jabs is completely full. He's topped off. He's sitting here. He's got a wave coming in. Everything's great for him right now.
Yeah, no, definitely a turnaround here. It was looking a little bit better, of course, with the raindrops on the Weaver, not taking as much nuke damage, but with that missed kill, that was their chance to really stomp the lane, maybe. Instead, all the way back for Jabs.
So we're gonna see the first rotation of the game, potentially. Tiny tipping mid to refill Lornov's bottle. That was definitely something that he needed, considering the fact that Abed was able to get both water rings right.
It's true.
But I believe it's a bit too early for them to pressure this DK. They probably need a chakram to bring him down. Maybe if he goes down for a rune, like on the low ground, it's possible, but I doubt Abed will make this sort of mistake.
That's true. He's been pretty solid so far. Jabs in danger, having to TP away from this one actually. He will get out just in time, but that is forcing him all the way back to base.
Yeah, Blacklist are reading the game really well right now. As soon as they realize that the bottle was refilled mid, they go on the attack top, and at the same time, you see Abed is playing casually, very safely, like not taking any risks, going for a rune, and yeah, I feel like Blacklist, they've done everything correct so far. They're reading the map correctly, and but now we see teams getting attacked. This is probably the end for him, unfortunately.
I'd say so. There's that root, has all the Jingu stacks available, and the neutral deny. No! Even
How
with
does
the
that
toss,
even
they thought
happen?
there was a curing it, but no, yeah, he just, did he clap? I don't think he even clapped.
No, he didn't. It was just like, in the middle of a toss, monkey hitting you, you get that deny. I don't know, neutral.
That's kind of crazy. Looking here, dude, a nice mid matchup so far. And oh, topside, are they going for it? No, okay. I think Weaver should be fine for now. Not a whole lot of danger, but still getting a lot of net out of this lane. Most people are getting up to that 3,000 mark, but the Visage has actually been put so far behind now. This is kind of rough. And oh, Ollie, yo. Okay, so they're both just stealing the runes for each other. No problem there.
But actually going down to a
oh my goodness. A monkey and a tiny. It's everybody coming down here. They will get it. Lornoff about to cut the wave as well to help himself out. Well done so far. Blacklist, they were having a really good time, but Lornoff finally using that timber advantage, getting himself that kill.
Also pulling the wave right there to, you know, deny the whole quick wave to the tower. So it definitely sucks for Abed. As I was saying in the pregame, you know, like this is something that Aurora has really worked on a lot, involving 23 more in their games, and as you see here, he's the one that makes the first successful move for them in this game. And yep.
I'm a little surprised that he's still going for the Battlefield as well, since you're saying that you want to get him involved early. Sometimes Monkey Kings, they'll go for that Maelstrom into an early Gleipnir. That'll really help you get involved, but hey, Monkey King and basically Ursa are kind of the only heroes in this patch that you really do enjoy getting them Battle Fury on, since you usually win that lane. And oh, bot side, they brought Natsumi down, going right on the monkey. Oh no, 23. After getting involved in that mid lane kill, going back down and getting murdered by the gating Natsumi.
Once again, all the minus armor stacking from, you know, Tims and Natsumi at this point. it's very deadly for the monkey. And this is probably going to lead for the tower as well, looks like.
Really well done, getting that right away. Before 10 minutes, getting this tower taken down opens up a lot for your team. Weaver can probably just stay down here and farm if he wants. And Gabby, with everything that they want, they have the arena. Maybe we're going to see a rotation into the mid lane, help out for that tower as well. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, Aurora is making a move now. We'll see. Oh, Gabby actually TP's out at the perfect moment.
Yeah, one of them is out, but Tim's still around here on the wave. Surely they will find him, rooted up, toss as well. Now 23 is here, showed himself. Kind of crazy for him, but top side, they even get jabs. So kills all around the map, even losing the birds there. That's kind of disastrous right now for the Visage.
Damn, that's so unfortunate for Aurora. They've been trying really hard to make these moves work, you know, with the supports. And as soon as they go for it, Mars TP's up and uses Arena on the Visage. I think Jabs is not enjoying himself right now. Also, you know, like, as soon as Gabby picks up the level 6, he just goes for a move instantly, and I think that's a signal. That's like a sign of a really strong player in general. As soon as you get that 6, find a way to use it. You know, it doesn't matter if you lose a wave or two. Like, just make use of it. And now you see Teams is gonna get the bottom lane for it, so everything is great for Blacklist.
Yeah, no, so far so good. Even gonna try to get this tower, of course, with Abed. I don't think Aurora have it in them. Currently, with your Visage being so far behind, I don't think this is a fight you can take right now. You got to get him some levels, get him some items before he can really be in these engagements, but he's stepping up. Ooh.
Yeah, Jabs definitely feels like he needs time right now. He doesn't even have the birds anymore since they died from the gank. I mean, he just wants a game where he can chill for like 10 minutes at this point. He definitely wants nothing to do with fighting for at least a couple of minutes.
Right. You see just how much that like early lane snowballed into this, where Jabs is having just like a really rough time getting anything at all. I'm sure he didn't really want to go for these drums. I feel like this isn't the most optimal thing you can do for the Visage early, but you got to get involved with your team somehow, and you certainly can't wait for, you know, an Orchid or something like that.
Yeah, I think some people, they go for the drums route into sort of more the auras, and some people have been going for like Orchid, like you mentioned, or like Gleipnir. But I think when you have this sort of game, there's just no way. Like, you have to be the one supporting your team and kind of be the backup guy, not the assassin that you could be.
No. You love that. You get the Orc, you get the Ags, just be all over the map for your team. But instead, yeah, hard time right now, which means a great time for Natsumi. This is the Dream Weaver lane at the moment where you can pressure that offlaner, get all the lane creeps that you want. And what's he going for? It looks like he will be finishing out that Maelstrom, which for him is going to be quite nice.
Yeah, very good. We did mention earlier that this could potentially be a hard Weaver game. You know, you got the CM, the Tiny, and the Monkey stun to control you as well. But in a game like this, where, you know, look at Tiny's net worth, he's really struggling. It's gonna be a few minutes. Okay, he actually tried to TP there, but cancel. There's gonna be a lot of time before Tiny gets a blink, and also if you don't have any towers to play with, just from the sheer amount of space that you have on the map to move around, it's gonna be hard to kill you.
Absolutely.
Like, in order to kill him, you're gonna have to connect at least both supports and a core, if not more.
I think so many items already look so good for you. Gleitnir because of all the control that you need versus this team. BKB looks really good. Timber doesn't do any damage to you through that BKB really, and then same Tiny trying to avatos you. That won't happen. They're jumping in onto the tier 1 tower. They feel fine for now. Jabs surely to fall, and even with the globs from the Snapfire, they have enough. Jabs, rough time for him up here in this off lane. I don't think his team is going to get to help him out anytime soon.
They're still setting up for the fight on Aurora, looks like.
They really want it here, and rip through a ton of the Dragon Knight health already. He gets bounced back just at the last second, and they'll actually take down Lorinov. Now 23 is stuck in the center here. The Plague Carrier being bounced all around the rest of the team. They're falling low, yes, but they've already killed the Monkey. A neutral creep actually getting him, and as the Plague keeps shifting over, they'll even take an Ancient stack. They get everything and more from Blacklist Rivalry.
Dude, what an arena from Gabby there. He completely zoned them off so that they couldn't finish Abed, forcing 23 to actually jump in behind and try to finish him off. And then, yeah, Savage is out of position, the Venoward is just screwing everybody up, and very clean fight from Blacklist. And on top of that, they also get the Ancient stack. This is looking really, really rough for Aurora, I have to say.
I can't believe the DK lived there. I mean, what, 50 HP on Abed? And as you said, jumped on the backline with the Monkey King, but man, he really doomed himself there.
Yeah. That's also his TP spent, so now he has to do the Walk of Shame out of base, and you don't have your Ancient stack anymore to recover. Like, yeah. You're sort of getting to the territory now as Aurora where everybody's gonna start saying, I need a lane, you know? Like, this Visage needs somewhere to recover, this Tiny is gonna need somewhere to get a stagger.
Oh, no.
Kill on the Venom.
They should, but he's actually getting away for now. Blocked a lot of the damage with the raindrops, but they will trade support for support. As many of the fights that you've lost, you'll take that trade all day on Aurora, but can you get any more? I mean, currently your triangle is getting taken over by Plague Wards. You've got to try to deward up there in some point, but still, Blacklist, they keep control.
They do, and they also get the mid tower on top of that. They're playing really aggressive right now. Very connected.
This is exactly how you want to use this DK. Even though that lane was a little bit rough for him to start, playing around your team, getting these objectives, that's how you get back in. And Jabs, he wishes he could get back in like that. The kisses are falling. Jabs trying to get away from this one, still burning down, but the rest of the team has come in. This is a tier 2 tower. It should be hard for Blacklist to take this fight on top of you, but instead they're getting a kill on Jabs. They get a Wisdom Rune too. He stops just to pick it up, and Gabby, well, he'll try to get away, but thankfully the Rain of Ice from Oli will shut him down once. Abed in the backside. This is way too deep, guys. He still should fall after getting the Crystal Maiden, sure. Wanting to get Q as well. Can't even get them. No, the dance is enough. They'll lose Abed, and well, for Aurora, this has been a really good fight for them.
Yeah, this was really good. I mean, maybe a bit overexcited there, going for that deep dive on the Visage. I understand that they wanted to go for the Wisdom Rune and potentially force a fight here. Ultimately, they missed some of the Mortimer kisses, and that's why Jab stayed alive for so long. And then, obviously, Abed overcommits a bit. In the end, they get the Wisdom, and also Aurora is pushed inside like the corner of the map. So it's not the end of the world, but yeah, here you see Jab staying alive for a long time here.
Those jumps really helped out, honestly, to get him into those trees. Without that, surely he falls in the initial jump. I think Abed had to commit into the trees because of that too, so really well done there for the Visage. Even knowing he was going to die, still getting something done for his team.
Yeah, definitely. Jabs is not a player that gets shook easily, so good job by him for sure. Yeah, and then Abed overcommits her a bit, and obviously Weaver has no time left because he had to use it, you know, to finish the Visage off.
Oh no.
Oh, no, poor Oli.
Poor guy, man. I mean, that's the Crystal Maiden experience after the laning stage. Such a good laner. Really easy to kill, though.
Yeah. Now you got the Gleipnir as well finished, so you can't even do the Frostbite into TP out. Just rough.
Oh yeah.
Aurora really needs to find ways to like combine their spells, like play with his Timber, play with his CM on top of the Tiny Dagger, and you know, you need to try to keep control of the map somehow. Oh, they actually smoke on top of him.
We found him, boys! We found him! The smoke got one. Unfortunately, Q, this is his Blink Dagger. This is the timing they wanted to make something happen. This could have been their way back in for the Tiny, but instead, it's another kill. Abed picking it up. Oh, just the roughest timing right there for Aurora.
Yeah, definitely. Playing in your big jungle like that with no vision. It looked like they were trying to set up for a smoke on the power rune maybe, but yeah. Blacklist was just more ready this time.
Yeah, that was exactly like, I think the Blink had arrived on Courier just 15 seconds before. So they wanted to make something happen, thought it could be their way to get some map control, but instead just bullied back into it. You can see just how much Blacklist has control of right now, and they're looking for more. Getting on top of the Timber, it's a nice whirling death. Even with the Monkey King around, they can get the kill on two. So much lockdown, it's a double kill for Lornov, and they're battling Blacklist back. Sure, you lost the Timber, but for 2 kills, a wicked 6 streak on Natsumi as well. Perfectly worth it for Aurora right now, and they may even get another one.
Yeah, they're gonna get this Venom as well, at the least. Maybe they get the they get Snapfire as well. Really good job by Q.
Another toss up right on top of each other. Damn near a team light coming in here for Aurora. They've battled themselves back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist, I can respect the aggression that they're bringing, but I think their mindset needs to change a bit. If you're attacking heroes on the tier 2, you don't need to have a kill in mind, right? You can just be there to poke, potentially threaten Aurora to use their TPs, respond, but they're playing a bit too committed right now. And this time Aurora was ready once again, and yeah, a couple more of this, and Blacklist are gonna lose grip of the game. Look at the net worth now. 23 is he's got his Battle Fury and already close to a BKB. That's a complete game changer.
Absolutely, and I like what you said about the poke here, because they both committed way far in for Lornov. This arena gets set right up in front of them. And they're even gonna lose another one. Okay, so the Venomancer goes down, but the poke, you have a Dragon Knight, you can slow siege towers, you don't have to commit so hard on the tankiest hero sitting in front of the tier 2.
Yeah, or at least if you want to commit hard, then you need to bring everybody, right? You need to be completely sure that this guy is not going to get any spells off here, because at this moment, Timber got every single spell off, and that's just the end of Blacklist.
Another rip backwards. They don't even need the Timber chain through. They'll get the kill. Aurora, this is their map now. They have control. Blacklist, you need to get it together.
Yeah, they're bleeding out. And they're potentially going to give up this mid tower as well. That's definitely going to be the BKB for the Monkey King. 23 Savage, and then next, there might be a Roshan happening soon, because you've got this Wizard, you've got this Monkey with the Fury build, which is definitely okay at killing the Roshan. Jabs is going to have a pipe as well, which is, most of this damage from Dire, I mean, they have some physical and minus armor, sure, but they don't really, they're not at the point where they have all of these. They don't have a Death, so they don't have like a BKB on Abed already. Like, this pipe is going to be so potent. Like, it's going to be so useful. Like, this is going to mean that your CM is getting his second round of spells off, your Tiny is getting his second round of spells off, and you don't have to pop your BKB on the jump from the Monkey King, things like that. So we'll see if they are able to go for the Roche already. I think it might be risky since it's only 40 seconds or 45 seconds till he walks over, to the portal.
Yeah, you could take. I like that they're just taking this tower though, making sure that they siege another objective on the map. Blacklist, they are trying to fight this. Maybe jump through, finding the Monkey King. Yes, and the arena to pop. He can't pop the BKB just yet. He finally gets him, but they haven't killed him. He's alive on the Monkey, and he can even turn around if he wants to. Q will toss one up, but I think he's gonna give his life for this one. Surely, can they chase down the rest of Aurora here? Backing out with the BKB already on Lornov, trying to TP away. They have to have some physical damage. Do they have it? He TP's out. He's actually alive.
So close. Dude, if it wasn't for the pipe there on Jabs, that's a Monkey King dead, 100%.
That's true. He mitigated so much damage. He didn't get to pop the BKB till like 200 HP was left on the Monkey. He said still living through that one. Aurora, for everything that you expended, a lot of your first BKB times, so all 9 seconds out. However, Blacklist, they needed to get something going. They still get a tiny kill at least. I don't know. We'll see if they can make something happen, because next objective should be Roche for everybody.
Yeah, it looks like Aurora wants to go, or maybe they're worried about Blacklist doing the Roshan. They're going for the smoke, the bottom side at least.
Yeah, they just got smoked on, so they will be the aggressors. Trying to find. They know that somebody took a Lotus here.
They're going for the Wisdom Rune smoke, I see. Or?
Well, no, I think they just saw somebody take a Lotus, and they're like, let's go kill that guy. But smart moves, just gets away there on the Snapfire, and they are going to go into the Roshan pit. He just got down here. Theoretically, Blacklist, they might be going for, you know, the Tormentor, they might be going for the Wisdom, but they are all TPing in. They have a pretty good idea. They're not on the map.
Are they in time, though?
There's only one place they could
might
be.
not be in time.
I don't know if they have the damage, yeah. Still 25% left. Timber working on, they're going to break the smokes on the Tiny, hoping to keep everybody outside. Roshan, he falls, picks up the Aegis on 23. They're all still pretty healthy. This could still be a rough fight. He jumps down at the very last second. Gabby almost knocked him off the tree, but they don't get it just yet. 23 will wait and see what happens. They're kiting out this Mars Arena very well. And oh no, the Weaver shows himself here. Q will pick him up, toss him away, and the rep through damage from Lorenoff is more than enough. They get the kill. And Aurora, they'll keep this Aegis. They'll keep this advantage, even likely to take down Januel. Oh my, that's some heal. Please don't get another neutral deny. Oh, thank God.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, Aurora has successfully grabbed this or pulled this game completely back. It's very definitely very brave to go for this rush like this, you know, without any particular info or anything. They just use all the mana on Timber and go for it. And in the end, Blacklist sort of stressing out a bit here. You can always see the top replay again.
I mean, this was still pretty important. As you said, the pipe really mitigating a lot. Q even putting his body on the line to make sure, but this is what may have made this a good fight still for Blacklist Rival. You can see how many 9-second BKBs were used. Lorenoff just barely getting away. 25 HP for that one. If they get the kill there, that Roche is entirely different. It might not even happen at all if they were still waiting on Lorenoff to respawn.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll see what Aurora tries to do with his Aegis. Maybe they're not confident yet to go for the tier 2s, but I would definitely would like to see them smoke or like find a way to do something at least. They're gonna do the Tormentor first, which is obviously, you know, great. Get a shot at the CM.
They must feel very confident with their BKBs right now, because 2 fights in a row, it feels like BKBs have just won them the game. And Blacklist, there's not anything they're getting just yet that is going to change that narrative, right? You're still going to have to find a way to either bait out these BKBs and try another fight, but it's feeling a lot more like Blacklist. They have this hard committal now. You can't just sit and poke at towers, because honestly, there's enough damage now on Aurora. They will just burst whoever is hitting a tower. So that's kind of out of their pockets. You really have to somehow poke, whether that's maybe with Plague Wards trying to find something or Weaver trying to skate in and out of these fights. But it's really hard for him as well.
Yeah, it is. He didn't finish his BKB yet. He's about a recipe away, so that's probably what they're waiting for. And, you know, obviously this Aegis. The game is definitely a bit more... It's not as clear anymore for Blacklist. You need to really find ways to find clutch jumps. You don't want to find this backline, like going for this Timber Saw or this Monkey with Aegis, of course. It's not really going to be a viable option unless you have everything ready. And yeah, we don't have any Deso on Natsumi, something like this. So, you know, the Gleipnir is good, but it's not... He's not at a point yet where he can really like punch through these BKBs.
Yeah. No, not at all. It seems like they're going to try to split push for now. Best thing you can do if you're behind like this, try to get some waves out, sit on a side lane, and hope that a cool core shows up that you can kill. Because otherwise, you're certainly not taking a team fight up here. Looks like Aurora did back off the tier 2. I don't think they saw anybody on the map right away, so they were a little bit scared. But they will just fix lanes and go out again, I believe.
They're taking the methodical approach. They're also waiting for this Timber on him, which is of course very important. You get that, there's no way in hell you're dying as long as you get the button off. So
yeah. Still just sieging this tower here in 23 feels perfectly safe. And for this Visage, what a comeback. As you said, the pipe doing so much work for them. He's got the bongo boots there to get his team out of these slows as well. A lot of peel, and I like what they're doing so far for Aurora. If they can keep it up here, the Aegis power play, they haven't actually gotten a ton of net out of it, right?
Yeah, just a tier 2 top, but if you're able to secure the outpost and then, you know, capture it, then you're going to be able to suddenly play the whole map. That's where the Monkey and Tiny are suddenly going to become really scary. Like, so you can play everywhere, right? And still have this TP location, so you're basically controlling the whole map if you do it right.
That is a slow orchid from the DK. I feel that since you've seen so many BKBs already out from this, Timber even has a BKB. It's going to be a bit of a hard orchid game, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, at least it gives you attack speed and damage. Like, if you're able to get the stun locks, you know, the damage amp is definitely useful, but I think he's just preparing for the late game at this point. Bloodthorn is one of the better late game items, especially for like strength force. So yeah, I think that's the mindset. Also, you know, it can definitely help killing the Tiny or the CM, something like this.
Ags ready on 23. They're sieging the high ground. Still have Aegis for 30 seconds. They'll spear up the Monkey King once. Is this enough, though? Do you really want to commit to the full kill? They'll toss back this Weaver. He's able to get out with the time lapse. In the midst of the arena, though, they don't care. Aurora are battling back Blacklist underneath their own arena. They'll still take down Q, so that's one for you. But still Aegis on the Monkey King. They can back out, fight on division if they want, but they've gotten a tower. Still haven't lost any cores.
Yeah, a bit messy there. It looked like the Tiny wanted to, or Q wanted to toss out 23 Savage there, but actually Savage already had the shard, so he could do the stun jump through. So again, it just ended up him giving away his own life, but in the end, not too bad. They got a tier 3. That's pretty good use after these 2 tier 2s and a tier 3, you know. Sure, it sucks for the Tiny that he dies, but it's not the end of the world at all.
No. I mean, very important to take down that tower, even if it is the mid tower. Sometimes it feels like mid racks is the least consequential, because no matter what, when you start pushing down lanes, somebody's going to be cutting mid. So still nice to get, but you bet they're going to try to go back for another round if they can here soon.
I mean, first there's going to be the Roshan. That's going to be very, very important. Right now the game is still in, you know, Aurora is for sure favored, but it could go anywhere, right? Depending on what happens in the next Roche fight.
Yeah, there's so much being thrown down. The Monkey King is starting to control a wide area. It feels like the arena just, it isn't yours anymore.
Yeah, he's also started, he's got the Ags, he's going to have the crit soon as well. He's going to start doing so much damage.
Oh my goodness.
You definitely don't want to be next to this guy.
I like the build though on Gabby. I mean, this is the supreme late game build. Since he does have the Soul Ring, you can go for this Blink Hex, and then you can get a refresher. So you're able to refresh your Soul Ring. Otherwise, you literally can't use both hexes in both arenas.
That's true. Maybe you should think about getting the ceremonial robe as well for that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's basically the only way you'll get to kill this Monkey King. And as you said, with DK going for this Orchid, presumably a Bloodthorn eventually going to be finished as well, the only way you're going to get to use that on the Monkey is if you hex him first, because otherwise you'll just pop the BKB and nothing will matter.
Yeah, I definitely think this is the right approach from Gabby. Like, get the hex, get the refresher, like, get as much stun lockdown as you can, so that your Weaver and Tiny can do the damage. Yeah.
It does feel that Monkey King will be public enemy #1 as well. With him out of these fights, the damage is a little bit lacking. There's still a lot on Lornoff, but not quite as much as the Monkey King is handing out at the moment. Plus, again, your arena feels actually free to use as the Mars, so I'll like it here. If they can't get that lockdown, can't get the hex, but they gotta wait a while, and Roshan, it could be up in a minute.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, they need to go for the Monkey, but the tricky part is like, what's gonna reveal him, right? What if he just sits in a tree? Sure, if he's hitting Roshan or a tower, but then you'll get him, right? But otherwise, it's not gonna be easy. Like, you can potentially cut him down with the arena from the trees, but you don't have like a Zeus or, you know, something like this that can scout over cliffs and trees. So they might just have to settle for going for the backline in these fights. Like, go for the CM, the Tiny, or the Visage, but we'll see.
Yeah, the Visage might be the one who's sieging the towers as well. I didn't think about that. They really don't have to show the Monkey. They can show everybody else. They are smoking up though on Aurora, trying to get an advantage before Roach might spawn here. Jumping forward on Q, Glimmer caped up. They already broke on the smoke. Gonna get on top of the Mars here. Popping the BKB, wants to turn this around slightly, but hasn't given the arena just yet. They could take down Q, but now the jump through. 23 dropping on the Wukongs, but they're able to get onto the high ground for a second here. We were able to kite out as well. That's BKB's down and the arena. Blacklist, they have successfully defended against Aurora. I don't think you can run up high ground anymore.
No, you definitely cannot. Very brave from Q, they're going straight in, but as he just revealed, he's got the full BKB, so that's why Gabby hesitated with Arena, which was definitely the right choice. I mean, both teams having to expend a bunch of important cooldowns, like the BKBs mainly and the Wukong's Arena.
Yes.
I doubt Roshan will happen before it though, so probably not going to end up mattering too much. We'll see.
Roshan is up in 10 seconds. The shortest spawn I've seen in a while here, but
there is
it
a
will
full
be going...
on Abbott as well, so they can kill it really, really fast if they wanted to.
They can, they certainly can. It's gonna spawn bottom, it seems. Or I think it's spawned top and now has to walk on bottom, but still, they will be able to get Roshan if they focus on it right now. This was a smoke by Aurora, and they're gonna do it again. Don't tempt me. Looks like they don't find anything though. Jabs leading the charge here with the Visage Birds. Surprised with as much as a vision he's been giving his team. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to go for like the Ags, but I do like the Lotus for an extra dispel as we talk about how important this Bloodthorn will be. The Lotus will be pretty nice. Even if you do end up hexing that Monkey King, you can at least dispel that Bloodthorn if they do put it on him.
Yeah, you could potentially reflect the
True.
the Van ulti as well if you're really clutch. But
there they are.
Looks like free Roshan for Aurora this time.
Oh, it's gonna
way too
roar.
fast.
Yeah, there's just nobody around. They're too late on this move from Blacklist, and they will eventually watch Roshan fall. Aegis getting picked up by 23. The last time they took a fight down here after Aurora claimed the Aegis, it did not go well. So seems this time they will just wait, but only for a second. They want to play around their own vision.
Yeah, they need a perfect jump to make this happen. If they don't get it, there's no way they can go for it. So
what's the perfect jump? Is it Monkey? No, he has Aegis.
No, you can't go for the Monkey. He has Aegis, and also the Timber you can't. It would have to be like the Visage next to Crystal Maiden or something, or with the Tiny, and you just get like the Double Spear. But yeah, it's not gonna happen. Aurora playing their formation well here, and looks like we're just gonna move into like a full siege here. I don't see any particular item that they're gonna wait for.
No, none needed. They already have the Aegis to walk up. But we said they didn't want to show the Monkey King, but Monkey King has Aegis now, so it's fine for now. They'll try to jump on him using the Snapfire Kisses as well, but he's able to just jump away with that shard, and he's fine. After committing Mortimer's Kisses, this feels a little bit dastardly for Blacklist right now.
That's so annoying, the fact that you can just do that, you siege, and then you just stun yourself out without having to like pop your BKB or anything. You trade the Kisses for that, and now you can reset top lane if you're Lornoff, and then you just go again, right?
Yeah. Keep it up. Keep up the pressure. The only thing is Monkey King is a little bit low. Doesn't have a ton of heal, but he does have the Paladin Sword, so I'm sure he'll get up soon.
Yeah, the Paladin Sword. You got the Pipe Bar, which I guess gives something. But yeah, get the HP up and then go again. They also still have the Roshan's banner, but they are yet to commit it.
Oh, interesting. I mean, with the Mortimer's Kisses down, it feels like you can do that, but instead they are going to go... Whose shard do they really want? I see. Lorna picks it up. That is a little bit of siege as well with the flamethrower.
Definitely. Yeah, and I think that Timber is a really hard kill, you know? If Blacklist try to commit on him while he's sieging and they don't get him, that's just game over for you, I feel like.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he's also joining the siege now together with Savage.
Right. All three of them can go up there and hit this tower, tossing the birds, and no, toss back as well, finding Tims, but he's gonna cookie away. No, you won't let him rest. Lornov will get the double, keeping on top of the supports. They'll immediately buy back on both. They need this Venom ulti for sure. There's just so much damage yet to be popped in. They've already taken the tower, fortification used, Blacklist. They will be forced to take another fight.
Yeah, they both use their buybacks, but I'm not sure Aurora really cares. They're just gonna keep going, right? Like, you still have all your BKBs, you still have the Wukong, you still have the Aegis. Like, what's stopping you? Natsumi is still hesitating to come back now with the Taisi TP, but this is a very tricky puzzle to solve if you're Blacklist.
Second fort down, but they have the Roshan banners now. This is what they've saved it for. Spear away, they find one, but the BKB, quick fingers from the Monkey King. They could lose him once here. The Mortimers are taking him down, but that's only the first life. He still has Aegis. Lornov will spread the plague, but I think his team may feel comfortable just backing out for once, waiting for the plague to stop, and going back again. No, they find the DK already. Wanted to toss it back, but they don't need it. They have the damage. No buyback for the Dragon Knight.
That's so rough, you know. Black, they just don't have the damage, right? They don't have the items. They can't do much. Like, they get the arena jump and they get Aegis, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna try again, but not.
No, Spear completely whiffs. He's the one that ends up getting sent back. They'll drop down the Wukons, forcing out Natsumi. That's gonna be another Rax for them. Only one remains. That keeps Blacklist away from Mega Creeps.
Yeah, Abed buys back. He doesn't even have form. Like.
Oh no.
Yeah. This is looking really tough. Now Aurora can just go back and farm, get their next item up. You know, if they wanted to, they could wait for the next Roshan, but I don't even think they have to at this point. They could just stay on the map. They're probably gonna go for this Wisdom Rune right here in 20 seconds. And I don't even think Blacklist can come contest it.
Yeah. Blacklist started off this game so strong, fought through lanes that they really shouldn't have won, dominate the early game, and then all of a sudden just see it slip from their grasps. Now, really facing the wrath of Aurora. I don't know. What's their way back into this one for Blacklist? What item do they need? What fight do they need?
I mean, it's a lot. You know, they just need more everything, pretty much. Like, you don't have damage, you don't have the lockdown. Like, I mean, you're gonna need some way to find perfect jumps. You know, kill them, go into Roshan, get Aegis, turn the game around like this. But it's far.
Oh, it's the winning item, Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh no! Oh my lord, one primal sprayed in for the Monkey Cannon. I just watched the support disappear. Gabby in danger as well. Lorna will take another one. This Timber is too big for you, and he's gonna rip right on through the rest of Blacklist. They just can't handle him. And with only 3 left, they're gonna start sieging here on Aurora. They don't even need megas. They'll start poking around on those tier 4s.
Yeah, pretty cool move. That's definitely like a good way to play this sort of, like when you're so far ahead, you go for the fake back into smoke and 10 base. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, they're trying. Abed leading the charge, has the BKB, and then he calls it. That was just too much for him after the stun went. Yep, no, that wasn't near enough damage, huh? And they'll call it game 1 going to Aurora. That moves their streak up to 5 games in a row that they've taken down Blacklist.
Yeah, gotta feel bad for Blacklist. I feel like this early game was looking really solid for them. Just a couple of overextensions, and then, you know, Aurora ends up getting the Roshan as a result of it. And then the game is just hard for them. I feel like if they played a bit more cleaner post-laning and was able to get the Roshan themselves, you know, what if it's Weaver running around this whole time with Aegis torturing people with his Gleipnir? It might be a completely different story.
Right? Yeah, I mean, they had an advantage for sure. Weren't able to keep it at all. And this lineup definitely scaled a lot more than I was expecting, right? It feels sometimes Monkey Cannon, especially Visage, whenever they get down so early, it can just be really hard. But the itemization really came back, especially for the Visage, right? That pipe topside, whenever they tried to kill the Monkey, there was way too much damage mitigation where they would have had to kill, and as you said, would have likely gotten the Aegis. Now it's completely thrown away. So it's just really nice job on the itemization from Aurora.
Yeah, in the replay here we see this is where Blacklist really took control of the early game actually, and yeah, they get a team by minute 12. It's very well played up until this point, and then it's really when they started to go for the top tier 2 dive and the mid tier 2 dive, that's when the game sort of crumbled. And then I feel like Aurora, they just had the balls, you know, to play the game regardless of the situation that they're in. Don't think about numbers, don't think about items. You know, in the end, it's like a sport, right? You're fighting against enemy team. You're gonna have to play to win. And they went for the Roshan, and they got rewarded big time for it.
Yeah, no, against the odds, certainly had the advantage there after these fights. And this was also where things began to tilt a little bit, where Blacklist like definitely showed that they could die, right? Ava going all the way down for this one. I think 23 was also the beneficiary of this kill, so really helped out for his game that was a little bit behind after the laning stage. Oh, this is the one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good fight for Blacklist. They just Aurora has hit their timing now. They got the double BKB and they also got the pipe. It's not as clear anymore. Like, it's not as simple as it was before.
Oh, here, this fight after the Aegis was so clutch. I mean, it's a hard one to take. I know that teams like doing this, but you can see here, they just didn't have anything in the tank, and then they end up losing the Weaver because of it.
They actually didn't have the Mortimer's Kisses ready since they used it on top lane earlier, and that's why they don't have it in this moment. And obviously, therefore, they can't commit to really kill anybody, especially through the pipe. And then you're battling an Aegis as well. It's just tough. I think it was a really good move from Aurora, just forcing the Roche like this, being really confident in it. And I think that's definitely where they took control of this game.
Yeah, and they held on to it. Again, guys, that is 5 games in a row. Aurora have now taken out Blacklist. And they had the tools in this one. This was by no means a stomp and a half. Even though we ended with a large gold lead, I mean, Blacklist, they were looking so strong to start off. And for Aurora, definitely, as you said, they had the balls to play. They didn't just lie down and take the beating that they were given. Came back by all means. And I think there's some draft changes maybe that Blacklist will want to have. Just because of how big this Timbersaw ended up getting. It didn't feel like they had all the necessary tools. But otherwise, again, this just seemed like pure heart from Aurora.
Yeah, 100%. I see you mentioned the draft. I think taking the Weaver over the Tiny may be a mistake. We'll see if that changes for the next game.
It's true.
Apart from that, I wouldn't put it too much on the draft. I would say they played well early. They definitely played better than Aurora early. Just have to be a bit more tight when it comes to the mid game.
Oh, guys, that was our game number 1 here. It is a best of 2, so Blacklist, they have the chance to even out. We'll see if they do make any changes or if they run back the same draft, know that they could have played it better. We'll be back just after a short break with our game number 2. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2. We have Blacklist Rivalry versus Aurora. And game 1, Aurora, they battled back. They started off a little bit rough in the lanes, and they did get an advantage out that Roshan and finally take down some of the racks from Blacklist. Hanskin, what do you think is some of your highlights in this game number 1?
I mean, I would definitely, first of all, highlight the laning, like you said. I think Blacklist look really strong there. Not much to change, honestly. Like, keep doing what you're doing. They seem like they're really cohesive in that sense. Like, everybody understands what's happening, what they're aiming, etc. But then, yeah, they crumble a bit later, right? These 2 moments. First, when they dive the tier 2 top, and then when they go for the tier 2 dive mid, it's a bit too much, right? So you got control of the game, no need to throw it away, and then also, like, Aurora, they showed their experience. They know when to pull the game back. You know, when they're actually hitting their timing, they just really take control so fast. And I think that was mainly the difference in game 1 between these teams. I would say the experience factor. You know, you definitely have experienced players on Blacklist as well, but as a team, you have to remember that they're still fairly new. They got a brand new safe lane, pretty much. They don't have this, like, years of experience together or, you know, successful season, going to many lands, going deep in these tournaments. But they definitely have all the tools that they need. They just need to show up, be like 5% more clutch, and the game is going to be completely different.
Yeah, no, I mean, for Blacklist here, they did again change out their 1 and 5 to the full safe lane switch now for them, which that's a certain degree of, like, when are you strong in the mid game, right? Because they'll both be communicating with that. And this time, they definitely felt strong. I just think they felt too strong, as you said. Maybe going a little bit too hard early for Aurora. They had the experience, and they just outlasted, really, the aggression of Blacklist Rivalry. And we'll see for this one. Game number 2. Draft will be coming to you soon. Are there any big changes you think should happen? Because you said you're a little surprised that they put that Tiny on the back burner and got the Weaver first instead.
Yeah. I think giving away the Tiny, unless you have a really solid plan, it's always going to be a problem. Let's put it like this. So this time around, we'll see if it slips through. I really, really doubt it. Apart from that, I don't think anything was particularly, you know, problematic, or, you know, I don't think the draft was particularly favored as well for either team. I think it came down to the play in the end, and I think neither of these teams have, like, these insane cheese picks or, you know, something like that. They're kind of honest teams in the sense that they both like to play a lot of heroes that has a bunch of spells, spell damage, and they like to brawl. And I think it's probably going to be a similar game this time, you know, seeing as they're both SCA teams.
They're both respectable teams. They don't do any cheese. They play straight up like men.
They do solid things, and they do it really, really well.
We'll see what they change up here. Once again, we're seeing these Clockworks, Hoodwinks banned out first. And this time, actually, Aurora, they're like, we beat you with it, but I didn't have fun. So they still take out the Weaver. And for Blacklist, it looks like they are actually taking out pretty much all the heroes that we said were going to be contested between the both of them. The Clockwork, the Hoodwink, the Gyro, the Beastmaster, all of them that we said pretty much either team could pick up.
The Tiny is in the pool, though, for Aurora, if they want it, which I'm sure they will.
That's true. I wonder, so theoretically, they just ban out whatever they want and then pick the Tiny, right?
Probably, yeah. They did ban the Spirit Breaker, which is kind of interesting. That's not something you see every day. Potentially setting up already to give away the Darks there, I imagine.
That does feel that way. We'll see. Windrunner banned out here, and they actually pick up the SF. So another hero that has been first picked quite often, has some flex potential, almost in the same way as the Tiny.
Yeah, definitely. Not every team has 2 like really strong SF players, but for these 2 rosters, I feel like there's 4 really strong SF players. So definitely, you know, that bumps up the value quite a bit with such a demand.
Oh yeah. No, stonks are high for the Shadow Fiend. We'll see if there's a little bit of an answer right away. For Blacklist Rivalry, you could pick up maybe an Abed hero here that dumps on the SF, but I think that's part of the reason why this hero can get first pick. There's not a whole lot that just auto wins that lane versus SF.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of mixed opinions on this. You know, like SF did get nerfed a bit, so that changes things. But there's the TA, for example, but that hero also got nerfed. I know some players, they really don't want to play this matchup as the SF, and some players say it's completely fine.
It's weird. I mean, I think the only real issue, I mean, one of the biggest issues with picking the TA early is that anything that has a tick damage of more than 30, and there's a lot of those heroes now. 50 was insane. There are not many heroes that had tick damage at 50, but 30, it's like, you can pick a lot of those heroes with the rest of the 4 picks that really counter that out, so it's hard to pick it up so early. They do instead go for the Enchantress, which, as somebody who has played against this hero, SF feels fine into that. You want mixed damage versus the Enchantress, so you can toss out some spells if your attack speed is too low, but also in the laning stage, you right-click her down very well. So I imagine this is probably going to be a pause 5 here for Blacklist.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see them putting it on Tims. The benefit of having the Ench versus SF is that, you know, SF, his strength as a hero is that he has insane amounts of output, right? Like damage. But he's quite fragile, especially in the early game. So once you get the Enchantress, you get that slow, you get that creep, being able to tower dive him for, you know, 20, 25 seconds when you have the level 5 Ench. That's definitely something that can be useful. But it relies on your lane already being playable in the first place. Like, if you don't have the right hero for Abed, or if something goes wrong before that, and the SF is just dominating, then this Ench is not going to do much to the SF, right? He's just going to fight anything that comes his way.
Sure. Hopefully they're able to pressure with those mid-rotations. They do end up banning out the Tiny now, so the hero will not see this game, but still, I think we'll see a little bit more of like a solid, maybe a support plus an offlaner come through here for Aurora, something to just kind of set the stage. You don't want to show both your supports too early if you can avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the Rubik or the Snapfire then.
Right.
They don't really want to go for the DK again, seeing as you definitely don't want to put that hero mid into the SF, I think. The other approach would just be to go like something super solid, right? You could go for the Chaos Knight or something with the right ban. They banned the Nyx, which is interesting. So
yeah,
they might be setting up
almost
for
feels like
Storm, I guess.
That could be it. I was thinking like the most natural counters to things that are most naturally countered by the Nyx assassins, like your Snapfires, your Phoenix, your Dawnbreaker, those sort of things.
I completely forgot actually. The Nyx ban is for the Ench. You know, with a new Mind Fire that you one-shot creeps.
That's
it
true.
It basically makes you unable to use creeps at all if you're the Ench. So that's not
Nah,
something
I totally
we've seen
didn't think
from.
about that.
We haven't really seen it a lot yet, but I'm sure it's going to be a thing in this tournament. Like, it's like the Mirana, but you have aimbots. You know.
I was gonna say, usually we see people pick the Mirana for that exact same reason, and sometimes even like fancier ones, such as like whenever Clinks 4 was still all too hype, people would do that, and yeah.
Also, there's Pudge and stuff, but yeah, it's not as scary.
Man, they banned out the Nyx. You gotta pick the Pudge now for Aurora.
Well, it seems like they don't really know themselves what they're doing. I feel like this is sometimes the issue with drafting your support on this slot, the 9 slot, when your second pick, is that it doesn't really tailor your draft in any sort of direction, right? But you ban the Ench, and then you ban a counter for the Ench, but that means you have no bans prepared for your second stage, and they're wasting a lot of time here.
Yeah, that's with second pick, you get your 4 bans early, but yeah, you only get 1 in between the second phases. So they do pick up the Snapfire, another hero that is soft counter there by that Nyx assassin. So they're kind of tailing into it. However, it does feel that this is like your double support, and well, there's only really 1 stun there unless Enchantress has a Centaur or something. You don't have any save. You just kind of have a lot of damage.
Yeah, so with this draft, they're definitely gonna need like some kind of CK or Sven or, you know, Centaur, like you mentioned, something like this. So for me, this completely leaves Darkseid out of the question, for example. Like, I don't see the synergy at all.
Yeah, I mean, if they did pick a Darkseer, BKBs would be really good. I don't know if you can get away. Oh, whoa, my boy, they actually do pick up the Clinks. I feel like this should be a support, but I suppose there's a world where they just hang on to this one. They don't pick a definite pause 1, and it could actually be a carry Clinks if they really like it.
Yeah, they're going to keep it open, so I assume they're just going to go for their pause 5 right now. There's...
Oh, you're likely playing into a Snapfire, so again, something that maybe can't get all in. We did see this Crystal Maiden in the last game that worked out somewhat well for Aurora. I don't know if they want to go back to it, though.
You've got the Oli ET, which is a really strong combo with SF as well. It's also one of his signatures, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
I don't know if you'd be allowed to pick another Agi hero in this game if they picked an ET. It would just strip all of that base armor away.
Yeah, right. Okay, they go for the CM instead. So they're kind of doing the like double protection for the Ench. Wherever lane, assuming this is a Kling's 4 then, like wherever lane Ench goes to, then he's gonna have troubles using the creep.
I like it. I mean, as well as there's not really a whole lot of stunning going on. So the Crystal Maiden ulti is actually pretty lit. It could get a few long ones down in these fights, unless they pick up something else. You can see here, same on the Snapfire and same on the Crystal Maiden. Supports, I guess they really did like their support heroes from last game.
So they go for the Storm. Just definitely, everybody knows that Storm is an Abid classic, and I think some players are definitely scared running this matchup, Storm versus SF, but I think when you have such potent supports like the Snap and Edge, you can definitely make it work. And you know, outside of laning, you know, there's no, the only threat as SF you have is the Requiem, and yeah, it's not a big deal for Storm after that.
Yeah, you can pick whatever mid matchup you want if both your supports come to the mid lane every 2 minutes.
Exactly. Centaur, okay.
That's a little bit of peel, so they'll do their best to try to get away from any of these bad fights that they don't want.
Yeah, also gives them the stun that they will need and a frontliner.
This is really the first hero in this game that can actually get initiated on, and you're not just completely sad. Everybody else here can definitely get blown up. There's tons of damage either side. But as you said, they needed something that was at least going to provide some stun. And Snap Scent is one of the best lanes that we've seen across like the history of Dota. It's just very, very nuke heavy, very hard to kind of like kill because they're both so tanky. And that was even before we had Snapfire as a universal hero.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. And now as well, Aurora is running out of reserve time. They're facing the same problem as Blacklist. Like they also need a sort of frontline / initiator hero. They go for the Ember this time, which is decent for that. But if their lineup, they look kind of like, how do you say, like weak, like frail. I don't know how to put it. You know,
fragile. Fragile.
Yeah, fragile. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, so it is going to be the carry SF. Yeah.
Right? Like they had this like, okay, I know that they probably weren't picking Klink's carry, but let me believe they could have had this flex still that they were going with between the carry and the mid. They do have like, this is a very successful hero for Lorinov. He's played this 3 times recently. He's won 2 of those games, and his 2 heroes that they've really liked is the Coddle and the Ember. So this fits with what Aurora is doing. However, as you said, like this SF Storm matchup, if anything, is probably favored towards SF. At worst, it's 50-50 for this first pick hero that you have. They could have done something that's a little bit more, it doesn't give away the heroes, right? They could have gone for an offlaner here. Now the Brewmaster is going to get banned out. They're going to get another one out of the way on Blacklist, and it feels you may have kneecapped yourself a little bit in this draft just to get this hero that you thought, you know, might have been banned out in this last phase.
There is still an Underlord on the table for Aurora, which I feel like would be really strong. You know, you got the synergies with the chains and the CM, and they actually choose to ban the Doom over it when they already have a Centaur. I guess.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, Doom is definitely good against Ench. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like they would definitely benefit more from like a frontliner. Doom can be played like a frontliner if you go for the aura route, but that's not really something we see lately.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think Mars probably still on the table as well. Something that kind of keeps you in the bounds of the Centaur ult, unless you have a BKB, of course.
They actually banned the Mars themselves, unfortunately. I think it has to be.
Oh, they did? Oh my god, they did. Huh.
I think it has to be the Pit Lord. I don't see anything else. Maybe I'm missing something.
No, I mean, I get it. The Dark Seer is a strong hero. It feels like if you pick it, that's just because it's strong. But yeah, the starter, the one to come out, it does amp up as we talk about this minus armor that we have all around. Maybe even a Blightstone coming out from the Klinks. But a lot of the minus armor is going to be good. Do you have anything to counter it here from Blacklist? You just troll?
Troll is the obvious one, but Aurora, of course, they pre-banned it. I mean, if you want, you could go for heroes like, because you have the Ench, it's like you can pick kind of freely. Like you don't have to overthink this larger on the lane. You don't need some super counter or anything. You could go for Morphling, things like this if you wanted to. I know that Blacklist is a team that sometimes go for the Naga, which is definitely decent here. There's really just Ember to do with him, you know, some CM stuff, but who cares?
I mean, they do have like for what they've done, they do have a well-rounded draft. And you see here the Naga Siren. They do have some physical clear, which is what you do desire versus a Naga Siren, but Is it enough to win this lane versus the Slardar, or do Aurora still have the tools to beat this Blacklist draft later on?
I mean, I feel like the lane bottom might go well for Aurora, but what this Naga pick does essentially is that it frees up the Enge to do whatever he wants. Because Naga is such a hero that as long as you have like 2 Wraith Bands and like half Dreads, even if you're level 4, you can always go jungle. It's not a problem for the Zero. So I think the amount of pressure they're going to be able to put on mid and the top lane, in this case, for Blacklist, is going to determine a lot of the game. Because this Naga can have a slow start. It doesn't matter. If the 4-man is able to do well enough, and then the Naga puts pressure on the map, that's going to create scenarios for the Storm and the Centaur to set up more kills. They're going to be able to choke the map eventually. But if they get there, that's the question, right? Because Aurora's lanes, they're definitely not weak. They got all the picks they wanted into what they saw. They were able to choose the SF into the Centaur, the Ember into the Storm, so they should be comfortable here.
Yeah, and SF is one of the heroes that you would like to play versus that Centaur. Centaur is really good about getting in your face, making sure that he's stunning you before you get any creeps. But for the SF, you have ways even from long range to get those range creeps, to get those CS. And if Centaur does step up too far, I mean, Crystal Maiden Shadow Fiend, it's a lot of mana recuperation in the lane. You can throw out a ton of raises and maybe even get a few kills for yourself if you're not too careful here.
Definitely. I want to stress I think it's so important what the General is able to do on this Enge. So whether he goes to mid or he goes for the gate move.
Okay.
Both of these things could potentially work this game, but the success of these is going to determine a lot, right? Like, what if you're able to... If Gabby and Tims are able to do well enough to enable that move from General, maybe kill his SF once or twice, potentially get a tower like they did last game, then, SF is going to be forced into the jungle. Suddenly, Centaur has a completely free game in map because, Ember is not really killing a Centaur unless you have like some DD or a haste or something, right?
Yeah. That's true. I feel whenever you look at a game like this, it's going to be for the Enchantress rotating through the portal. I think those gate plays are always easier for the Radiant team because as you go top, there's so many trees that you can hide around behind that tier 1 tower. But whereas whenever you're Dire going down to the Radiant side, there's only like a single tree. There's mostly camps down there actually in the way. So a little bit harder for that one. You can see here, guys, we got game number 2. It's Blacklist versus Aurora Gaming. And game 1, Blacklist had a strong start, weren't able to hold on to it here, and Aurora do come out with the win. They're trying so hard to get 1 win in their last 5 matchups. So we'll see if Aurora completes the 6-game clean sweep or if Blacklist will finally turn this one around.
Yeah, not much special happening in the early game. Q going for the block on the small camp right now, but so far both teams hesitating quite a bit. They also got this really nice deep ward from Aurora in the bottom jungle, so they could potentially set up to get a surprise on the boundaries.
Yeah, they did play. I mean, I'm not even sure if they will be able to do something right away with that. They'll probably have to wait for the rotations to start happening. Maybe try to catch all these rotations into the mid lane.
So Blacklist going for the top side runes. This might turn into first blood.
I'm surprised they didn't step up too early. They're kind of waiting for They wanted him to step up so badly, but instead 23 actually started like kind of dancing. Didn't know if he wanted to go back right away. So a good idea from Blacklist, but 23, he's safe.
He's safe, and that's a bit of a shame for Blacklist actually, because if you remember what Gabby did the first game, he used the rebuke to push the wave into the tower, right? When you do this setup as Blacklist, generally you want to do that thing as well, right? You go behind the tower, you make sure that the enemy creeps don't meet until they're in the tower, and this is gonna enable him to like get the start he needs into this SF matchup. But now he has to play without it.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, huge deny actually. SF doesn't have the best CS in level 1. He's usually using his shadow raises, so for him to just get a random deny out of that one's pretty good for him.
Yeah, it's always a bit of mental damage when it happens, first time.
Let's see here. And then bot lane, we are assuming this should be good for Blacklist once again, but Snapfire is actually getting traded really well up top. I wonder if there's anything you can do, typically versus the Slardar, these matchups, he hasn't really dumped them as much since you have this armor now on Wraithband, so it's been a little bit harder. But now, especially with the hard win, such as the Naga Siren, I feel as the levels go on, how does he start to get this farm? Won't he just get pushed out of here?
The starter, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be fine. Like, he's definitely going to have a respectable dagger time in this game. Like, it's not like the Naga is going to go kill him or anything, but he's not going to do anything to stop this Naga from having the game he wants. You know? Naga can freely move into the farm. Yeah, it's just the Naga is going to benefit more because he clears waves and neutrals faster.
That's fair.
So, like,
honestly, Nagas don't usually have that with the offlaners that are available right now. You think about like your Centaurs, your Timbersaws, like so many offlaners right now clear the Naga illusions. So to have one that lets them farm is a completely different world, really, for Naga Siren players.
Yeah, that's I think because the hero is like, it's not so bad in itself. It's just like what you mentioned. The pool is just so hard for him. Like half of the games you're playing is the Brewmaster, Darkseer, Sand King, Underlord. You know, like it's just tough. Like if you're not able to get like your starting kit, this hero is rough. But yeah. In a lane like this, it's definitely ideal.
This could be rough here. They get the double edge, and that'll be the kill. The snap sent, getting the first victim of the game. That's first blood going for Gabby as well. So where the other side, their offlaner is having a really hard time. Up here, offlaner is having a very fun time versus this SF.
That's actually really, really rough for Aurora safe lane, because now Gabby's going to have double bracer boots fairly fast, and looks like he's going to get Lotus as well because of it. And as we mentioned, like the snowball coming from the edge sooner, this is just going to enable it even more. So definitely not something you want to happen if you're Aurora. Like you expect to have at least like a good first 5 minutes here.
Man, Abed is really taking it to Lornov here. Fairy Fire Force, Flame Guard as well. Abed pretty much leaving it all on the table, but wasn't able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, Abed showing up really good once again. Last game also, he had a really, really solid start versus the Timber, which is not a favorite matchup for him by any means.
No.
Everything's this for Blacklist.
This poor starter, man. He's just eating it. And Daniel, as you said, not really able to take creeps into the lane, so just kind of using that enchant as like a way to get free right clicks, and meanwhile just kind of heal up the Naga Siren.
Let's see. Water Rune action coming. Both supports from Blacklist potentially rotating over. But calling that this Ember definitely needs some Water Rune right now.
Right? He needs everything. He probably needs a bottle refill as well if they could get it, but they won't do it just now. They are going to give Abed even some frost armor. I mean, hey, if you can't take that creep into your lane, at least you can take it into the mid lane, but still Q will run on over just to eat it up and walk away.
I mean, this is so rough for Aurora. Like, typically you would at least get punished on the silence because of this, right? But because of the matchup you have on bottom, Naga is chilling, and because of top lane, you already have a first blood, so the Centaur is not in so much trouble. It doesn't really have a downside for Blacklist to make this move, and it's just gonna further make troubles on the mid lane for Lornov here.
No, just keep getting harder and harder here. This is, again, one of the two matches that we've seen a lot from Aurora. It's been the Ember and the Coddle. And unfortunately, the Ember right now is having a hard time. They had set it up. It looked like it probably was going to be an SF in the mid lane, but they did the twist. And now I think they may be regretting it a little bit. Oh. And what a hard one. At least we do have the raindrops and the stick from 23. It gets a lot easier versus the Centaur because he ends up double edging himself. He takes the damage, but you don't. So even though you are using the stacks.
Here comes Ange. Here comes Ange. Look.
Oh no. From behind. Oh Lord. They slow her
so
up.
Dead.
Centaur available. They're going to try to TP in the Clinks, but the creep has already done justice. He'll try to get a few raises, but he'll only get one. Sure, the creep goes away, but he served a good life.
This is such a problem for Aurora. Like, think about it from Q's perspective for a second. You have this Ember mid that is basically getting dumpstered right now because of what happened, right? And you got to starter versus Naga, and now your SF is struggling as well. Like, who are you going to play with? Who are you going to make space with? It's so tough. Like, you need to find a way to stabilize at least the mid or the top lane. I mean, you need control somewhere, right? You can't just wait for the starter dagger forever, I feel like.
Yeah. As a pause 4, you feel that a lot more. As a 5, it's like, look, I can babysit my safe laner, and I don't really care that much. But as you said, like, this starter is already getting dumped. You're not going to help him out here any more than he could do on his own. So you got to go somewhere else, and like everything else is losing. You can't really go anywhere. He's going to start to feel a little bit lost here, I believe, on the Clinks. What item build is he going for? Do we think he just goes for the Orchid and tries to, you know, do it himself. Or maybe, I think Leipnir's a bit too greedy.
Yeah, it would have to be the Orchid, I think, right? For the Storm, mainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
no.
I mean, if it gets there, right? It's already looking pretty good.
Oh, we've seen this before, of course. Last game, Blacklist also dominated the laning stage. This is what they are good at. It's just, can they hold on to it? Do they know what they did wrong last game? Did they know about the dives? Will they be able to solve that for this one? We'll see. Right now, it looks like we're going to have the same trade for the Wisdom Runes. 1 for 1.
Radiant are scanning.
Even the nice, you know, I feel like every support has like one camp stacked in the game, and it's because you go for the Wisdom Rune, you're like, oh my goodness, there's an ancient camp here, and then you go ahead and stack it.
Right. Valve are just like, we have to put a camp there, so we promote stacking.
And this mid lane matchup is a bit rough. You can see the levels, a lot of people hitting 6 already for Blacklist, still waiting on Aurora right now, and man, Crystal Maiden just level 3. That's so hard for her right now.
But also doing a really good job actually keeping the siege until minute 7. He's outliving them.
They really want to push this tower. Oh my god.
Yeah,
and then go for it. Oh my goodness, Lorinov. I swear there was an Ember there.
Yeah, and he has 2 levels on him. But if they get up now, that's really, really big.
That's huge. And you said Q, he was the one who could feel lost. He's the one that actually picks up that kill. So for this pause 4 who needs to rally his team back, that's not the best you can get. But look at the net worth. Is it a pause 4 Clinks or a pause 4 Ember?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? I mean, in the end, it might turn out that he's actually the mid. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, definitely cool move by Blacklist. A bit overconfident once again, like we saw in game 1. Like, it's good to push advantage, but they just... Oh, here we go. One more attempt from...
Oh, no! They get him right before he can pop the ulti. A huge vortex in from Abed, and he's not done yet. Look at how much damage Tins is doing. I saw it in the mid lane, and now I see it top side. This Snapfire and the Storm Spirit, the unlikely duo, making their ways across the map.
Yeah, Abed playing well. You know, as soon as he makes a mistake, he makes up for it instantly and goes to clean him up top. And, you know, Natsumi is enjoying all the space in the world. Like, sure, he gets his kill on Storm, but, like, when are you going to come back? When are you going to punch them back? When are you going to walk across the river and, like, pressure this Naga? You know, we're quite far from that point, and it's not going to get easier, to be honest.
No, and it is so sad that, like, yeah, you watch the enemy mid laner die. He's been working you all game, but you didn't get any piece of that. He was already dead on the Ember whenever that kill happened, so didn't really get to reap the benefits of it. He's got to try to come back somehow. And I feel like both of these mid laners, like, they both have good core matchups in the game. Storm Spirit, of course, running through, getting on top of the Shadow Fiend, closing the gap. It's exactly what he hates. And on the other side, the Naga Siren, we said, physical damage, physical clear versus these illusions. But only one of them is actually able to capitalize on that advantage.
Yeah, 100%. And as you see, the Ember's level 6, the Ench is level 6.
Oh my goodness.
I think your best bet if you're Aurora right now is try to wait for the Blink Dagger. I don't think these runes are going to be easy to contest at all.
Oh, that's true.
The good news is, though, that Jabs has found pretty good farm for himself. So a lot is going to come down to what happens with the Blink.
As you said, trading farm out there, and the Slaughter definitely has enough to be here on the game, so he can be pretty happy with that. However, this map can feel really weird for you here soon. This Naga Siren is going to start just throwing illusions all over the waves. You may not have the best way to deal with that since the Ember is so low right now. And if you see the Centaur plus, you know, Snapfire Storm making moves on you, I don't know how you're going to rotate to stop those.
Yeah, I mean, the Ember is the best hero to deal with the Naga, but you're going to need a Maelstrom to do that properly. And then, but if you go for the Maelstrom, then you're not going to have a Mage Slayer for the Storm or a Yule for the Storm's Orchid. Or even the Naga's Orchid. So I think if Blacklist finds a way to open these tier 1 towers, then the map is going to be looking really scary. For now, though, they're just chilling. They're waiting for their Centaur Dagger. Oh, he's actually going for the Veil first, which is kind of interesting.
It's an older build.
Yeah, probably has to do with the fact that he has a Storm, right? He doesn't feel like he necessarily needs that crazy amount of catch instantly.
Alright, I like the idea on focusing on Abed's here though, right? Because as you said, Ember has to react so much to what the Storm is doing. If we get the Ember ahead of the Storm Spirit net, then it becomes that he's fine. He can go for those Mage Slayers. He can go for the Maelstroms and stuff to deal with other heroes. But until the Storm Spirit is below the net worth of the Ember, Lorinov is constantly going to be reacting to what Abed is doing.
100%.
So that Centaur Veil is just going to keep on amplifying that. Just Safety Bubble is a pretty good item. Barely taking any real damage to that Frostbite, and now in the mid lane. Oh my goodness, Lorinov feeling the pressure now. I think he does have a safety remnant available, and well, that wasn't really safe actually. That was just a remnant, and the Mortimer's Kisses are gonna take him down. Nobody can close the gap on the Snapfire, and now Q even still in danger. They'll use the Stampede, getting right on top of Q onto the tier 1 tower. It doesn't matter. He will get some extra health, only trying to take some of the damage himself, but he will end up falling. Now, Jazz, we said he had some farm. He's definitely had to find enough time in the bot lane. We'll see just how good it was, because here comes another drag through. Can they kill Abed? A zip away. He's got a little bit more mana. Getting into the river here. Another hit, maybe? No! They don't have the damage. They're even body blocking Q. He can't get on top of him. The storm lives, and oh, Q, he's going to give his life onto the tower.
So close.
So close indeed. At least Jabs doesn't dive. Now Aurora, it's their time to maybe aggress a bit, but you can see here with Gabby in tow, you certainly can't kill that Centaur, so their push will stop.
Almost saw an overextension again from Blacklist. You know, at some point I have to realize enough is enough. This time they didn't get punished for it, but you know, it was darn close. I mean, all in all, really good from Blacklist. They're pushing that advantage. Oh yeah, here we're gonna see it again.
That's hard. He's so low. It was a really far back Requiem, but he didn't have a choice, right? You step up too much, you might be the one that's getting vortexed by the storm. Then you certainly can't step up.
Yeah. It was looking for the surprise factor a bit as well, which is...
It was surprising.
Yeah.
That's something.
And now we're gonna see Orchid on Abed in about 1,000 gold. Oh, blink reveal.
Do they kill him before he gets it though? A lot of damage to smoke up. Huge timing actually, and Lorinov gets the kill. That is going to be imperative through the rest of these picks. Can they inject him with enough net worth to get ahead of the Storm Spirit?
That's exactly what they need. Now they can set up for the 14-minute run as well. Potentially they get an illusion on Lorinov. That means he can now play against the Orchid, you know? This is all the small wins you can get. Keep taking them if you're Aurora.
Now, as we focus in on these small wins they're getting, the big danger here on the bottom side of the map, the Naga Siren keeps getting big. Almost has the Manta. Actually gonna saw so she can pick up the rune and TP out Natsumi. Oh my goodness.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice job. He even TPs to the tier 2 as well. Definitely, you know, when you have such a rough game already, you know, support XP is not going to be great to begin with, and that's like, it's looking rough. If it wasn't for the storm kill earlier for Q, he might be looking at, you know, barely scraping by level 6 at this point. So.
I mean, I tell you what, Crystal Maiden, that is a lane winner. If you're not in the laning stage anymore, it is hard. I mean, you need Force Staffs, Glimmers, Ghost Scepters, something to keep yourself alive when they find you, because in knowing Blacklist, they will. How do you keep yourself alive during all this?
Yeah, definitely gonna be tough. You're gonna have to be in a perfect position pretty much every time to be useful in a fight. But Ollie can definitely do that, but the task he has in front of him is it's not easy.
No, not at all. And this one is a 5,000 net worth lead. I believe similar still to what we saw in game number 1. But it's I think we eventually, that first really bad fight that they took, it was by the Wisdom Rune. So this time Natsumi, not a Weaver. Poor Weaver that's just running through there. That was a full-blown Naga Siren. Sana the Siren, making sure that they don't have any issue whatsoever. So far learning from their mistakes right now on Blacklist. We'll see if they can keep it coming.
You know, it's kind of funny. Last game, they went for this tier 2 dive under the you know, on the tier 2 with the Gabi Blink, and this time it's like, screw it, I'm not buying Blink. We're not doing that move again. Hey, now I get to minute 15, they're gonna do a different. Just kidding, of course. But I feel like, seriously though, they have the safety black in Naga this game. He's gonna be able to provide so much vision, and he's gonna give them the late game factor as well. They don't necessarily have to clutch as much. They just have to play solid, you know, play around the info that Naga's giving you. People are going to have to show on the waves eventually, and then you're going to be able to calculate the numbers properly. You don't need to take these insane risks to make this game. If you keep the pressure on the map, you will get really good openings eventually.
It's the epitome of a 4+1 lineup. And this one, if they can bring the Naga along, let her really cut these waves before they even see a tower, it's where you're going to get these map advantages. And you can see here, Ollie, no, okay, they almost lived maybe on the Crystal Maiden, but no escape for them. A tier 2 tower now being sieged in Blacklist. A nice move as they, again, enable this aggressive form of the Naga Siren.
I do want to highlight as well that the vision put up by Blacklist is actually not that great at this point. They have a fraction of the map they're controlling, basically the bottom rune pretty well, but ideally you would like to control at least one of the jungles for Aurora, right? Either the big jungle up top or like a ward. Now they got a ward around the dire offlane ancients, which is good. But this is not going to help you kill the SF. It's not going to help you kill the Ember or the Quakes. It's basically just a slaughter. We'll see.
I was going to say it's hyper-focusing on the Naga game, but the Naga's over here. She's not even using that vision, really. Oh, trying to bait them out here. Do they know? He's baiting it. He thinks he knows which one it is, but...
Oh, they don't know. They don't know.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. With the smoke, they know. Okay. Didn't break on it, which means that is not the real one. So fancy fingers there from Natsumi. They baits him out and gets himself away.
Definitely a scary moment right there.
And with that one, I mean, Naga is just propelling herself in the net worth, and it's not like she's leaving her team behind either. Sometimes we see this where it's, a Naga with 10k net worth, and then your poor mid and offlane are just begging for scraps because they haven't seen a creep in minutes. But not this time. This one, your team is out on the map getting shit done, and, well, for Blacklist, I don't even know if they have to think about Roche for a while. I think as long as they keep choking out this map, and there's just no real item answer from Aurora that I'm seeing that stops what's happening to them, right? There's just like obliterating burst, catch out from the trees. I feel the only thing that can really help you out here is playing on vision and getting a really nice snipe on the Storm Spirit again.
Yeah, potentially reel them in again, like you did last game. I mean, you've got the double Orchid now, you got the Blink. The Blacklist, they don't really want to slow down for the Roche at this point. They just want to keep going for kills, keep controlling the map. I mean, obviously they will go for the Roshan at some point, but it will be better for them to get some kills first, right?
Right. I feel like you could probably wait until, what, 23, maybe even 25 minutes if you really want to, just because keeping Aurora off the map, that is so much more important than getting Roshan, because I honestly feel you can do everything that you want to right now, whether or not you have an Aegis.
Yeah, definitely.
They are smoked up here. Seen Daniel in the mid lane, but I don't know if he's really the one that you wanted. Oh, they jumped through with the crush. I mean, they could kill him, surely, under tier 1. Asking for the TPs, knows that if his friends come help him, surely they can still take this fight. Aurora, they're still holding their ground before the SF. He'll actually pop the ulti, just to throw it out there and let you know he's still got it. But they do get one kill, now trying to siege this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, good move by Aurora. The mistake a lot of teams are making when they're behind like this is they try to go for 3 or 4-man moves. This time they got 5. Team fight happening.
The ulti out from the SF, just eliminating Gabby. They were so far ahead, but the BKB early timing here really from 23, and they just eliminate, man, that offlaner. Well done from Aurora. They don't get the tower, but I think he'll take that victory.
Really good job by Aurora. Like you can see it once again. They're really decisive on their timings, even though the game is it's a bit tough for them. When they commit hard, and this is the difference here. Also, I have to stress the fact that Blacklist, they have a major vision problem. Like, this is nighttime, they don't see anything in this fight.
Well, they see it clinks, but is that enough? They're going onto the slaughter right now. It seems they'll lose to right away. There's no BKB on 23. There's no ulti on 23. You can all in on the SF. And Lorna trying to step forward for another raise. Is this enough for them to win this one? Jabs falls. Abed dancing on him with the double kill. Trying to TP away. Can they get him? No! He TPs out. They'll get 4 unanswered so far. At least, oh no, it's going to be a team wipe now.
Damn, that's actually a 4v5, aside from the fact, the biggest deal there being the SF not having a BKB, but Gabby was he was not there in the fight, he was dead already, right? The difference in this fight compared to what happened earlier is that you have the Naga illusion scouting for you. You're able to get the jumps that you want and need. As we'll see here, the Naga is going first. He's not really too concerned about dying, finds the clinks, and now Abed is free. He can just go on the slaughter, right? He doesn't have to be scared about getting stun locked anymore because, he's taking one of them out. And that's just how it goes. When you get clean jumps, you have vision.
Yeah, that was a very ambitious walk forward there on the slaughter. Just didn't really feel like he had the beef, the BKB, the anything to kind of stand his ground there. So unfortunate that they lose that first. And as you said, there was no Centaur there for the first fight, but this one, bringing him on in, they definitely are working it. And Aurora, they're going to smoke up. Feel like a Roche is coming, sure, but can they actually defend it?
It's gonna be tough, especially with this tier 1 tower standing up. You have very limited angles here. You do get the ward out. It's gonna be the order.
Oh. Yeah, that was going to be something that maybe got them back in, but instead now a smoke up as 5 Aurora. They still haven't found anybody from Blacklist, and honestly, from Blacklist, any jump is okay. At least making this a 5v4 fight should be enough to win for you, but instead on Aurora, it feels like they need a core. Just taking out a support is not enough.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit more tense than what Blacklist would have hoped for. Like, Abad is 300 gold from BKB at this point. So they would really like to finish that before they engage in a big fight for sure. So better to just play under pressure. I mean, what Aurora could do is basically, they could go into the Roshan right now, but with all their waves pushing and stuff, it's definitely a risk. But we'll see. Abad, he's not going to have his BKB in time. He's still 50 gold away. So this might be the moment of truth.
The gloves getting thrown in. All they needed to do was send out a creep to scout and jabs. Oh, can he TP away? He's sitting in the fire. Oh my goodness, the scatter blast at the very last second. That kills it. Tibbs, he's smiling about that one. Knows. Free kill for him and now free Roach for his team.
Damn, really heads up play by teams. I feel like most, or a lot of force wouldn't have done that play right. They needed some space, they needed some disruption for Abad to be able to finish BKB, and they got exactly that, right? Even gets a slaughter kill on top. I can still respect Aurora for going for this play. You know, they need some way to fight back in this game because their Naga solutions, it's not gonna be easier, right? Like,
yeah,
you're gonna need a jacked Ember, but like, how are we gonna get there?
Right? I don't know. I feel they didn't really make enough moves around the map to kind of enable themselves with that Roche. You can see how little Blacklist actually needed to commit in order to get it. They threw one creep in and they were like, oh, I know what's happening. Mortimer's kisses go out. Okay, we got a free kill on the starter. Like, it was so easy for them because there was just nothing showing on the map. They knew that, you know, Aurora, they hadn't actually left yet.
Yeah, and it just shows how good, I mean, well drafted by Blacklist. They got this Naga. I mean, imagine you have a support on Aurora that could deal with this Naga. Let's say you have a Lion or something. You can show him somewhere and deal with the waves. That's going to make things less obvious and going to change the entire scenario. But that's Dota for you, you know? Push the advantages that you have.
And this advantage, a 2-minute faster butterfly here for the Naga Siren. That's, well, they don't have a ton of magic damage because of how rough the SF has had it. So almost all their clear on the Naga illusions is physical damage. So going to be even harder now for them to get any Naga kills. This could be the push that they need. Really stifle the map, get these tier 2 towers out. I don't think you can kill anybody here on Blacklist right now.
Yeah, I really like the butterfly. Like, screw this hard. Like, your illusions are not really gonna die. They're gonna die to Requiem or the Ember, sure. But if they show themselves, they're just gonna be food for this Abad Storm. So yeah, I really like the offensive approach. This is gonna mean that he can kill tower fasters. Sorry, I can't speak right now. He's gonna kill towers faster, and he's gonna kill heroes faster, and eventually, you know, more map pressure.
Yeah. Now the map pressure is so important. With the Aegis, it feels like you can't really all in the storm at all. And that was really what we said. What can they do even here to try to take down Blacklist? And it was, you know, all in that storm. So without that in their pocket, I feel Aurora, they just have to somehow wait these 3 minutes out. Get some pressure, and instead, it looks like they will lose the starter, but this was pretty far away from any tower, so even if he does fall here, which I'm sure he will, a few more hits, jump through from Abad, actually onto the low ground. Jabs, is he dancing? Oh, actually, he gets the blink away!
That's some nice moves from the fish. I mean, well done by Jabs.
That's crazy. I feel like so much of that was just really unfortunate, honestly, for Blacklist. Ahmed zips onto the low ground, waiting for a slaughter to arrive at his arms, and he's just on the high ground.
Yeah, 100%. At the same time, though, they were able to kill Q in the top lane with Naga. And I wanted to mention as well that Gino has finished a full Hurricane Pike, so this guy is not to be disrespected in a team fight, you know, like, if you're not dealing with him as well, he's gonna be able to kill pretty much anybody.
Yeah.
top tower is under
He can definitely do it. I feel like it's just the natural like enchantress item too. You're able to just got a hurricane pike, anybody do a ton of damage. And we talked a little bit about like how fragile this Aurora lineup is, and I tell you what, a hurricane pike enchantress is gonna love that a lot.
100%, yeah. Oh yeah, Blacklist going from tier 2 to tier 2, definitely what they're playing it very well now with the Sages. Keeping the map pressure up and yeah, it's not like they need to kill heroes to get his towers necessarily, right? It's just gonna be like a textbook macro, how do we do with Aegis, enemies are dodging us, you know? And this also removes a lot of the random factors that could happen, right?
Yeah. Anytime you can slow siege safely, right? Sometimes that's coming from a Leshrac, sometimes it's coming from a Dragon Knight. In this case, it might be the safest thing. Your damage amps so much when you have this butterfly on the Naga Siren. So once again, Jabs coming down bottom, trying to bait everybody away. He's just doing his best to keep them away. I don't know if he actually needed to do that though. He was in the trees, showed himself to Yules, and then tried to TP away. Unfortunately, that does equal death for poor Jabs, but as you said, it's just trying to keep people away from these towers, trying to get your team some time, especially this SF.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
nice attempt from Jabs, but in the end, they catch him. But it was really fast. Thanks to the ward played by General earlier, they were able to get the kill on Slaughter and Abed's reactions, of course. Now we're looking into potential Wisdom scenario here, so it would be nice if Lorenov could try to steal this, but since the tier 1 is up, it's not an easy task.
No, I mean, he shows himself for sure. There's still Aegis only available for 20 seconds. I feel, honestly, they wouldn't feel too bad on Blacklist going back, making sure they secure the Wisdom, but you also lose so much on the map if you do it. So it looks like, no, Natsui's actually wanting to come back. Oh no, Lorenov, he's got to pop the BKB. He wants to stay here actually for the Wisdom. He'll get it. And then he just remnants away. This does mean his BKB is down. So unfortunate for him. Is the Wisdom worth it?
I mean, hard to say. Could be worse, right? Like,
yeah,
you're gonna have to use the BKB for something, and I don't think you're gonna walk into a fight. I mean, it sucks to be your 9-second charge, but in the end, you know, it could be worse.
That's fair. I mean, it's definitely better than death. But we'll see if Blacklist actually punish this. Honestly, if they don't force Lorenov into a BKB, forced position, then it is worth, because he's not at a threat to use it. He'll keep skating the fights and be fine. But if they do walk up this high ground and there's a Centaur stun that catches out an Ember, he'll be hurting, and the Wisdom would not be worth it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
We'll see here. Still waiting. Get a pick off. Maybe they found it. Jump in on 23. Popping the BKB. Baiting the Requiem, but doesn't have to pop it just yet. Another BKB down from Aurora. They don't have Aegis right now on Blacklist, but they may not need it to push this high ground.
Yeah, they know that there's 2 of the BKBs are on cooldown right now, so actually Abed is going to choose to TP back, clear up this wave instead.
I like that from Clinks, right?
Yeah.
Just force it out.
Yeah, it's good. You just need to keep dodging, even if you die as the Clinks, right? Like, you need to give your team some space. And at the same time, Blacklist, you don't need to keep stressing it. Like, you can sit on this choke that you have, wait for daytime, press smoke on daytime, and look for kills. Play some really deep vision like the one they have up top and towards the end of the map. Put vision like this. You'll be able to find kills eventually when Aurora tries to grab some farm, and then eventually you'll get a Roshan, or Aurora is gonna try to do something desperate, and then you're ready.
Desperation. Desperation is what really is the name of the game right now. We felt a little bit stressed last game from Blacklist. They made some really rough moves and they put themselves into a desperate situation, but now it's Aurora on the back foot, feeling the stress, feeling the pressure, and even though there isn't an Aegis available, these Naga illusions, they just don't have a way to deal. As you said, there's no Lion, there's nothing that can really clear these for free. It's all really up to 23, and boy, he just doesn't have it in him right now. Oh, okay, Abed, he's finding the Clinks here, has the dust down already. Will take out the Clinks for sure, yes, but Lorenov, is he able to get anything in return? I don't think so. Now the Hurricane Pike as well. Lorenov, oh no, trying to dodge all these impetuses. I think he's fine for now.
Abed does what Abed does best, right? Pushing his hero's limit. And walks into 2 heroes, killed one of them, and gets up. And now we see Natsumi as well, going on Jabs.
Yeah, he already used the Yule Scepter to set up here. Now trying to TP away. Oh, but not doing. He knew. He didn't see him walk up here, so knows there's only one place the starter can be. Cancels his TP from no vision and gets the kill on jabs.
Very heads up by Natsumi. Just spending that song without even seeing him. I mean, at this point, you're not really worried about wasting a cooldown, right? Even if you lose a song or a BKB poorly or something like this.
Yeah.
You're not really going to be scared of taking a fight regardless, just because how strong you are. So, really good job by him.
Yeah, it's not quite like in this fight. There's no big ultis that you really need to stop, or you don't have a disruptor on your team that you need to set up with. You really are allowed to use some of the Siren for picks, which has to be one of the best feelings you can have as a Naga Siren.
Yeah, I mean this game feels great right now for Blacklist.
25,000 net right now on the Naga Siren, just continuing to grow. And for Aurora, it doesn't feel like they have the easy answers. Poor starter trying to do what he can just to live through this one. Booting up the Ags next, but it's going to take some time. Lorinov is supposed to be my wave clear hero, but he's actually got the... Okay, he's got the Gleipnir and going for a Radiance in this one. Is that the answer? Because it does feel this Naga Siren, it's all physical protection. We just now got the heart, so maybe it could work.
Could work, but the question is, when do you get it?
Yeah, that's true.
And are you going to be able to sustain the fights long enough, right? Like, after your BKB, what happens then? I mean, I think he has on the right track here, but...
Yeah.
The question is it going to be too little, too late type of thing?
I mean, at this point, for Aurora, they may need to start just focusing down supports. Now, SF does have an MKB, so they're not worried. They're not going after supports. They are figuring out how on earth do we kill this Naga Siren. Maybe they have the tools now.
Yeah,
Smoking
I mean,
didn't.
If you're able to get on the Naga somehow, like now you actually have the chance to kill him, and this could be a way of turning a fight. I mean, you would need. You will need the perfect scenario, but if you get it, you have a chance.
It's more the lockdown, right? Because as you said, you don't need your song to set up anything. So we saw use for picks, but in the same vein, you can use it to save yourself. So unless you chain stun this guy, he still might not die.
Yeah, it's tough. He's also got the blood for now, thinking about the next item, looking at Hex. I mean, yeah, and Q's about to die.
Oh, poor guy. He's trying to get some farm in the side lane. Does end up going down. I feel back and forth about it because, yeah, like he dragged everybody away, but this team is still so mobile, right? Like Storm is just going to be back in an aggressive part of the map right away. Won't take him much time at all. Lorinov now. Oh, Gabby. Looks like he's safe for now on Lorinov. They did all miss him. Except for this courier that might find him soon. But it doesn't matter. They're just taking rush.
I might see him walking over this floor. Actually, he's going for the wave.
Going for wave. They're all just portaling down to Roshan, making sure that Natsumi doesn't get caught out. He'll get the Aegis in for the second time this game. Blacklist, they are looking to push with that extra life. But they did give it to the Naga Siren, which is slightly interesting. As we said, their game plan now should be on Aurora to nuke down this Naga Siren. That's what they've itemized for. But with the Aegis on her, it's so much harder again.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, if you're gonna kill her once, you're gonna have to spend your BKBs, and then it's a tough thing. Like, this just enables her to siege so much easier.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have a chance if you're Aurora, but it's tough. Like, you're gonna have to find a way to poke the Aegis with your spells. Like, it's gonna be the Ember, CM stuff, and with a starter jump, SF right clicking you. But first, you have to find the right one, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a banner as well.
Right, this is just going to make things even more difficult. These illusions are going to slow siege. They don't have to show the Storm Spirit at all. He's your next target, knowing that there's an Aegis on the Naga Siren. Certainly Storm would be your next hopeful pick, but he's not going to show. He's going to be all the way back, just waiting to see what happens. And they're just going to keep taking this tower. If Aurora, if they don't do anything, they will just lose their 2-3 for free.
Yeah, and they're playing it very patient here on Blacklist, waiting for all the pressure they can. Mid and top lane pushing in as well.
Waiting for sure. Seeing if there's any opening, but currently, I suppose they have battled back the Naga Siren. They're not going to be more content in taking a split push to throwing all the illusions down on one lane. I don't know if this is going to make things any better. They're actually starting to clear the Naga illusions.
Very slow on Blacklist. Going for a smoke, actually. Preemptive smoke without information. They're hoping to find 23 here. Which they might actually at this point. Yeah, they have the Hex on Abed.
He's about to show on the wave here. Could jump forward. Abed, as you said, with the Hex and with the Mortimer's Kisses. Do they have any way to save him? They don't. 23 just falls, and his team will be nowhere close to save him. Is a little bit greedy maybe to go for that side camp, but Blacklist, they play it perfectly. Find the pick, and now this high ground feels free for Blacklist.
Yeah, really good job. I mean, it was a bit of a gamble going for that smoke, but at the same time, you need to farm something for Aurora, and Blacklist, they completely read it.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is gonna be minimum 2 lanes. I feel like.
Another Hex, but they have the Orchid able to get Abed out of there. Sure, he doesn't have Aegis. It is on the Naga Siren for now, but they have no shot killing Natsumi at the moment.
Natsumi sending out Abyssal as well. With still 30 seconds to go on the SF.
Right.
They might even go for Megas before he's up, to be honest.
It'll be close. They have the Meteor Hammer on the Storm Spirit helping out with that push, but there's no fortification left. Natsumi waiting, just able to poke these down. Stun through from Jabs, has to be able to poke through this one, but he doesn't have a BKB. He's gonna get hexed up. YOLO's up in the very last second. They may actually be able to kill the first life of the Naga Siren. Yes, they will. Tims goes down as well, so a support out. Aegis gone, but they still don't have your SF for 7 seconds. Jabs finally falls. He's been so integral in getting these pokes, getting these openings for his team. Without him, I don't know if the SF is enough.
Yeah, not bad from Aurora, I have to say. They were able to get the Aegis and kill the Snap on top of that, but yeah, it's just too much, right? It's like this Naga, when he loses Aegis, he picks up a full new item, and it's not like Blacklist have to go back. You know, they're just gonna sit here. You're still facing the same problem for Aurora.
Nothing has really changed here. Still waiting on the high ground, still waiting to push out these Naga illusions, and this is where it feels suffocating. Naga's just going to keep sending these up. You have super creeps coming through, so it's not like your creeps are going to naturally push either. And you don't really have anything yourself to push. It's going to have to be throwing bodies, right? Naga's sending illusions. We don't care if these things end up dying. For your team, you're sending up heroes if you want to get these lanes pushed. They did a good job here.
Yeah, Jabs did a good job baiting everything out, you know. He's got the Ag, so it's extra tanky, and Lornoff taking advantage, killing the Snapfire in the back. You get the Aegis, but yeah, without SF it's just too hard, right?
BKB, he was able to wait a while before he was able to press it on Abed, so kept himself alive for sure. 23, it's a hard game for him as well. He does have the Satanic, I believe, if he really wants. Oh no, he's just a little bit of gold away. So close, and it'll certainly help him. He may even have the upper hand versus the Naga Siren at that point, but not versus the whole Blacklist rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to deal with the illusions, then he can definitely man-fight the Naga, I feel like. At least during his PvP, but still needs a little bit of gold. Maybe with Satanic there's a chance.
Oh, jump through, Hex up on the SF. Can you save him? They drop the Lotus on him, trying to get away. Popping the BKB, popping the ulti, but he doesn't have enough. The BKB still on Gabby. They'll take down 3 immediately for Blacklist. And Aurora will have to sit and watch. What can Lornoff do? Because he's all on his lonesome, sitting there with the Clinks, and they'll call it GG. Game number 2. Blacklist, they hold on this time. They build the lead and they keep it. And they'll even out this series 1-1, grabbing their first win versus Aurora in 5 games.
Yeah, the curse is finally broken. Really good job by Blacklist. I think they understood their strategy really well, and they played accordingly as well. You know, not much to say about this game except for the fact that, yeah, Blacklist, they understood the game better, they drafted better, they played better.
Absolutely, the 3 things you can do to win Dota 2 games, and they finally done it. And I mean, I feel like I just have to emphasize like how good Blacklist has seen in these early games, and they can really figure out what mid moves they need to make, what is too far, what is, you know, what they need to do to secure the map. I'm sure that they will be able to win pretty much against anybody in this tournament. And the Naga Siren, is that the focal point for it? Because having a hero now that pushes these waves, keeps their map control, it feels like that's maybe what they were missing in this game number 1.
I will say it definitely, like, their form and these players, they're really strong together. Like, and also, you know, like I said, the laning stage is going really good. Everything about the runes, tier 1 towers, it's looking clean, both games. I think they really benefit from having this sort of safety blanket. with a late game carry. I think Naga is probably the best one, but you can't get a Naga every game, so you're gonna have to polish a little bit. You know, I think the game 1 is 100% winnable. If they're able to look for these replays and learn, I think they're gonna. They're not gonna get 4-0'd by Aurora anymore. You know, they're looking strong. You know, they just need a little bit of fine tuning.
Absolutely, just a little bit, which is exactly what you want, right? You have the foundation, just need to make a few changes. You can see during these fights, man. I mean, this was just all domination, really, from Blacklist. They lost an Aegis here, they lost to Snapfire, and this is really the only time I felt maybe there was a little bit of bleeding going on from Blacklist, but at the end, we know they were able to hold on to it. It wasn't really an issue for them. And yeah, I don't know. This is kind of what I want to see. On the flip side, Aurora, they had the opportunity in game 1 to come back. This one, they just weren't able to find their footing. I liked what they did with the draft until this Ember came out. It felt like they really threw a lot of their flex and they really drafted entirely away. I wonder if that was a different pick, would this have looked significantly different for Aurora?
Yeah, I agree with you. They could have went for something like an Underlord or a CK or something, make their draft a bit more balanced, not have all of these fragile backlining sort of heroes. And, you know, they already have an SF versus Storm, which is a comfortable matchup, you know. If you're first picking the SF, you have to be willing to put it mid when you see a Storm. That's how I feel as well. So.
And our MVP for this series is going to be Aben here, 10-2 and 11. He went back for this Meteor Hammer Storm. We don't see that one as much now, knowing that the Meteor Hammer kind of gives the same stats as the Sanj and Kaya, but in this game 1 and 2, I definitely believe. I mean, he won a mid matchup. I don't think he was supposed to win with that DK and the Timber. He came back from a really rough time, but also in this game 2, even more so, had a really great game on the Storm.
Yeah, I think Aben played really, really good in the series, and he's kind of like the Rock on Blacklist and also many teams that he's been on. This guy is just so solid. You know, he doesn't tilt. He doesn't really have like really bad games or anything. He's okay with being first pick, late pick. You know, this guy does everything, and this is why he's been on top of the scene for so long. So, a really good job by Aben.
And so aggressive too. He is not a wait in the wing. He's not like waiting for his team to make openings. He's the one who's making these openings for his team and dishing out so much damage while he's doing it. I did like both picks for him. Again, even though the DK didn't work out, I feel like it's the same sort of thing where like he's mobility, he's stunned, he's starting the fights for his team, and both Storm and the DK do immense amount of damage, especially with the new DK changes.
100%.
I believe we will have an interview here soon on the way. Just waiting for that one to come up, but for the rest of us here, still a lot of games to go through for Aurora and Blacklist. Still plenty of group stage left for the both of them. But it looks like so far in the standings, it was a 1-1 earlier on from Aurora, and for Blacklist a 1-1 as well. So they're just continuing 1-1, 2-2 throughout the middle of the series. I feel like, yeah, there's only 2 teams at 0-2, and it's actually Gaming and Falcons at the moment.
That is interesting. Not the teams you would expect, right?
No, not at all. And it looks like Falcons, if you are looking for these, you're trying to watch these games later, close your ears for about 10 seconds. As Falcons, they are actually down to Gaming 1-1. So either they will both 1-1 each other and they'll be lowest of the groups together, or you know, maybe maybe Gaming will pull that together, get themselves even back. But a lot of teams 2-2 in this one. LGD, OG, Aurora, and Blacklist all sitting here middle of the group. We'll see who will break through tomorrow, because I think, yeah, that's all for games today until we have this interview with Abed coming up soon. But I don't know, what are your famous questions to ask Abed? What are we interested in him? Because I know that they've kind of had a rough game 1, and that's going to be something that I'm going to be interested in, like how did they really come back in this game 2 and really hold on to it? Because game 1 had to be a little rough to have after, you know, losing when having that much of a lead.
Yeah, a little frustrating for sure. I mean, I feel like after such a game like game 1, you should still be confident, right? So you have the game in the bag. Like we have this saying, you got them in the bag, but you forgot to tie the knots, sort of thing, right? It's like,
yeah.
So I think if that happens to you, like you just go again, stay confident in your early games, stay confident in your abilities, and just do it again, but do it right this time, you know? And that's exactly what they did, I feel like.
Yeah. We can go and check out the standings here, because I think we have the graphic all updated, and you can see here Heroic leading with Team Spirit right now. I love to see Heroic succeed, man. That team has been so much fun. coming out of the play-in, and they're actually dominating the group stage right now.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, this is kind of what happens. I think, I mean, Heroic is a great team, first of all. They've been showing up in every single tournament this year, like, you know, getting multiple top 8s. But with expectations, like, Falcons going 0-3 and Heroic 3-1, I think it just shows how much the mental game this comes down to. You know, like Falcons, everybody expects them to win this thing or maybe go to the finals at least. And, you know, Heroic, nobody expects anything from them, so maybe that plays a factor, but still early days, of course.
Of course, and guys, we do have our interview. It's Abed coming to join us. Abed, are you here with us?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I can. You're a little bit quiet, but we can hear you. Hello. Congratulations on the win in that last game. Abed, you guys had a rough game number 1 after leading it. What changed between game 1 and game 2? Because you definitely held on to the lead this time.
Yeah, game 1, there was just a bunch of team fights where I think we kind of just overextended, and then we basically just got baited by Aurora, and then the game 2, we kind of we learned that, guys, we just need to stay calm, you know, no more yelling in the mic, and yeah, it went well.
Yeah, no, hey, it looked like it definitely went really well for you guys. Hanskin, do you have anything for Abed?
Yeah, what's up, man? I wanted to ask, so you've gone through some roster changes this year, basically changing your safe lane twice. What is the strength of your current safe lane, would you say?
I would say, obviously, having Mr. 14K, he has like just a huge hero pool, and he basically just gets to pick whatever he wants to play, and having this duo together just solved a lot of problems that we had in the past, especially in the early game, and those two guys also played with each other in the past, so we knew they had a good synergy.
That's great. It sounds like you guys are very confident. I mean, it shows as well, like, I think your early games this tournament, not only in the group stage here, but also in the playment, has been really, really good. I think even in the game 1 today against Aurora, you guys showed that you're super strong in the early games, so yeah, good job.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know, Abed, do you know what your record has been versus Aurora in the last few games?
I'm pretty sure we have lost every single game against them.
Is that right? You had unfortunately lost every single game, but you turned it back around now. Is this the beginning of a new era? Are you going to put them on the back foot and beat them in every future matchup?
Yes, exactly. That's what's going to happen.
Glad to hear. All right, well, Abed, I think that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in the rest of your games. Sitting even in the bracket right now, 2-2. We'll be rooting on for you with the rest of your games. Good luck out there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
That's good. You always have to have the one layup, you know, like, is your team good? Are you going to win games? Yes, we are. You know, you got to give them that every once in a while.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Abed being the stoic as he is, doesn't give a lot, but, you know, at least you can try.
Of course. I am happy to hear that they do have that confidence in their safe lane, and also hearing about how, like, there's just everybody screaming in mics in game 1. We fixed that one. I've been there, man. I've been there.
I know it's a common thing in ACA teams that, you know, they get really excited. I think their pub culture is really funny. Whoever has played PUBG knows there's a lot of emotion that is invested into the game, and it's great to see, you know, such successful teams from that region.
Of course, you got that emotion, that intensity. A lot of people definitely feed off of it. And yeah, guys, that's going to be it for our first day of games. So we do, again, have both Blacklist and Aurora. They're ending it out here at 2-2 with most of the rest of the people in their groups. So guys, come back on tomorrow. We'll have plenty more games. Just because we're done today, we have plenty of group stage available. So guys, it's me, Math10, and Hanskin here out from Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. Thank you all for joining. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.